Triple kill. Enemy team nearing victory. Enemy team scoring. Defeat. Team took the hill. Snipe! Double kill. Enemy about to score. Snipe! Double kill. About to score. Double kill. Enemy team took the snipe. Killing spree. Double kill. Enemy team took the kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done now.
Double kill. Overkill.
Girls with their nails done now.
Triple kill.
That the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super fly now. London boy, but they see where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Oh man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Looking for that whip, yeah, that's what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah.
Triple kill.
Going mainstream. Damn.
Double kill.
Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo.
Double kill.
Going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Just saying I'm the man.
Killing
Lot of haters, tell me where they at, I'm the new pop, all I do is rap, though. Put me on your song, throw a couple steps, yo. Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
All rock. Enemy has the
Going
ball.
mainstream.
All rock.
Mainstream.
Snipe.
Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
Double kill. Killing spree. Snipe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your 5K Open. It's Domination 2. The tournament's so nice we had to run it back twice. Why not be reckless? AK why not be casting? And my very handsome friend right next to me is Tools. How you feeling, Tools?
I'm feeling great. We got some great teams here today, and more importantly, we're repping Cloud9. We're gonna watch them throughout this entire tournament, see the run, and see my boys Avusi, Colette going at getting those front lines. I love watching those two just dive deep in. But in order to see who Cloud9 will play against, we got to get through this match first. It's Tony, you're gonna have to help me out here, dude. What do you got here for the first team? Because I that's not a word.
I don't think it's Gogis. I'm gonna go Goggies, but oh, you know what? It's also one of our top teams from Latin America as well, so it could be another pronunciation. I'm gonna go Goggies, but yeah, that's an interesting one.
And then we got the USAE main team on the other side. That's the U.S. Army esports team, guys. All these guys active service members in the Army, and so far it seems like they've been taking a good fight to these players from Latin America. I mean, they're halfway through this hill now. We did see the break come in now, but I'm excited to see what the Army esports has to bring.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've seen Scoot around. I know I've run into Canary myself, and Call Me Smiley. We actually met him at in Texas at the Techport Arena, and he's been nasty for quite some time. So although Goggies are the favorites, I would say watch out for USAE main.
So far, we're seeing this battle into that pipe area, trying to get those spawns blocked, but Strikey plays out through the window, not quite able to get that kill, and with it, it's going to be chaos still within this hill. It's been tough for anyone to get an established time in here until Rorsch just runs in and gets the smack.
One of the top players from Latin America is showing what he can do in the close range, clearing things out real quick over toward the battery side. It should be a given hill for Goggies. Meanwhile, Canary, up close and personal himself, tries to get in, but just a second too late. It's 1-0 for the boys in red.
The hill.
See, with that, the rotation also is like, it's won initially by USAE, but you see that the pressure is mounting. Expect the push to come here, Canary. So elbows going everywhere but to the face. They just ignored Tony. They said, hey, rack them back up. We'll get our shields back. We'll fight later.
little agreement there, a little gentleman's agreement, if you will. Killing spree coming out of Evil. Gory doing his thing and almost staying alive, but Scoot hunts him down and then gets hunted down himself due to Euro DNA.
Rorsch has a chance to win out these spawns with Camouflage coming back towards him. It's important for them to win these initial gunfights that are coming. Strikey, Rorsch, a long time duo. They've been playing with each other since Halo 5. They're ready to try to win these spawns.
With the Camouflage and the forward down here, it looks like it's going to be an easy grab for Goggies. They should be halfway done before USAE are even able to get activated on the map. The spawns are coming out, and right now Strikey and Evil Gory manning the tower side. Meanwhile, USAE, they're rotating away from A and through Whirlpool.
So plenty of camo to work with, right? That 45-second timer makes it way more effective, especially in positions like this. Able to get that first, and with Gory getting the second, Strikey should find the easy on the third. The fourth comes in, though, saves the life, but won't be able to save the hill. Two more players from this red squad. They're able to jump in, and with that, maybe one more good push that USAE can push up, or they try to hit the rotation sports next.
It was a very organized rotation by USAE, but it looks like Goggies still dominate the map, and with the 3 down, that's going to be a 2-0 lead here for Goggies. USAE should be spawning close toward the next hill.
But look at how fast Goggies is on this rotation. Smiley, the great nade, puts him down to 1, but the cleanups aren't quite there quick enough to save his life. But USAE remain resilient. Win the spawns, win the rotation after that shot, and with it, should be able to get a nice chunk of time before the next push comes.
So Great shots coming out of Smiley from across the map here. Knows that Evil Gory is over on the low side, but can't really focus too long on that as he knows the push is coming from multiple different angles. A big kill onto Evil Gory, but here comes Strikey, Rorsch, and the reinforcements for Goggies. Another 3 down, but yo, what?
He shot the nade out of his hands, bro. I'm trying to figure out what happened. Tony, what do you think happened? Maybe we'll catch
Well,
on
there was a
replay
stick.
after, right?
I did see a stick, and I did see a little 2-for-1 there, but I'll be honest, I didn't even know where tech even came from. That was crazy.
That's on us. We just didn't have our zennies on. You know, couldn't see clearly enough. It's totally our fault there. We'll have to go look at the Zenny replay after, get some clarity on the issue. Just how you get some clarity for pretty dang affordable prices if you use our code over at Zenny.
Super lightweight and flexible, just like Strikey and Rorsch with that push and that double kill and back-to-back kills ends up meaning that this could be yet another hill going the way for Goggies.
Enemy about to score.
That you see good rotations out from Rorsch. He's able to take down that first spawner and already back onto this cross. It's gonna be a tough battle for these guys to get to the hill in time, and they just won't be able to. By the time they do, these kills are actually somewhat working against them if these rotations aren't won. But I love the early rotation from Smiley, I believe, that got through into the back. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for Goggies to at least get this break, but with the way that they're slaying, I don't think anything's impossible for these guys. It's been so consistent across the board.
Just one more hill needed here for Goggies, and again, USAE find himself 3 down and spawning on the opposite side of the map. Goggies had the map locked down to the point where Canary has to slow his roll and wait for the spawning teammates, but as he's waiting, it looks like Goggies are the one on the attack, but watch out, USAE get a kill on the opening break. It looks like they want more.
3-on-3 push here, and you see the equal trade outs, but USAE looking fantastic on their push through. Just an easy cut through to get into the back spawns, but those kills didn't necessarily come through. It's still important for them to find those finishes, and that's where Goggies, I think, has been very strong. They aren't going down in those initial gunfights. A lot of times going down to one shot, finding their reapproach, and then winning on their second chances.
Just one more hill needed here. Rorsch, real aggressive, but ends up being taken down by Scout. The cleanups don't come in so quick. Goggies so quick to attack the weakened players, and no man is left behind. And while the chaos erupts, it looks like they're also able to take that final hill. Goggies up 1-0 in the early rounds.
I thought we saw some really good battles from USAE, but they weren't quite able to put it together to finish a lot of those fights. I think if they had to go back in time, they would probably try to retake a few of those positions a little bit differently than they did in that game. But Goggies, at the end of the day, looked very strong, and you can see the slay disparity is the first thing that really pops out at you. I mean, look at how all of these players really came out and were consistent across the board on getting those slays.
Some way, somehow, USAE are going to have to find a way to finish the fight, as Goggies have been able to out-damage them, outslay them, and just overall look dominant here with your 5K Open domination 2. But we still have another game. We're going into a Slayer, and one thing I did notice from USAE is when they rotated together. They were very coordinated with each other. Maybe that's something that they can take advantage of, that teamwork and that communication when going into a Game 2 Slayer.
Here we go. Look into the replays here. I think this is the stick thing that we saw earlier. It's definitely in this hill, so I want to keep a look at this, right? This is our Zenny replay, right? So we need some clarity. What in the bro? That didn't clear anything up.
Oh, when you saw the kill feed, you saw the stick, and you saw 2 players just blow up. I don't know where Tech came from, but I know where he's going.
He just blew up. Man hit the self-destruct button.
My gosh, absolutely incredible work in that one play. But like you said, they got to find a way to finish those hills and ultimately finish a game here. Goggies, a really tough matchup here for USAE. But when the fight gets tough, You take it to the streets. First to 50 kills takes the win, throwing 12 minutes on the clock. And the streets of New Mombasa are about to get lit.
Well, everyone, get yourself sitting up straight. Make sure you're comfortable. You know, I think the most comfortable way to sit is if you have one of those secret lab chairs. You know what I'm saying? You get yourself that straight back, your posture good. You know, should be shooting better. Make sure you get the Cloud9 version while you're there. Canary off, start with that VR. I always love going up here, getting that VR. You have great angles, and more importantly, you can win some of those cross-map battles. But unfortunately for him, all his teammates went down. He finds himself in the 1v4 and certainly will not be able to come out on top of there. Look at that. Everyone has one to their name early on for Goggins.
Perfect start here for Goggins, and look, turn it up a little bit more than that, because now a 5-kill lead has erupted out of nowhere, making 6, and the Stalker rifle. Perfect shots coming out of Evil Gory.
And the bad just becomes worse for the USAE team. They now have to deal with a red gun and camo, and Gory's going to let players just get past him and shoot them as they cross through. Not a lot that these guys can do in this position. You see the score just continues to widen, 11-3 now.
Shot still going down here this time. Wasn't able to take advantage of one miss, all it takes in order for USAE to activate here, but still find himself down by quite a bit. You also find Hero DNA looking for the spawners. He's gonna find them, and USAE are gonna get punished.
Very fast push from Goggins trying to get into this collapse. Those flanks, though, didn't quite come soon enough. They're a little bit more chaotic than they anticipate, but when you have such a massive lead early in the game, you can afford to be more trade heavy on your plays, right? For the rest of the game, if you go 1-1, you're gonna win the game. Even you can give up a few untraded kills and you'd be fine from this.
Scoot back finds himself in the wrong place, wrong time right there, right into a double push by Goggins, and Evil Gory almost able to escape that terrible situation, but the damage has been done, and a 9-kill advantage still favors Goggins. We're not done just yet as the double push through the strong side. We see a 4-man push now for Goggins. They don't just come at you with one player, they bring the whole damn arsenal.
Roar's catching those players by surprise with that backsmack. They doubled up the score here at 24-11 now, and you can see how they just hunt as a unit. I mean, it is like a pack of wolves taking down their prey. They do not let these weak players get away, and it's just a constant flow of pressure. It's really fun to watch how this team's playing.
27-14, Goggins still having a clear advantage. Strikey has been absolutely going off so far. 7-3, it's fourth death of a caster's curse. Meanwhile, Whoosh not only doing the kills department, but also the assist as well. 8 kills, 7 assists. Love that out of him.
Aggressive into the front lines. Here we go. Scoot, though, too many players to take on as the duo were just sitting inside that room and aiming together. I think that's the big thing, right? Is they're not catching players looking opposite ways. The way that this team is maneuvering, it's always collapsing in on the same angles, and it makes it so that you can't sneak away one-on-ones that easily. And by the time they do, it's usually at the back end of a fight when they're trying to make up ground. Such a tough position to come back from.
See Evil Carbine just activating on that call out right there, snapping on his target. Double kill turns to a triple kill, and that's just what you've seen all game long, all series long. Just absolute beautiful teamwork, activating on the call outs, and just perfect shots out of Goggins.
Tries to get into that trade, not gonna quite get it, but the teammates there to clean it all up. A 14-kill deficit that USAE needs to make up, and the lack of power weapons has been tough for them. Another red gun in the hands of Rorsch, and he doesn't really miss too often with them. It doesn't get a star, but that was 3 perfect shots into the face of his opponent.
Tech was able to anticipate the flank, but still trading out at least one of those lives, and at this point Goggins can continue to trade out their lives until they hit the 50-kill mark. Something has to change here for USAE. They need to start getting some clean kills, and the only thing they'll get is Strikey to the face.
So just this double-digit lead has been well maintained. A few more trade outs, but at the end of the day, you need 2-for-1 specials here. You cannot afford to give up free deaths, and Rorsch is not going to slow himself down, but that's a good sign. We've cut the lead now to single digits.
With read down going Goggies, this is USAE's opportunity to take advantage of this. Evil Glory snapping on Smiley, but Smiley have the reinforcement, little bait and switch action. Don't know where Hero DNA just came from, but he gets himself a cleanup, and the same for Wars turns that into a double kill, and now just 3 more kills needed for Goggies. The dream was almost a reality, but Goggies, they're dominant.
That was a devastating flank from Strikey there, right? When you think you won the one-on-one, the guy comes out of nowhere with the camouflage to put them at 49, a double kill that will eventually lead them to the 50th kill. And this Goggies team just looked proficient the entire time.
We almost saw a bit of a response out of USAE, but Goggies coming in with the huge Game 2 win that's back to back for them, and to be honest with you, kind of what we expected here. USAE a strong roster, but Goggies obviously the favorites, some of the best players from Latin America coming together and showing what they can do.
Yeah, their challenges become much more steep though in this next round, right? Cloud9 is going to be standing in their way, and this Cloud9 team, they're one of the most aggressive in the HCS. You let them get rolling, there's very few things that can stop them.
That is definitely true. As we take a look at the stats right now, 15 kills, 11 assists coming out of Rorsch. Evil Gory doing this thing as well. He was all over the map. 14 and 7 and 7 assists. You know, I don't even need my Zenny glasses on to tell you that was quite the performance out of both Rorsch and Evil Gory, but I'm gonna put them on anyways because I'm looking good.
I love watching that triple kill once again. I mean, look how clean this is, right? You're coming into this fight with half shield. You're like, hey, I won't win this anyway. Turns around the corner, he's down, boom. Dude, something about the carbine is real satisfying when you get the kills like that. Because I always feel like mine, they don't hit the same.
Oh, the trick is hitting your shots, okay? That's where you gotta go.
Chill. You know I have horrendous eyesight and I cannot see the reticle correctly, man. If only there was a clean solution to that.
If only, can you think of any? I mean, I'm trying to do the research. I'm trying to figure it out. What can you do?
If maybe, just maybe, if I go use Cloud9, my Cloud9 code over at Zenny, we might just be able to find a solution. C9.gg/Zenny. Get 15% off when you use code C9Halo at checkout. You can see clearly, and you won't miss your stalker shots, right? You're guaranteeing that one right there, Tony, right?
Guaranteed. Money back guaranteed from Tools' pocket. If you shoot below 80% at any given point, Tools will personally reimburse you 100%. In fact, 200% of what you paid.
Go to break. Oh, wait, we gotta edit this one out. We'll be right back. Cloud9 on screen soon.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done.
Oh, well, hey, Cloud9 is up, and they are playing against some of the best players from Latin America. Welcome back to your 5K Open, Cloud9, the Cloud9 5K Open Domination number 2, guys. Domination number 2. We're going to start our series on Origin Fly. Do we have you again, Tony?
I think we do. I'm sorry, man.
Let's go.
The competition got me speechless over here, man. It's already been good after one round. It's gonna get even better now that we got Goggies and Cloud9 going at it in your 5K Open.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this Cloud9 team compete once again. I think that they are one of the strongest teams in the HCS, especially when they start getting the momentum rolling. You have 2 of the newest players in Halo combined with 2 veterans in the scene. Boo Boo, Dubu, and Sab going to be having that long-term experience, and they're alongside Collect and Avusi on this roster. And the more I watch them, man, the more exciting, the more fun it is to see them. It's a team that feels thoughtfully built in the way that they've been assembled and the way they compete with each other.
And mind you, I mean, they did their damn thing in Charlotte as well. It was really fun to watch Cloud9, who were in a really tough pool, might I add, but came out, did really well. Sadly, in the lower bracket, we saw them go to a game 5, weren't able to get to that win. Sadly, they ended up getting upset a bit, but Cloud9 did have a decent Charlotte, and I'm excited to see what they have for us at Worlds, because something tells me they're going to be even more prepared and even more hungry.
Yeah, I think this is a team that clearly played much better than their placing showed, right? You know, sometimes you get the rough pool draw. You have to make the most of that situation from there. But I think Cloud9, with the weeks of preparation, knowing exactly what their pool is going to be from top to bottom, I'd say this team is going to be well prepared, and this is, you know, the first step towards it. This tournament, coming out, having a good placing here would be a huge relief for them here.
And going up against this Goggies roster, I feel there's gonna be a lot of pressure being put on the likes of like a player like Boo Boo Doo. Normally, a bit of that back player, I would say, that wants to kind of cover the backs of a player like a Sab and a Collect. You know they're gonna be flying in. They're gonna be doing that damage. But Goggies are gonna try to put the pressure right back on them. Is Boo Boo Doo ready to cover his teammates back and keep everybody alive?
I think Boo Boo is one of the best players at making the game easy for his teammates, and that's not an enviable position to play from, because oftentimes it comes at the cost of your own stats or having to play the game in a less flashy way. But Boo Boo does it so effectively, right? You'll see Boo Boo Doo charge in, get into these unique positions and open up damage, create flanking plays, and oftentimes accelerate the objective in a way that very few players can.
So I guess we call him the Tim Duncan of Halo in the C9 roster. Meanwhile, Goggies coming in like the Miami Heat, coming in dominant and in the face of Cloud9. That was an immediate 4 down. They're blocking elbow, they're blocking every spawn, and they're starting to fly right now.
Yeah, they blocked every spawn, and what happens is Cloud9 spawns in the middle of the map for a second, but they just reapproach, retake, re-slay, and look at this. That flag is basically home. They keep getting their kills. They could even go back to back if they manage to stay alive here at the maze. No, it looks like they finally get that kill, but wow, talk about a hot start from Goggies.
We saw it back at Charlotte. Many of these games ending in less than 3 minutes, even some in a minute and a half. Here on Origin Flag, it opens up in a big way, and so do Goggies. 1-0 lead here, and Strikey already applying pressure. He has teammates with him.
They're going to try to overwhelm on the snipe side. You did see a player from Cloud9, I believe it was Sab, that went on a pure overextend on the other side. Yeah, he's got the flag out, so he's going to give him at least a dilemma to deal with, but reality is all the players are still alive for Goggies. It's all about reslaying on the way back, and Sab played that extremely well. Great identification of what he needed to do on the overextend, stops that potential pull from finishing.
Return goes down here. It looks like a Vusi puts down that damage, and Sab gonna continue to push this flag through the window side. Half the members of Goggies on the black screen, and another one joins them momentarily. 3 down. Everybody spawning on the opposite side of things. This is a great response now coming from Cloud9, tied up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, Sab punches that one in, and when you look at Sab's stats, you know, it's not like the craziest thing in the world. He got 1 kill, he just got his 2nd there, and he had 2 assists. But he was probably the most important player on the map for those last 45 seconds with his positioning and play. Sometimes pulling the flag and creating distractions, being on those back ranks is worth way more than just a couple kills.
Fades going down here. No strike. He's over toward the back right-hand corner. Can't focus too much on him as he has to put down damage on multiple members. Gets a hot 5 as 3 down. Go Goggies. Worst, the final player alive gets 1 kill, but not enough to stop this flag from being pulled.
A nice quick pull as well. They're not wasting any time on moving this flag up onto the map. Boo Boo and Colette gonna have to reposition themselves because of these players over on the snipe side staying alive for a little bit longer than they anticipated, but at the end of the day, they still are able to out-hustle their way in. They find a couple more kills, and looks like the opening looking more and more like a couple mistakes that Cloud9 made than necessarily them giving up and losing this position completely. I mean, this is the Cloud9 that we expected to see, the way that they're pushing, they're flowing on the map, and I'm really excited to see, you know, this Cloud9 kind of play.
I'm still actually trying to figure out where the heck did that rocket go when maybe a little wide left there. And maybe because of that, we do see a flag being started by Goggies, but will it be continued here? Because Warsh receiving a bit of pressure here. Sab able to put down that initial damage, but he doubles back, gets more damage down, and continues that flagpole as 3 down go Goggies. C9 successfully slowed him down.
Yeah, and that will be the return. Strikey had to be very careful there not to give up his life early, or else Cloud9 would have had a pull opportunity. Instead, it'll have to come down to these slays in the neutral game. Collect opens up with 1, but Goggies with the answers. Sab, oh, that might just open up a door. He's the last alive, but he's deep in the enemy side.
Forcing Goggies to turn around and try to get him out of their backside. It's a great flank by Sab, and now an entirely new route through the mid-map. Perfect shots leads to a killing spree. Sab is shooting out here.
You see them starting to track their way back, but there's just so many points of pressure. Cloud9 is flooding through every lane right now, and every gunfight just feels so important for Goggies, and they're not going their way. That flag is still on its way back home through the grass. It's over halfway. It's a desperate push in order to stop this one, and Cloud9, they'll punch in the 3rd flag. A 3-1 victory after, you know, going down early in the game. A fantastic 3-flag response.
And you mentioned this early when the game was starting. Boobadooboo oftentimes making the right play at the right opportunity, and sometimes at the sacrifice of his own stats. I mean, obviously 4 and 10 with 6 assists isn't the greatest stat line, but what I saw towards that end game is him perfectly holding the line, watching for the overextenders, making sure that nobody was able to even touch that flag that eventually went in and ended the game. I think Boobadooboo's pressure and him holding the line might have been a large reason why they capped that 3rd and final flag.
Well, moving to Aqua Slayer next, and you know, we saw the potential that Goggies has, right? They came out with a perfect start, 4 down into another 4 down into another 4 down. It was absurd how well they played at the beginning of that game. I'd like to see them be able to have those big explosive moments, but then also be able to maintain, right? And I think that was the biggest problem, was they weren't able to maintain in those 4-on-4 positions where they didn't have those big advantages, where they weren't able to find early momentum and try to roll it. You're not going to have a lot of that on Aquarius because there's no power weapons, right? You just have camouflage that's coming up. A lot of this is going to be very dependent on positioning and team shot. And that's something that Cloud9, a professional team that's been, you know, together for quite a while now, is going to be very proficient at.
By the way, I took a quick look at the stats as well on top of that, and we saw Vusi really having some fun on Origin. I think his stat line was like 15 and 8 and had a decent amount of assists to go along with it as well. It's a lot of firepower coming from that former Rainbow Six player, doing the damage, doing what he needed to do. Now we get to find out he's going to do the same thing here on Aquarius, where slays are the only thing that matters. And I couldn't tell. He looked a little angry at the BR right there, but it looks like maybe he was trying to force a reset or something. What was that?
Is it restart this? And we'll get the restart. Ooh, yo, dude, I love this from Charlotte. These little live fire. You put your little Spartan down. This is so cool.
Yeah, I wonder if they would ask, like, what's like your favorite position here? Like, where do you want to be in your outdoor position? Like, okay, well, I want to be top mid. I want to have that sniper over towards tower. Loved those as well, but also love me some more action. Cloud9 up 1-0 so far in the series. Goggies, they started off huge on Origin in the early game, and now we're going to see if they can do the same here. 3-1 start, not bad for Goggies.
Yeah, it seems like they're very effective at the very start of the games. They have a known plan and they execute well on it. They're able to get the early camouflage, but my question is, what's the response once things aren't going well, right? When Cloud9 finds that sneaky kill onto you, when they start trading out these kills that weren't traded out at the start, where's the response then?
can't judge teams as they're going downhill. We gotta judge them based on when their backs are against the walls. That's a great analysis by you here. But right now, things still going their way up until we see back-to-back kills. Love that would come out of Hero DNA. Turns that into a double 3 down. Go Cloud9.
You know what that? Cloud9 gonna be stuck into this yellow side. Hero DNA gonna try to play quickly into this. Was able to get 2 trade outs. Wow, we're talking about razor thin margins there on that, on those kills coming through or not. Those are the big kills that need to go your way in close games like this.
16-10 lead here. We see Roars putting the pressure on. Another huge double kill goes down. This time it's going to be Roars, and Goggins continue to apply pressure through the util side. Now we see that double push. We see Evil Glory, but be careful. There's 3 members of Cloud9 that you're about to run into.
Oh, please. Oh, okay. the more that last shot doesn't connect, the deeper the feeling is in your stomach, right? You start to get a little pit, and it's like, I think I might just be in trouble. But Evil Gory able to find those cleanups. But already the answer, Sab comes in and down to 1 shot, was able to dodge those last couple bullets and get a trade out that get a win, right? No trades to be found there, and those are big moments, especially when you're down pretty early in the Slayer. Finding unanswered kills is paramount to your comeback.
And still, because of that explosive start, though, we see that Goggy's holding on to a lead. Now a 7-kill advantage. And right as Camouflage is coming up, Evil Gory able to not only grab him, but to work immediately as Collect goes down. Goggy's lead starts to grow.
A really tough spot there because Cloud9 didn't get that trade out. They knew where Camo was going, but they let them get those shields back, reposition, and the Camo can really do some damage here. And very impressive how Goggies is playing, but you have to think that Cloud9's eventually going to figure out a solution and start to chip away at this lead. So far, it's been well maintained, around 6 to 7 kills, but at some point, I think this Cloud9 team will come to life.
Gonna switch gears over towards Strikey. High IQ play to slow things down just a bit. Now trying to catch up to Hero DNA, who's already out there, but loses a pivotal battle that once again gives Cloud9 the advantage. They have map control.
Collect eyeing those 2 players, but decides to wrap back with his teammate. You are seeing Cloud9 starting to think a little bit more about how they're pushing as a team here. So far, it's trade out after trade out, and you only have a couple more times where you can go and trade out as all 4 as a team, but that might just be the change that was needed. Cloud9 able to find 2 unanswered kills there. Everyone's going to get their shields back. This next team fight can determine whether Goggies keeps their lead or we're going to be looking at a tied game.
After being down by an average of 7 kills for a large part of this game, Cloud9 find himself within striking distance, 3 kills, and going right and striking the Sab, and somehow finds the exit route. The fact that he's still alive right now is crazy. Stares down the battle over 1v2, gets out of dodge, a killing spree out of nowhere. We have a tied game.
And so impressive, right? Because Sab not only just managed to stay alive there, but as he's coming back, he keeps his other teammate alive by getting to those battles in time. Incredible work from him to not only find value in himself, but also to help his teammates get a little extra value by being involved in their gunfights. Just always being aware of what's happening on the map. It reflects on the scoreline. He's 16 and 11 so far with the most assists on his team.
Having quite the game, but Goggies once again take the lead right now, and War's trying to find the way to infiltrate the utility side. Patience key as he finds a weakened Boo Boo Doo Boo, softens up adversary just a bit, long enough for Hero DNA to get in there, and once again, Cloud9 go 3 down, and I'm not sure if that camouflage is burnt. Squad wiped, and Camo in the hands of Evil Gory.
Yeah, Cloud9, this is back against the wall. I mean, look at all these players stuck in the space. They don't have camo. They don't have anything to work with. They're going to give up a couple deaths here at minimum. I think it's important for them not to give up number 49. You want to make up this difference before you get to that 49th death, but there it is. Oh, back against the wall. Cloud9 needs 6 before Goggies can even get 1. This looks like an impossible situation.
Goggy's done a fantastic job of doing damage onto multiple players, and the target prioritization, always targeting the weakened ones and taking advantage of that. That target prioritization was serious out of Goggy's end. And answer back. Now a tied up series, we go into a game number 3 on Lattice King of the Hill, and Goggy's might have just stole momentum right away from the hometown team.
I'm really impressed with the way they played too. They came out the gate very hot, and they maintained. And that was the one thing that we're looking for, right? Was that maintenance throughout a game. And even when Cloud9 was able to take it back to even, they never quite gave up their momentum. The final camouflage, I think, made a huge difference in that game. We saw that they were able to get on top of that and prevent Cloud9 from getting it, and then able to use that camo to push up.
I will say that that situation as well, I thought it was also a heads-up play by Collect when noticing his team is 3 down to at least try to burn that camouflage, try to make the play. I think Goggy's were a little bit too quick on the damage and got him right before he got the burn, but maybe that could have changed things around a little bit. King of the Hill, we switched things up, and there's no camouflage whatsoever, but you do have a sniper to play with. We do have a quantum translocator, which gets a ton of value. Talk to me a bit about Lattice, King of the Hill.
Obviously, the newest map in the HCS, right? So a lot of teams are not having necessarily as much experience as they would on some of the maps that have been around the longest. But what I think is really going to be important is getting an early lead in this, right? Because the first 2 hills, they take a long time to capture because of how contest heavy they can be. But if you're able to find those first 2, then when you go into the rest of the map, right, hill 3 and hill 4, hill 3 can be pretty easy to capture. It's a money hill, but hill 4, that one's going to take a long time. And by the time you get there, oftentimes you are just lacking the time to come back.
So we keep that in mind here. We have tools as keys to success. Make sure you get an early lead, and eventually time can become the ultimate enemy for your opponent. We start off with Strikey and Goggy's kind of favoring that cargo side, but with that, Cloud9 able to anticipate nades early down. The first kill goes the way of Cloud9. Booba Dooba with the QT portaling back and forward, little instant transmission action as he's breaking the ankles, Allen Iverson style, and then finishes him off with the headshot.
And with that, we see 3 going down early, and this has been, you know, Cloud9 gets a little bit of initial time here, but Goggy's has been very efficient at getting these opening starts to go their way. Not only do they get those early kills, but they just found Sniper at the middle of the map. Like, this has been very fantastic, their opening starts time and time again. I'm very impressed with this team.
Hero DNA losing the sniper here. Multiple go down. Somehow Goggy still scoring a bit and maybe about 75% done with this hill. But now this is Cloud9's opportunity to get a setup of their own snipe in the hands of Collect. And we know that he knows what to do with it. Immediate double kill, and more importantly, staying alive does Collect.
That's a good answer, Cloud9. Able to get right back into this hill, and honestly a bit surprised at how effective both these teams were at getting their time, but Cloud9 going to be able to put that last second in, and more importantly, you look down at the bottom of the clock, right? Only 15 seconds taken off the neutral clock. They get a 4 down. They're going to be on rotation. This is very good from Cloud9. That is about as perfect as you can be on finishing that hill and getting into the next, and look how aggressive they are on these spawners. This is they're afforded the opportunity to be that aggressive because of how well they played the finish of that hill.
Avusi taking advantage of that top mid position, but eventually not able to get that final kill towards the mid angle. And Hero DNA with a huge rotation and kills along the way. Not only do Cloud9 find themselves spawn on the opposite side, but Hero DNA has successfully infiltrated the red side, but there's 3 members of Cloud9 in front of him. Not exactly where he wanted to be.
That was really smart by Savage Collect, right? Like, what's the priority for you here on this hill break? is to get that spawn at that back red. So you see how Collect's not necessarily trying to get into that fight right now. He knows right now his responsibility is try to anchor these spawns. Even if your teammates don't get that spawn, you're preventing the other team from spawning there, and then your teammates will work towards you and get those kills. And look, once again, Collect, look how patient he's been this entire time, right? He's not trying to finish off any of those kills. He's trying to stay alive and influence the map. He does that perfectly. The help eventually comes in, and they eventually get the break that's necessary. They get into this hill, they get their spacing on the map, and they're probably going to get Sniper to go alongside this. That is perfectly played by Collect.
My man Collect is moving and grooving, and I'm loving every bit of it. Somebody needs to stop this man, because he's slowly starting to heat up, and if he continues to play like this, we can see a killing frenzy in his future. And as we see Cloud9 not only worried about the last hill, but the spawns over towards the next one, Cloud9 playing every part of this game correctly.
And I mean, so far, the more I see Collect play this map, because we saw it also at Charlotte, where he got the killing frenzy on this map. It feels like he kind of understands it a little bit better than most. Like he knows the angles really well. He's got his timings down so well on the map, and then you put a sniper in Collect's hands, he's usually just pinpoint deadly with it. He comes back, he gets the perfect kill. This is the Collect show right now. Double kill for him. He's 13-4, folks. 13-4. He's triple positive in this game thus far. It really is the story of Collect versus Goggies, because these guys have not found a solution at all.
Collect clearly has an advanced understanding of how to move around this map, and we are seeing it. This is his playground right now, as on the bottom right hand corner of your screen you see Mindfreak. They ain't done pulling off massive upsets in Charlotte, because right now they're going at TSM, 2 kills away from ultimately taking that game and tying up the series. And there it is, the Australians coming over and raising hell once again.
Yeah, that really, it's been probably the story since Charlotte, is that team from Australia, Mindfreak, because it feels like they're well established in the top 8 now. They are just going to war against some of these other teams that are getting top 6, that have been, I mean, they defeated OpTic Gaming at Charlotte. That is a team that is coming into their own at the right time, right before the Halo World Championships. I'm very excited to see what they're able to do. They pushed TSM to a game 3. We'll keep our eyes on that match as well. But I mean, Cloud9 is playing this just about perfect. They are hitting their rotations well. They won the first 2 hills, which I always think is very important on this map. They were able to get the money hill, and now they just have they have a plethora of options on how they want to play this next one, because this hill, it's a little bit harder to get, so they don't necessarily need to be in it. They can waste a lot of time here, still try to get this hill over time, but they're not necessarily stuck on having to play that hill, and having those options is going to make this game much easier for them compared to Goggies, who need 3 hills in a row with just over 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, as much as we've been hyping up Collect in the early game here, a player that we've been hyping up in the early part of the series was Evil Worry. Right now, the stats definitely don't favor him. I love the 7 assists out of him, but 2 and 14 in the KD is ultimately not what Goggies are looking for right now. Really tough run here for what we're seeing from Evil Worry. Meanwhile, like you said, Cloud9 up 3-0. Something has to change, and a 3 down for Goggies ain't what they're looking for, but Evil Worry might have heard me a bit. He said, hold up 1 second. Rips a nice little double kill out of nowhere, buys enough time for his teammates to come off and spawn. This is what we want to see, Gory.
Yeah, you see how more comfortable he is when he starts to get into that middle map, and he has options to help his teammates to his left and to his right. I'd like to see him maybe try to get to those spots a little bit more, but you have to get the sniper out of Cloud9's hands, and it's for reasons like that. Collect's not missing shots. And Boo Boo Doo was a millimeter away from taking Gory's head before he could get that kill. I don't think they can get to this contest in time. It's going to be Cloud9 that take a perfect game of Lattice King of the Hill, and they look really strong on King of the Hill for Lattice. That Cloud9 team, they are deadly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like perfect's the way I would describe it as well. I mean, that was just textbook that we saw from Cloud9. And again, I might sound like a bit of a broken record here, but I was really impressed with collect. And it wasn't even, forget the stat lines. I mean, 19 assists is fantastic. 9 assists is great. You know, the stat line was fantastic, but the eyeball test is what got it for me. The way he was moving around the map, it seemed like he just clearly mastered. He knows something that we don't know.
I think the word I would be using for it is it felt like Collect was always playing with purpose, right? Every play that he was identifying throughout that game had an idea and a thought behind it that was higher level than just, you know, the next move. While players are thinking one step ahead, he's more like playing a very high level game of chess. Like he's thinking 2-3 steps ahead about what's going to happen in 20-30 seconds from now. It's very, very interesting to watch. And it shows like Collect's one of the smartest players in the HCS. He understands the game at like an intrinsic level, the timing, the positioning. Like it feels like Halo's kind of a game that's like made for him to play. It was really fun to watch.
Always one step over his opponent here on Lattice. We're going to find out if Mindfreak or TSM could pull a page out of Collect's playbook here. As they're in a tight one, Mindfreak a couple seconds away from taking his hill number 1, but it's TSM that have the setup right now. And Soulstipe, although he loses his shields, he also catches an entirely new angle and one that Mindfreak just ain't ready for. The damage goes down and he just gets out, just being a nuisance to Mindfreak.
Yeah, that was really smart by Soulstipe. I mean, just those quick repositions, quick flanking plays make a big difference. And Druck, okay. He was one away from the overkill, but he did have a killing frenzy to start this game. My word, did he put in effort on this first hill, but even after the frenzy, TSM, they don't have this first hill secured, and this is what you are used to seeing, right? It takes a lot of effort to get these opening hills, and it's going to come down to one big team fight. Whoever gets the next like 3-4 down is probably going to get this hill. It's going to come down to this. There's no nades. He doesn't have nades. Sways. Oh no, Tolic. He couldn't do anything but helplessly watch as Sways got into the hill. No nades. It's such a tough spot.
Not very often that we see a team go 3 down and still cap the hill, but Sways is able to do it from Mindfreak. It's a 1-0 lead, and TSM obviously not going to be happy about that one as they start early towards this next hill, but Mindfreak quick to attack.
Wow, just a brutal hill for TSM to have to work to deal with. And man, I'm like trying to do the math in my head, right, of like what the slay disparity was, because I think it was actually pretty significant. I think Mindfreak got outslayed by at least a rotation there, and they still are able to get that hill, right? And look, early on this next hill as well, and Druck is distracted heavily by this player that's underneath him. Sways gets, oh no, right? Because Druck wasted so much time trying to deal with that gunfight on the other side of the map. Not only does he not get away with that gunfight, but when he loses it, he gives up sniper in the process. They still don't get their spawns. Like, that's a back-breaking play in my opinion, because Sways makes that to get sniper, right? That's the risk benefit analysis he's making. He says, I want sniper, I'm gonna go and try to make spawns a little iffy here, and it works. And then now the payoff is here. He's hitting shots like that. Double killing spree. The Kiwi has come to play.
Sways going absolutely off. Another 3 down for TSM, and more importantly, Mindfreak are scoring, and Sways is still hitting shots. Beautifully played so far. Another no scope. Somebody stop this man. He's on fire.
Oh no, Manny. There's nowhere for him to go. Tries to take the challenge, but Sways ain't missing. All the sniper gone, but the second hill secured. And now TSM is in danger if they don't get this hill quickly, right? There's only 3 minutes on the clock, and that might sound like a lot, but if you don't capture this right away, it becomes a little bit more of a fight to do so. Not only are you going to find yourself down, 2-1, but you're probably going to be out of a lot of time here. And what would be especially backbreaking is if you let Mindfreak get this third hill. I think Lattice in particular is just a map where it's almost impossible to come down when you go down 0-3.
It was Druck in the first half, and Sways the one swaying momentum in the team's favor here in the second half. A killing frenzy, and I don't even think we should be surprised with what we were seeing. One killing frenzy deserves another, and Mindfreak up 2-0, about a second away from taking the needier for Mindfreak. And mind you guys, to remind you of the stakes. We're in game number 3. It is simply do or die right now. TSM have to go back to back to back in order to make something happen, which is really tough to do with the way Mindfreak are playing.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm really impressed that TSM have been able to get this hill with as little time off the clock, because this is the hardest hill to capture on Lattice. I mean, it's just so exposed to so many parts of the map. TSM able to get a good chunk of time early on is a great sign for them to having enough time on this comeback. And honestly, if I'm Mindfreak, I'm probably doing the calculus of being, I'm not getting in this hill, because TSM, they're just one good break away from getting this capture. I think you want to try to take as much time off the clock as possible, but looks like Mindfreak, different idea, right? They're going to stand in this hill. Rice gonna hit that one. That's a little mouse and keyboard flick for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that. I think playing time would definitely to play, especially with that hill going towards that middle ice. That is a tough hill to capture, as you mentioned before. But I mean, when you're shooting like this, I don't think it matters right now. Rice down to one shot, high IQ play to stay alive here. Half the numbers of TSM get removed from the map, so the Slay's advantage still favoring Mindfreak, and they're gonna keep getting the hill time.
Yeah, look how far away the spawn is from TSM. I mean, reality is they have one good push left here. You see them kitting out towards cargo as well. I don't know if they have the time for such a long flanking play. They have to force the player out of this hill now, and no one has a position to do so. Rice steps out for a second, but it's just Manny, and even though Manny got him out of hill, he's not going to be able to stay alive, and Mindfreak are going to be able to get that capture, and they'll take TSM down. All right, that's a 2-1. No, unfortunate that TSM only gets a best of 3 there, because I think that's one that probably goes to a game 5 if they're given an opportunity. But man, this Mindfreak team looks good. The Australians playing extremely well, and we see the top half of the bracket starting to look a little bit more clear here. Mindfreak and OpTic Gaming gonna be going up against each other. Akave versus Cloud9. You know, I think we might be seeing some rematches here, Tony. There are some great games going down.
It really is. History sometimes doomed to repeat itself. We could see that. And man, I mean, just to bring it back to Mindfreak and what we just saw, absolutely incredible work by them. They've been on the rise for quite some time if you really have been paying attention. But, you know, the moment Barcode ended back on this roster, man, it just feels right, man.
Yeah, look, and as we see this bracket continue on, it looks like FaZe and Envy are likely to play each other. FaZe and so let me get this. Let me tell you guys something, right? OpTic versus a Mindfreak. That's about to happen. That went to game 5. Mindfreak won it when it was in pool plays at Charlotte. Akave versus Cloud9 is about to happen. That one went to game 5. Akave came out victorious to get their top 12 placing. I mean, their top 8 placing, right? That was for top 8. And then FaZe versus Envy is gonna happen. That also went to game 5 at Charlotte in the winner's side. Like, this is crazy. We got all the rematches going down today.
That we do, and Complexity Unreal Nightmare is going to be a very interesting one as well. That can go down to the wire as well. Both teams are playing with their fully loaded rosters. Dude, this tournament so far, even in the early rounds, is action-packed, and man, the bracket is kind of doing its thing right now.
No, this is such a sick bracket that's going down. The only thing that can make it better is if I was, you know, casting this on a secret lab. Secret lab desk. Oh wait, I am casting this on a secret lab desk. Hey Tony, I gotta give a quick shout out, because secret lab, I think they have the best desk in the game. It's all metal. You know what that means for me, bro? Is I go and I get these magnetic cable managers, bro. Y'all, it's game changing. Being able to have a metal desk where I'm just boom, magnet here, magnet there, boom, 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 boom. Literally life saving.
Tell us about the quality of product as well. Like, you know, I've moved now multiple times with my Secret Labs desk, and there's other desks out.
I'd say rest in peace, bro.
Hey, it's a little heavy. It is, but you know what? Those other desks didn't survive the move. They broke down real quick. Meanwhile, this desk has gone through now 2 different moves and has done its thing. Yeah, shout out to Secret Labs for making a quality product.
Look at that. Secret Labs getting us through into our next series. Cloud9 going up against Akave. A little bit of a rematch. This was a match that happened at HCS Charlotte in the lower bracket round 1. It was for top 8, and Akave reverse swept Cloud9 to get that win. Now, Cloud9, I think, looking for some revenge. Very rare do we see them losing so early on in the tournament. They're at their home stand here online. I'd say this is their chance to reestablish the pecking order.
I want to switch over towards Lures and to try to make his way through the tower side. We do see Magical on the low side, and he's able to grab a hold of this camouflage. So this is going to be absolutely huge for Akave Esports. Camouflage and the early double cap for them.
And with that, you see Magico just trying to patiently wait for his time. They'll give up that A hill, but it's worth it in order to get those kills. I'd like to see Magico go free, right? You could try to hit out a C side rotation here and accelerate the clock greatly. Looks like they're going to trap at C instead. Very interesting plays, and with him pushing up like this, I wouldn't be surprised if that last spawner gets staggered out. No, all 4 are going to be at C, and Magico still has not been seen. Just a slow, patient, methodical play. This is all Akave to start.
Allows it to spawn up over towards C and turns that into a flanking play. One goes down, and now the second one will join them. Akave Esports on the attack, but Cloud9 spawning up over on the A side. They're going to at least get away with Alpha, but as we know, in Strongholds, it takes 2 to tango, and Akave Esports are dancing with Bravo and Charlie, and maybe flirting around with a trip cap.
Collect was trying his best to get away with that kill, but that's a tough one. Sab early on his rotation to B. Tempo favors Cloud9, but oh! Last second Acid hits the shot, and with that, they'll continue to score. That was what Cloud9 needed, was that early tempo play to B, but when that doesn't go down, things might just get deadly. You see the trip caps in. It's going to be 2 points for every second after they capture C, and they are not letting off the gas pedal whatsoever. They are going for the jugular. Perfect shots from Acid. He has 5 left. Boo Boo Doo going for the chow. Finally gets the kill, but it's relief after 75 points have been put on the board, and it still continues to score. Akave is pushing Cloud9 to the limit.
Cloud9 may have finally been able to slow down Akave Esports a bit, but man, the damage clearly has been done. Acid with the grapple was crazy, and now it's Lure and the rest of Akave Esports attacking Charlie and also attacking Sab at the same time. Active camouflage comes up. Triple cap here for Akave Esports, who are looking a bit diffy right now.
This has been fantastic, and the big thing is they keep stopping Cloud9 right when they're about to stabilize. They've been able to get some crucial kills. I think the camo has been so important to their game. The freedom that it's allowed them to have 2 one-shots that will get cleaned up. Avusi not able to get around the corner, and that is just the way this has been going for Cloud9. Every time they think they're about to stabilize, nope, Akave get the kills.
Saw Akave Esports. I mean, they made history over in Charlotte. I mean, the highest placing from a top team from Latin America, and they're looking to keep up that momentum. Look at the score line, 116-9 lead. Akave Esports looking dominant right now against Cloud9.
It feels like Halo is like finally truly becoming an international game, right? The teams from Mexico, the teams from Australia, New Zealand, and Europe are all playing some of their best Halo right now. It's been a pleasure to watch, but at the end of the day, this Cloud9 team on paper should be able to come away with this series, but right now, I mean, the solution, the answer sheet might be a little bit harder to find than they necessarily thought.
And especially with the well-balanced attack that Akave Esports are attacking them with right now. It's not just one player, it's everybody doing their job here. Speed, aggression, and objective efficiency seems to be the name of the game for Akave Esports, and Cloud9 can't seem to slow them down. That's until Avusi comes out with a huge kill over towards the top A catwalk side, but still Akave Esports with the double cap.
The Acid's been crazy. It feels like he can't lose gunfights. He's 13-6 to start this game. He's got perfect feeds all throughout perfect medals throughout the feed. It's been crazy to see him go to work here. Finally, they shut him down. I think that might be really a key for Cloud9. It's just shutting down Acid. It feels like he keeps winning some of these one-on-one fights that usually go Cloud9's way.
Active camouflage about to come up here. The Shroud won't be in play for that. It's used just to stay alive over on the Charlie side. Camo being fought over. Shock now in the hands of Collect and combining it with the camo. This might be exactly what the doctor ordered.
Oh, not able to reset A there, which is tough. Like, Collect was looking for a clean shot there. It doesn't come. So if they were able to get that kill, right, then they can keep that tempo of a trip cap in, right? They can be early on their rotation to C, but because that gets captured, they'll slow themselves down here just for a little bit. But this is the first camo that Cloud9's gotten away with. And we'll see how much they can rack up with this camo into play. They are not hesitating on any of this trip cap pressure. It's another 4 down. B spawns and the initial plays will be very important for Akave. If they go down early, this trip cap isn't going away anytime soon.
Trip cap still here, and so is Collect. Putting pressure over on the back gold side of the map right now as we see Akave Esports trying to take space multiple different directions, but Boo Boo Dubu gets the first kill. Sab follows it up. Cloud9 once again have the man advantage, and they're still scoring right now. 4 down go Akave Esports.
Yeah, Akave, you got off to a hot start, but Cloud9, this is what we expect from them. This aggressive play when they get the trip caps in. Collect not losing his gunfights. 5 in a row for him now. They have come to life, and they have taken the lead in this game. This trip cap has been back-breaking, and Collect swinging into the action. They're not trying to give up on this trip cap. I don't think they know Collect's position. He gets good shots on the one. He's gonna give it up for. Is he gonna give it up? Whoa, Tony! Collect said no. I'm not giving up. He just doubled back.
I mean, his team was 3 down at that point. He said, you know what? I'm taking 1 down with me. And the double back was absolutely crazy. But Akave Esports once again with control. Cloud9 still with the lead. Avusi gonna drop down over toward the low ground while Collect does everything he can to stay alive here. Once again, 3 down go Akave Esports. And once again, Cloud9 pushing in for all 3 bases.
I can't emphasize how clean of a play that was from the macro standpoint of Cloud9, right? Because what's coming up on the map is camouflage. They just got they should be able to get away with this camouflage in a couple seconds here, but that all starts early on because they have A hold and they're working on B. Sab gives up A spawns to go work with Avusi over at C. They can finish that collapse. They rotate C, B at the same time. But more importantly, they give themselves the better spawns to play for camo that's up 20 seconds. And this is what we talk about. It's not about playing for that next play. It's about playing for that 20, 30-second delayed play. It's about thinking steps ahead. And Cloud9 are brilliant right now. They are playing just about perfect. They've scored 200 points to just 20 to Akave in this last 2 minutes of gameplay. It's absurd how they've been able to take over this way.
Akave Esports having to dive in Alpha Bravo at the same time here. And although they're able to get away with A, it's still scoring right now at Cloud9. Akave Esports have to dive into a base to stop the scoring, but they're not able to get the kills necessary. Every line of sight being held off, and Cloud9, hold on. What a comeback. What a game.
Yeah, so we call that C90, right, Tony?
Is that what C90 is?
I'm gonna change the definition because that was brilliant from them. They're down in the dumps at the beginning of the game. Nothing's going right, and then Cloud9 came to play. They found their rotations and just blitzed their way to the finish line. I'm curious whether we have that rotation. It wasn't like flashy on screen, but dude, it just showed how well they were operating at the end of the game. That rotation that they had at C, Boo Boo Dubu pops off 20 kills for him. You know, Collect, he finishes his game even, but we saw him going on that killing spree, close to a killing frenzy in that game, showing how different it was from the start to the finish. And looks like, dude, we're gonna have back-to-back action here. I'm really excited. We're gonna be watching both these series. Our focus is gonna be on that Cloud9 series, of course, but we'll keep an eye on Mindfreak versus OpTic Gaming whenever we get the chance.
Yeah, I mean, we saw one fantastic Strongholds recharge. Why not see a little bit of another one here? OpTic Gaming and Mindfreak, the rematch from HCS Charlotte. Mindfreak pulled off a massive upset, and on top of that, ended up topping their pools out of open bracket. Something we really had never seen before. Ended up being the highest placing team out of any team in ANZ, but OpTic Gaming might be out for revenge.
Keep an eye on some of these early plays from Mindfreak. I mean, look how aggressively they are playing for this trip cap here. Oh, Sways. Okay. Dude, Sways was trying to breakdance his way into a couple sprint strafes. He does get enough damage onto the cross map player to get one kill, but that will give a home to OpTic Gaming for now. If he was able to find that crazy kill, that trip cap would have been established for a very long time. So a massive play by Legend to get that kill.
Sways is known for having a head spin that'll make your head spin, and now a double cap here for OpTic Gaming. Going in for the trip as Alpha, about to change hands real quick. Mindfreak started off well, had a trip cap for them, but now OpTic Gaming with the answer back and a trip cap of their own.
I gotta say, we haven't been watching a ton of Mindfreak. We saw the end of their game versus TSM. We're seeing the beginning of this. Sways, damn impressive, bro. I gotta say, like some of the fights he's winning, the situations he's getting away with, he's playing next level. You know, it's not the flashiest stat line, 5 and 3 to start, but if you take a look at the tape, he's getting some crazy plays on paper.
Sways been absolutely doing this thing every single time we have him on camera here. Also Barcode as well, 7 and 4, but a huge kill goes the way of OpTic Gaming right onto Scoobmeister. And we see Barcode trying to fly his way over towards Alpha, but it's too little, too late. A new angle, a new fight, and maybe a new opportunity as Barcode goes right inbound.
The Barcode like having to have a very unique, that's a Halo Infinite fight if I've ever seen one, right? The melee's midair to a grapple back. Just crazy plays. Legend, not gonna be able to get that cleanup bound with a really fantastic effort to get back towards a team fight there to finish off that kill to Scoob. In the one-on-one close quarters mouse and keyboard fight, another one on screen, and both the MNK players, they've come to fight in the close quarters. They just took down Legend and Renegade in those in that very close range gunfight that usually benefits controller.
Yeah, you know, he talked to Active all the time. He's always talking about the close range being tough, but so far, Scoobmeister and Rice must have figured it out. And we saw back-to-back kills really go their way. A lead here for Mindfreak, but 3 down they go. Scoobmeister, the final player alive. OpTic come off the spawn and made their presence known.
Renegade lurking into the back. He knows that pressure is going to be coming towards C, and he'll just vacate. This is a very heads-up play by Renegade. There's no reason to take a fight that you're so heavily disadvantaged from. Try to find something different where you at least have an even chance, and he'll be able to get a trade out of his life with something that should have probably been a quick death for him.
Legend having a tough time right now. We saw that one fight not go his way over toward the back gold pipes. We saw the green gun not quite connect. Meanwhile, Sways is feeling himself right now. Sways and Mindfreak with a huge advantage here on Strongholds. They're showing people it wasn't just a fluke. Mindfreak are the real deal.
I like watching Sways play because you can see his thought process in his game, right? Because you see him drop down, he like sees Formal, he's like, okay, I don't know if Formal saw me, but if he did, he's gonna be looking here, so I'm gonna grapple up and cut the angle here, and then I'm gonna have a noob combo out. Like, it's just like crazy thinking about like every situation and how you can try to come out on top. But Mindfreak, they got themselves this early lead, but what's dangerous is when you let OpTic Gaming get trip caps, right? And they start to split the spawn. Barcode needs to win this one, and he does. And notice how he's not getting into that hill right away. Much more important for him to get those shields back. His life is extremely valuable here, and you're seeing the ramifications from there, right? They clean up the rest of the kills. They get themselves established once again. If Barcode goes down early, loses that gunfight, that's a trip cap for OpTic Gaming. Instead, Barcode wins the gunfight. The Aussies start winning more and more gunfights, and they're scoring instead. This is what's been the difference, I think, from the earlier Mind Freak that we've seen and earlier in the year and the Mind Freak we're seeing now. Like they're winning some of these really crucial battles.
Barco went on an absolute tear when you talked about him staying alive. Actually, got 3 or 4 kills after that, and the damage was serious. Now back-to-back kills here for OpTic Gaming. 3 down, go Mind Freak, and that's gonna be a triple cap for OpTic Gaming. If there's any chance for them to come back in this game, it's right here with the triple cap.
Yeah, but Legend and OpTic Gaming have them trapped where they want them to in that Pipe's position, where it's a lot harder for them to get out, right? Because every angle that you can get out from there, OpTic Gaming has covered. So by the time they're able to do so, you see the ramifications. The trip cap stays into effect. They're able to prolong this scoring effort, and even then, on that next rotation, they're able to contest over at C. This is really well played by OpTic Gaming, and this is what makes OpTic very dangerous. You give them a chance to give a trip cap, they'll get right back and retake the lead from you.
All that work that Mind Freak put down, and OpTic Gaming end up taking the lead, and they are still scoring right now. Renegade now with the shot in hand. Once again, half the members of Mind Freak end up getting sent to the respawn screen. The other half are going to try to push A, but you run into a Renegade and an OpTic Gaming that have built the green wall. You can't get through it.
This one, we're going to go for it. Now, Nade does let Rice know that there should be pressure coming, but Formal does not care. He is getting aggressive. He's trying to put that pressure. And the big thing is he's trying to keep Mind Freak just distracted on the other side, because the rest of OpTic Gaming is playing heavy on that A side. Oh, really? That would have been really smart by Formal if he was aware of Sway's position, but Sway's a little lucky there to be in the right corner. If Formal turns the other way, oh, Mind Freak would have been in big trouble.
Kind of reminded what happened in that matchup with Cloud9 and Coffee Esports. The underdogs coming out in a big way in the early game, but the response back from the favorites here in OpTic Gaming. Once again, 225 points for them, holding on to Alpha and Bravo, but they're the ones that go 3 down. Rice is now able to get away with the camouflage, puts it to work immediately. Is this where Mind Freak take back control?
Trying to get away, but not able to get those kills. You see a double dilemma be put down. Oh no! Mind Freak needed B there. They're not going to get it. That's going to keep OpTic Gaming from scoring. What a nade!
Legend from downtown with that one, and that was just beautifully played. And still, Mind Freak able to take away Alpha and Bravo. They've stopped OpTic Gaming from scoring, and they just lucky they got him 3 down as well. Mind Freak, they have the double cap, and if they could hold on and play perfect Halo, we could see Mind Freak pull off yet another upset here in game number 1.
In the games they did beat OpTic Gaming and in the objectives, it was similar to this, where OpTic Gaming gets that to the finish line, but they weren't quite able to cross it. Mind Freak has been very icy in these spots, and wow, Scoop played that so well, just valuing his life on the corner. They spot Legend, the last player alive, early as well, so Barcode's going to put that pressure on, and notice when Legend dies, that's when the rest of the team spawns up. So OpTic Gaming now has this stagger spawn to deal with. They're going to have to slow themselves down until Legend spawns up, which, buys more and more time for Mind Freak to slowly come back into this game.
Mind Freak completely set up right now, watching the angles here. Formal going to try to sneak over towards Alpha, and he's able to do so. Now, converting here. They're not able to get him out. Now, Charlie and Alpha belong to OpTic Gaming, and he knows that Mind Freak going to be overextending over towards C. Formal's already here. Can OpTic stop Mind Freak?
Yeah, wow, I mean, Formal just caught Mind Freak mid-rotation, and it gets them, a couple points closer, but Mind Freak able to recover for now, but it's just a recovery. These kills are so important. Someone needs to get to A. They just don't have the time. It's going to be a couple points here for OpTic, and they will be able to finish it off that 3 down. OpTic Gaming put themselves into a strong spot to finish and will be able to do so. But we are seeing that Mind Freak, it wasn't just a fluke at Charlotte. Like, these guys are able to go to war. They're pushing OpTic Gaming and forcing them to play these close games.
Mind Freak clearly the real deal, and on the lower bottom right hand corner of your screen, you're seeing that so are Cloud9. Cloud9 not only get that comeback win in game number 1, but a 50-32 score line in that game number 2. Cloud9 looking really good. And just take a look at the stats right now. I see on the bottom half of your screen, you see Sab going off with that 17 kill performance. Meanwhile, on the top half, I'm seeing overall in the kills, very balanced, but Legend throwing up 14 assists to go along with his 16 kills.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math real fast. That's 40, so 55 kills for Mindfreak in their on their side. What is it? 32 plus, what's 32 plus 17, Tony?
49.
49 plus 15. So Slay's favoring OpTic Gaming by pretty thin margin there. I think like a 4 or 5 kill differential between the two. But I mean, hey, it just shows like these teams very even on paper so far.
I'm gonna need you to do me a huge favor here, Tools. Don't ever put me on the spot with math ever again, bro.
Smart.
That was
If you see Tony, ask him about the quadratic formula. Like, he knows it on the top of it. He's like a savant. It's crazy.
The quantum translocator? What?
yeah, it's how you calculate where your quantum translocator is gonna go. You have to pull out the quadratic formula.
Looks like we're getting a bit of a reset on the top left-hand corner of your screen. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Cloud9 up 2-0 against Akave Esports. Looks like they're getting into their game number 3. And I believe I saw an oddball on a live fire. So it's going to be a nice long one. It's going to be a battle of attrition. Oftentimes, we see this map and game mode combination go to a round 3. And with how exciting this matchup has been so far, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again.
Yeah, it feels like Cloud9 as like finally gotten the foundation under them. They had a very clean game of Slayer. They won that by almost a spectacular margin. I think just a few kills over that limit for Akave. So it should be easy cleanup. And this is the thing, Cloud9 was in this position before, just a week ago at HCS Charlotte, where the elimination was on the line. They were up 2-0, and Akave were able to find game 3. Then they scrapped for game 4, and then they get themselves into that game 5 situation. This is a chance to redo history, to have a second chance, and to reestablish your confidence in yourself. Finish this game off in a sweep. I think that's the main priority right now for Cloud9.
So far for Cloud9, Sab in this particular matchup has been that player to watch out for. I mean, 17 kills in a Slayer is pretty damn good if you ask me. I mean, what's your job in a Slayer? To get, 13, 12 kills and you did your job? I mean, 17 is pretty damn good, especially against a team like Akave Esports.
I guess it's like you're only allowed 12 deaths, but is your job 13 kills or is it 12 kills? Because it's like everyone can have 12, but one guy needs 13, right? That's how the math works.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm gonna say my job as a support player, because you damn ain't sure looking at me to get kills, is 12. In fact, my job is 11. It's your job to get 16, damn it.
Well, you see, OpTic Gaming was off to a hot start there. Got a clean 4 down, but Mindfreak just knew exactly what to do off their spawn. They all 4 pushed the same angle, overwhelm the players that are trying to get themselves set up for the next rotation, and clear out some spacing for their team to work with. The big thing that happens though when they lose that opening start is they lose this, right? The sniper and the camo does go to OpTic Gaming, and it goes to Formal, who's very scary when he's giving the shot. Now, one thing to note, that shock rifle only has 2 bullets in it. That means it's not enough to get a kill by itself. It can take down a weak player, but not enough for a full health player.
Mindfreak with quite the response. Right to the mid-map they go, right at Formal and the rest of OpTic Gaming. Mindfreak down by 2 kills, but now they're the ones who widen their influence on the map.
You see Scoot track down, force underneath, and Renegade gonna try to take advantage of that. Will get the kill. Rice not able to keep him alive. It's just Legend that's alive in his position known. Rice able to get that next one, and we're back to even. It's 11 all, and Mindfreak gonna be able to pressure OpTic Gaming. Tempo favoring the Australians here.
Barcode attacking top mid and has angles on multiple members of OpTic Gaming. One over toward the hotel side, and there's one on S1. Renegade able to take down Sways, but Scoop Meister right back at him here. It's quite the fight. A 1-kill advantage for Mindfreak, but for how long is OpTic continue to attack?
Legend just opens up a whole line for C. He just got another kill. He doesn't even take him down either. Legend just got 3 massive kills for his team, and that should have been a cleanup, like an easy cleanup, and Mindfreak gets back into position to try to collapse in on OpTic Gaming again. Instead, Legend from the middle position down the one shot, not only finds one, not only finds two, gets 3 kills, gets them the lead by 3, and now they're able to fight back, get into that camo spot. I mean, that's all Legend right there, and he's not even done. Yeah, that's 5 in a row now for him. He's got camo, and he's trying desperately to get away, and he will. This is so well played, and this is why, like, when people talk about the best players in the game right now, Legend is top of mind because the plays like this, they cannot deal with. He's 10-3, Tony.
Not all kills are created equal, and he's 10-3 right now, and it feels like 15 kills with the way that he's playing and slaying. In the wise words of Barney Stinson, my man is Legend. Wait for it, Dairy.
So far, quadruple positive in this game, and he's gonna find his 10th in a row. Legend will not be stopped. I mean, right now we are on pace for running riot material, and he's finding all the one shots. Oh, right when you think it's easy, right when the one shot's right next to you, that's where he goes down.
30-23 lead here for OpTic Gaming. Scoopmeister gonna get his shields back here at Mindfreak, who have put up quite the fight literally all series long. They're the ones who find themselves on their back foot. Against OpTic Gaming, that is not what you want to be, because I can't think of a team that rides momentum better than OpTic Gaming.
Double digits, and look, it's a double-digit lead. I don't think it's a coincidence that you see a double-digit lead, and we saw Legend go on a killing frenzy. Right, like that has been the difference between these two teams. Otherwise, it's been about even. Now, OpTic has so much freedom to play with. Renegade's gonna start, going doing his thing. He's got a triple kill there, and this should be, the sort of routine style gameplay that OpTic Gaming is used to for finishing out Slayers. So much of that early work makes the end game that much easier for the team. And Renegade and Legend, you can start to see these guys are flowing like water. 12 kills for Renegade, 17 for Legend. They are just working so well with each other. This is when OpTic Gaming's at their deadliest, is when those two are just playing MVP caliber performances.
6 more kills needed here for OpTic Gaming, and obviously Mindfreak find himself way too far behind. Honestly, in spectacular situation or danger right now is Mindfreak, especially the OpTic Gaming are playing. But what does Sways have for breakfast? Because whatever he had, I'll take 2. The man hasn't lost a piv yet.
Yeah, I'm curious. It does feel like we go to Sways, he's like just wins something. He's going back to forward. He's going to try to take the fight again. Barcode's going to clean it up this time, but only 3 deaths afforded for Mindfreak at the end of the game here. It's not an impossible comeback. It is certainly improbable, borderlining impossible here.
I didn't see an assist column for 4 more. That's great.
No, he's got 15.
Dude.
He's doing his thing. I was curious what his damage is at the end of the game, because you see 15 assists is crazy. The big thing is, like, if his damage is also extremely high, it's crazy because the way damage works in Halo Infinite, guys, if you guys didn't know this, not every bullet is worth the same amount of damage. So when you go look at the end of a game, if a player has like a crazy amount of damage and not that many kills, that means they're shooting, because the headshots that you get to finish a kill is worth a lot more in damage than like a body shot to take down shield. So it can be really telling at the end of the game if you see someone with like very low kills but very high damage, because that means they were out there, bro. Like they are doing damage on the map.
Fun fact, I actually did a test about this, and literally I had somebody fire off 4 shots with the bandit, and then I got the headshot as the final kill to take down a player, and the headshot was worth about more than the first 4 shots.
Yeah, so 1 shot can be worth more than whoa, Avusi peeling heads, and they're just 15 seconds away from taking this round. But you see the stat line for Cloud9. The Slays have been comfortable so far in this oddball game as they look to establish a 1-0 lead and get themselves 1 step closer to that sweep.
Final seconds go in here. Cloud9 once again doing what they came to do. Akave Esports has been absolutely phenomenal so far this series, but it's still a 2-0 leader for Cloud9. They figure out a way to close out games.
See Vusi targeting that sniper right away, gets it to his hands. Oh, but caught in the worst possible spot. Had to change weapon. Did get the shot off, but not quite able to line it up to the head. Akave with a good start, able to get that ball time, and is well established for camouflage, right? They have A and tower side control, so Cloud9 gonna have to go through these angles to even contest camo.
That's gonna try to melt through the push here of Cloud9. It's a big snipe for him and a huge angle to take down Sav. That's a man that has been practicing and putting in the work, and you see it right here, right now. Acid doing his thing, and he's gonna pass that ball and say, hey, look, I'm flying right now. I got a sniper, and I'm putting Cloud9 3 down.
Yeah, I was happy to see Acid like keep the sniper in his hands. Because like a lot of times you have camo player, you're like, ah, go give sniper to camo. It's like, wow, if you're hitting shots like that, keep it in your hand, right? Like I truly am like a believer of the hot hand idea. Right? If someone's hitting shots, keep that weapon there.
22-0 run here for Akave Esports, and right now we're gonna find out if Drift is the one with the hot hand. He has a camo and sniper combination. Meanwhile, Booba might have heard that audio cue of camo running out, but doesn't matter when Drift is hitting shots like that. 2 go down for Cloud9. Drift doing everything he can to stay alive and absolutely decimate Collect. Are you kidding me? He drifts the corner and takes off Collect's head.
Bro, that might as well been like, that could have been movie-esque. That's the side of play that you see in trailers. Like that's absurd. Like, what? He's down to 1 shot, hits the curb slide to get away, barely gets away with his life, pushes past the chase nade that's coming for him, closes the space and hits the headshot mid-air while his opponent's also in air at a different elevation than him. Just to put it in context, like the absurdity of that shot.
Insane. And a 33-22 lead here, still for Akave Esports. We hop on board now with the Vusi, who's gonna try to do what he can to help Booba grab a hold of that camouflage, more importantly, get away with it. Looks like they're able to do so. Down by just 11 points, not much here, especially when you have all of the resources on the map. And here come Cloud9.
That Booba back into the front lines. I see 2 players underneath. They will go down. 3 down for Akave. Cloud9 going to be able to get that ball time once again. And although it was basically a perfect start for Akave, Cloud9 wasted no time getting their way back into it. And you can see the lead will switch hands. And feeling confident with this camouflage. One of the best camo players ever to do it. You're seeing why. I mean, he is just picking apart Akave.
23 points so far here for Cloud9. Sad with the ball in hands, and Akave Esports stuck over toward the back green side. It's a Vusi trying to line him up. Laura gets the first kill. Booba follows it up. Collect answers that back as well, and now Drift down to 1 shot and nowhere to go but the respawn screen. Cloud9 hold on, and that's a lot of ball time about to be accumulated.
Yeah, Collect has an option to play very aggressive into A if he wanted to, but gonna try to keep things simple, right? Could complicate the game state quite a bit there. Oh! Missed the easy one, hits the hard one. Going back, trying to get to his teammates' help. Love the jiggle, but Acid too good there to go down in that gunfight. But only 15 seconds for Cloud9, and I don't know if Akave has the resources to force this play ball in time.
So close, but not able to finish it out as Cloud9. It looks like Akave Esports are able to force the play ball early on, and mind you, not only that, but also on the reset as well. 3 down, go Cloud9. Akave Esports ain't done just yet.
Drift able to pull this back towards his spawners. The big thing for Akave, though, is you basically have to play perfect. You can't even afford to let Cloud9 sneak away a little ball time, right? You have to be very aware of when you're losing these fights and being quick on rotation to try to get a play ball. But even then, it might not even be guaranteed because all Cloud9 needs is 7 seconds.
And They're about to get it right here, right now, unless Acid has something to say about that. The melee goes down, and now you see Cloud9 trying to rotate this ball away from Akave Esports, but might have been a bit of a fumblerooski here as multiple go down for Cloud9. Camouflage comes up. Lord tried to take advantage of it, but Boo Boo Doo is there, and he gets himself a double kill, and you see Cloud9 continue to be relentless, attacking, baiting this ball in the camouflage as well.
Yeah, I see both teams getting very good fill spawns there. The spawns for Akave at A, the spawns for Cloud9 over at Dummies. That means that ball is going to be stuck in the middle between the two warring sides, and with it, I think it's likely this ball is going to get reset unless someone touches it about now. Oh, they were so close, but that could heavily favor Cloud9 here. They're going to be able to nade these out. Multiple one shots that just get away, but Cloud9 still in this fight. I mean, look how long this battle's been. It comes down to Acid, and he will not be able to get those kills. That will be it. Cloud9 sweep Akave and get some sweet, sweet revenge in the winner's side.
It was quite some time that Cloud9 were looking for those final 5 seconds. Was hard as can be. Akave Esports didn't give up, but eventually Cloud9 earned what was theirs. They're going to be advancing forward. Akave Esports can't say the same for them.
See this bracket starting to develop. Cloud9 going to move one step forward. OpTic versus Mindfreak still continuing on. It's OpTic Gaming that has that 2-0 lead. We'll see if Mindfreak's going to be able to find a solution in the oddball on Livefire. A tough position for Mindfreak. I mean, this is OpTic Gaming's bread and butter. They do not lose Livefire oddball.
Barcode once again doing his thing, 13-10 right now. And looks like Mindfreak are the ones with the ball, at least for now. OpTic Gaming forced the reset here right off the map. That ball goes, and OpTic Gaming hold on to the advantage.
Seeing Legend able to pick up that ball right away off that 4 down. They're gonna maximize the amount of time they'll be able to get before that next gunfight. That's something OpTic Gaming does so well. Oftentimes you'll see them try to pick up that ball during engagements, confident that a lot of times they can get the job done with just 3 bandits on the map. And look, even now, like Mindfreak's push comes, that ball stays in possession of Legend, and they're just winning the gunfights in that disadvantaged state of not having 4 bandits on the map, still getting more and more ball time.
Legend's still scoring right now. I thought that ball was being played right off here, but somehow OpTic Gaming able to hold the line, find the slays necessary, and that extra time that Legend's going to be able to accumulate gives them 62 right now, and they're right back on the ball. It's 3 down once again. Go Mindfreak, and Formal knows where his teammate is spawning.
That's Legend being able to get that trade out kill as he plays the ball. So it's just Formal and one player, Mindfreak, alive on the map. Formal's gonna be, yeah, let me get some free time here while they have to basically force the play. And Mindfreak finally get that 4 down to get a little ball time. But look at the difference, right? Like, OpTic Gaming has a very nice lead to work with.
Snipe in the hands of Sways at the moment here. Has plenty of ammo to work with, has the repulse in the back pocket as well. Mindfreak have control, but where the heck did Bounces come from? Attacks the perimeter, not only gets a kill, but does some extra damage. That Renegade is able to take advantage of. The Demon strikes for the double kill, not quite able to get the triple. Mindfreak doing everything they can to hold on.
Heads up by Scoop there, right? Like, you could try to take that challenge, you should win it, but you feel yourself going down a couple shots in a fight, like, wait for the help to come. But eventually OpTic Gaming off spawn, play extremely quick into the chaotic fray, and with it, they're able to find a couple clean kills and get time. It's only 20 seconds now for OpTic Gaming to close out this series, and Mindfreak is on the complete opposite end of the map. And look where OpTic Gaming's position. They're deep into the front lines. They're gonna force this Mindfreak roster to win those gunfights early on to get the ball break. They do, but you can see just the style of play of OpTic. They're always batting for the home run.
Despite the space that OpTic Gaming were taking, Mindfreak were ready for the fight. They end up getting that and also getting that ball toward the tower side. There's no OpTic Gaming are still going to continue to push the pressure onto Mindfreak, and Mindfreak won a couple of battles here, but now it looks like OpTic Gaming starting to overwhelm them a bit here.
Yeah, you see this fight, the longer it takes, the worse it is for Mindfreak, because Formal's just picking up ball time in the process. 3 seconds to go, no contest will come. OpTic Gaming remain just so dominant on live fire oddball. There is really no team that can contest this these guys on this map. It is very rare to see them drop it.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, I know they only had dropped like one game of Oddball leading into Championship Sunday. I mean, Oddball is definitely seemingly OpTic Gaming's bread and butter, and you saw it even against a very hungry Mind Freak roster. OpTic Gaming going to advance forward. Mind Freak still get to compete down in the lower bracket here. And OpTic Gaming, probably your favorites to win this tournament.
Yeah, and we'll see them go up against Cloud9 next in our series. Bracket working out that way, and that should be, you know, a big challenge for Cloud9. But if they're able to overcome, that would be a huge sign for them as they're looking for a good bounce back tournament here and at the World Championships.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so far it's been your 5K Open domination number 2 here. It has been lights out here in the winner's side of the bracket. We still have to complete the lower side and also find out who's making it to the winner's finals, who's making it to the grand finals. We're going on a short break. Don't go anywhere because we have more action along the way.
scoring. Enemy team 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 scoring. way to victory. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team nearing victory. Enemy team scoring.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Your 5K Open domination number 2 here. We have plenty of teams that have been duking it out, and we got another match about to come up for you guys. Winners bracket semifinals. You win here, and you're guaranteed top 3 in this tournament, no matter what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a very interesting match, right? Because Cloud9 looking to find some momentum against OpTic Gaming, the big behemoth that's ahead of them. Let's be honest, like OpTic Gaming, you kind of have to treat him like a final boss. You gotta pull out all the stops, all the special moves, whatever you got in the tank, you better let it out now. So far, OpTic Gaming not only get the shock rifle, they get the hill and the camouflage to start.
Most dangerous team in the league right now, but not a perfect team. We've seen OpTic Gaming get upset once or twice, or more than that, a few times now. And maybe Cloud9 can hand them another upset here. Easier said than done, as we see Avusi trying to make his way over towards gold, but you have all the resources in the hands of OpTic Gaming.
With that, Legend gonna get the knowledge drop on the Boo Boo Doo Boo. They do get them out of the hill, but still haven't found Legend. He's got that camouflage to work with, and he's last alive, but he is not going down. And more importantly, he's gonna keep the spawns. Ooh, actually the spawns do flip out, so Legend probably gonna have to do some calculus here on whether he wants to leave this hill early or not, and he decides to try to hold on to it. The push is coming through, but OpTic Gaming should be able to get their first hill here. Pretty routine for them, as they were just dominant on their slates.
1-0 lead here for OpTic Gaming as we're on board now with Formal. Oh, remote detonation connects onto Boo Boo Doo Boo, but also puts down some extra damage, including a trade onto Collect. Quite the life there for Formal, and OpTic Gaming still hold on.
With that Legend able to get into the back ranks, trying to hold down these spawns, but oh man, that fight was a tough one. Bound's gonna come up to finish that one for Legend, and then Legend comes back. The bait and switch is perfect. Wow, that was so well played between Legend and Bound.
Almost halfway done with this hill so far is OpTic Gaming here. Formal making sure that nobody pushes up, at least for free. Cloud9, every time they spawn up, they're being sent right back to spawn, and staggered respawns every single time here for Cloud9. OpTic Gaming have complete map control, and that should mean a 2-0 lead for OpTic Gaming.
You see them just sprinting at Cloud9, just trying to keep them staggered and split. As long as they can do that, it's going to be tough for Cloud9 just to get a coordinated enough team shot to find these breaks. The spawns not only are favoring OpTic Gaming, but think about what they had to do to get that, right? They not only won the last hill, they hit their rotations, they get to the third hill early. They'll give up the camo in the process, but I don't think they're too cut up about that because of how dominant their positioning is for this next rotation.
2-0 lead here for OpTic Gaming. Avusi trying to get some value out of this camouflage. Sees his teammate trade out kills over on the C-plat side, and it is a slight advantage here for Cloud9 to try to slowly approach the A side of the map. Takes down Formal, beautifully played, but hold on, where did the flanking Legend just come from?
Yeah, that's big, right? Because it takes down the camouflage, and more importantly, OpTic Gaming didn't have to leave A. They're maintaining at that position. That's the focal point for this attack. They want to break out those A spawns, but OpTic Gaming is just refusing to give up that A spawn. Renegade in the one-on-one is going to win his fight, and he might just win the next that comes as well. Oh, big one, just misses the head. Avusi finally breaks through, but with that, I mean, look how much time and effort it took for Cloud9 to get this break, and even then, they're still having to scrap for it.
Avusi on the follow-ups there almost died to Renegade due to a nasty double, but he survives, he does what he has to do, and now the A side of the map has been conquered by Cloud9, and the follow-up kills are coming in after that. Cloud9 take control and now looking to run away with it and put their first hill on the board.
I like the way he's playing his position from that top catwalk. He's not afraid to leave A to try to put pressure in on those initial spawners, but eventually that lack of fear does cost him when Bound gets good timing onto that cross-map shot with a shock rifle. And OpTic Gaming get right back to their break, but Cloud9, I mean, they did the majority of the work that's necessary. They just need one break, one good push, and they should be able to get away with this hill. But right now, with the way OpTic's set up, I don't think that's going to be necessarily an easy thing to ask for.
Nothing's easy when you're going up against OpTic Gaming here, and Cloud9 find out the hard way because OpTic Gaming might have just come back as far as progression in this hill, take the lead with it, and almost take it over, but a one-shot Sav goes back in for the reach out. Even that's not enough, and the nade's just too little, too late. 3-0 start for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, and that was a hill that Cloud9 really just needed. With it, you know, 3-0, OpTic Gaming just has a lot of freedom to play this how they want Cloud9 in a spot where they really can't make many mistakes. The one benefit that they have going for them when attempting this comeback is that there's still quite a bit of time on the clock, right? With just over 3 minutes, you will have a little bit over a minute's worth of time to spend a neutral clock on each hill. So that's plenty of time to get the job done, but getting the job done is the next part of that equation.
So what you're saying is the only positive for Cloud9 is that OpTic Game have been dominant quickly.
Yeah, they've won their hills, so you've lost quickly on these hills, right? Like, no, it feels counterintuitive to say that, but like if you're scrapping for every hill and you lose every hill, that can feel a lot worse than necessarily giving up on, the first 2 hills quickly and, having that 3rd hill be scrappy. It's honestly probably a better spot for Cloud9 to be in, but still, you need something to start going your way, and just nothing has. I mean, every player has been having a struggle on taking down these OpTic Gaming players. The Slay is just heavily favoring the green wall.
Sadly, and while that was going down here, Cloud9 did have a setup, but OpTic were so quick to break it. And a Legend with some back-breaking plays right there. That's a double for him. Formal now with the shotgun hands holding the line here. And I don't see a world where Cloud9 are able to cross this entire map and get OpTic Gaming out of the hill, at least not in time.
Look at this. I mean, there's just not really much of a hesitation for OpTic Gaming on what they want to do. And Formal. It's scary when they start slowing that reticle down. Sap's going to push as Formal gets his shields. Not able to hit that shot. And Cloud9 have officially broken the setup of OpTic Gaming. But by the time they have, you see already a minute of time has gone off that neutral clock. You just can't afford to let big swaths of time go off like that.
Sam with the shotgun in his hands, he's over toward the long haul side. Good damage by Collect onto Bound. The cleanup should come in the form of Boo Dubu runs into multiple members of OpTic Gaming. Can't exactly find the headshot there. Collect tries to follow it up. Bound puts him down, and with that 3 down go Cloud9, and that might be all she wrote because OpTic Gaming are way too close to winning this game.
Yeah, look, in the OpTic Gaming, they're just going to flood all 4 players in. Cloud9 need to send a firing squad now, and their attempts are going to be met with bandits that are just well connected. OpTic Gaming dominant in game 1, take it clean 4-0.
Beautifully played by OpTic Gaming. When they're all moving on the same timing, when they're all moving in a rhythm, it is so tough to beat because they are aggressive. And oftentimes you go up against OpTic Gaming, it feels like you're in a 4v5. It feels like they got a man over you.
We move into Origin Slayer for our next game. We saw Origin Slayer a little bit earlier, or we saw Origin Flag, I should say, a little bit earlier for Cloud9. The opening starts did not go well for them. I don't think they can afford those same mistakes against OpTic Gaming, because we saw, paths open up for Cloud9 to complete their comeback before. That very rarely happens against OpTic Gaming.
4-0 win for OpTic, and game number 2, we switch things over towards a Slayer. And Cloud9 in the past were known for being one of the better Slayer teams in the league. Maybe that's what they need in order to bounce back into OpTic Gaming, which their weaker game type so far this season has been the Slayers, especially in game number 2. Meanwhile, Luminon and Complexity going at it on the other side of the bracket right now. Luminon with a 2-kill advantage, just 5 more kills away from taking it, making 1 squad wipe as Snipe Drone gets his. SLG gonna cut right through the middle of the map right now. Snipe Drone, the first one to fall in that engagement, actually a double kill courtesy of Mental. SLG wins a piv. Wootum does the same over towards the low ground. That could have been tough for Luminon Gaming, but Luminon holds strong, and now we're 1 kill away.
Yeah, Woodham able to get that shot back on track to get that kill on the Cherish. It goes untraded to get them to 49. A very tough position for Complexity to play out of. These one-shot players, they're going to get hunted. Woodham and Snipe Drone giving out the comms, and there it is. Woodham going to be able to clean up King Nick as they'll get the kill. And oh my, Legend got an overkill. Legend started the game with an overkill. We'll get it on replay, folks. That's absurd. What?
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy.
Well, Renegade was aiming for that rocket from now right there. I want to take down both of them. Beautiful played by Renegade though for the headshot. And wow, you see Luminon clutch out a win against Complexity. And you see OpTic Gaming starting off strong in the Slayer against Cloud9 Legend with 3 bullets in the sniper. I wouldn't want to be C9 in this situation.
No, I don't. What are we talking about, right? Like having a strong start to the game, not letting players like Legend get away with what he has so far. He's 7-1 in the game. They've doubled up the score on the Cloud9. OpTic Gaming do not give many opportunities for teams just to come back. They very rarely do they give up, you know, big leads in games, and when they do, it's usually against like a team like Shopify Rebellion, you know, some of the more well-established teams. Cloud9, they are treading dangerous waters early in this game.
That was just the first death for Renegade. Meanwhile, Legend opens up 8-2 at the moment. Sad, there was some good damage, but it's not just a 1v1 and it's all of OpTic Gaming to have their reticles trained on you, and there's nowhere to go. They somehow isolate Sad despite being across the map. The Swarm turns it into a double kill, and now you've doubled the scoreline of the opposition once again. How do you beat that?
Such a frustrating spot for Sab, but really patient by Formal. He stood still and just said, "Come, you're eventually going to be forced back into this corner because of what my teammates are doing on the map." And once Sab goes, he has that carbine from across the map, showing the power of the newest weapon in Halo Infinite and how it can really be effective on those long-range fights.
Double for Bound. Almost gets himself a triple. One shot collect will survive for just a bit longer. Bound still on the prowl, still on the hunt, and continue to do damage onto everybody on the map. The distraction created long enough for Renegade to now get away with the rockets. Has to trade out his life with the second one, but now there's no more utility on the map for Cloud9 to take advantage of. Legend almost falls off the map, but Boo Boo Doo Boo will end up getting the kill.
You see the reapproach. As Sab takes up into the high ground stick. Good! Sab able to get the trade outs, but they're going to need a little bit more than trade outs. I mean, the lead just about double digits right now, and the sniper up. This is basically do or die for Cloud9. They need to not only win these fights, but get that sniper into play in their favor. And Legend right back to that power weapon. He's got it in his hands. He's 12-4 to start this game. Triple positive, and the sniper just seems to be glued to his person.
Double-digit lead still being held by OpTic Gaming, and 6 bullets in the sniper for Legend to play with, making 5 as Collect goes down. Legend now wants to take height. Sab gets caught out. He's gonna pay for that one. Avusi and Boo Boo Doo Boo now in the way of Renegade and Legend, and Renegade gonna like a wrecking ball right through the defenses. Not done just yet. Activates on the comms of his teammates. As of right now, OpTic Gaming are everywhere on the map of Origin.
OpTic's just really reading this map well right now. They're not being caught by surprise at all by any of the players on Cloud9, and that's the benefit when you get these clean 3-4 downs, is you can really simplify the game by blocking out these outside spawns and funneling your opponents into one position. Really the key to being successful on Slayer is playing how OpTic is. It's the split and stagger mentality. They're splitting the spawns and they're staggering the spawners on those splits. It's very tough for these players at Cloud9 to get together because they just don't have numbers. They don't have spacing on the map.
Over a 20 kill advantage here for OpTic Gaming. Cloud9 down 0-1 in the series, and honestly, the way things are looking, it's going to be down 0-2 very soon here. Sidekick is out for Renegade. It almost finds the exit route, but the final players Collect, who somehow gets a double. Oh, if he didn't run out of ammo, probably could have been a triple, but it's OpTic Gaming that just need one more kill.
And the trend of Legend and Renegade just leading the charge on the Slays continues. 17-6 for Renegade, almost triple positive in that game. Renegade just 2 kills away from being triple positive himself at 13-5. Like, there is nothing that's stopping these two players now. And we move into Aqua Bomb, and you know, Tony, I thought that a lot of the conversation for Bomb throughout the year was like, oh, it's OpTic Gaming's weaker game type, and it's like, no, like when you dive deep into it, I think you feel the same way as me. It's not that at all. It's Aqua Bomb being very strong for OpTic Gaming and Fortress Bomb being weak, and now it's like, hey, you don't gotta worry about Fortress, it's just Aqua Bomb. Like, OpTic Gaming's really good at Aqua Bomb.
I actually said the exact same thing on the desk. It's funny, OpTic Gaming, they may have hated Fortress Bomb, but they love Aquarius the map. Whether it's flag or assault, they are a damn good assault team on Aquarius specifically. So Cloud9, you're down 0-2 right now, and you're running into a very good Aqua Bomb team. This could be a sweep, honestly.
Yeah, it's very important for Cloud9 to find foundation to stand upon. It's been very tough for them to stabilize the game. The one thing that Aqua Bomb does have going for Cloud9 is it's relatively okay to go 4 down, right? So think about what we saw before with King of the Hill and Slayer. You go 4 down, that immediately like puts impact on the objective. If it's King of the Hill, like they're in the hill, they get 10 seconds for free. If it's Slayer, I mean, that's 4 kills. That's going to the team. On Aqua, it's a process to get your bomb arms, right? You have to get the kills, move up on the map, get another round of kills. Like that, the fact that you have to overslay sometimes gives you a little bit more leniency on having the ability to bounce back in tough situations.
Find out who's gonna be able to bounce back in that assault. Aquarius. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Luminon and Complexity going at it, and similar to the series we were just watching on the feature station here, we have a 2-0 lead for Luminon, looking for their final game. Meanwhile, Complexity in round number 1, they have the lead. Snipe Drone as the ball.
Glory trying to take that challenge. Riot Noob though gonna take too much damage as the trades favor Luminon there, and they're still just getting time. This camo important for King Nick to try to get away with. He's in isolation, but the isolation actually working out well for his team. It's going to force the play ball as Complexity swung in on the other side. And after this play, we'll move over to King Nick, who has camouflage, right? It's like you have a lot going for you here for Complexity to finish off this round.
Complexity did have quite the lead. Luminon bounced back, but now Complexity looking to put the finishing touches in on this one. Camo and BR in the hands of King Nick. Luminon trying to find a direct route towards this ball here. King Nick realizes nobody's pushing up cut side. He's going to turn around and try to put some pressure on Snipe Drone, who snuck through, and Complexity eventually finish off that round 1-0 for Complexity.
Let's see, we'll stick with Luminon and Complexity while we wait for that game 3 between OpTic Gaming and Cloud9 to start. Complexity showing some life, which is I think important. They had a very rough Charlotte, which is a bit unfortunate because we like all these players here on Complexity. They had some strong performances, especially when the team was first built, but they seem to be going through a little bit of a rough patch. A top 16 finish at Charlotte, one of the lowest placings we've seen for the 4 players on this roster.
Yeah, definitely saw some upsets happen, and considering a squad with so much upset potential like Complexity, a lot left on the table at Charlotte, and maybe they can make things right at Worlds, and maybe that momentum starts right here. You're down 0-2, but right now you're up 1-0 in rounds, and maybe Complexity make their stand here.
Complexity able to get that ball early time, but Luminon and Woodham able to find those answer backs, get that ball back, and Woodham gonna be a fun player to watch. Like that mouse and keyboard, he plays on one of the highest sensitivities you'll see on it. He whips himself around. It's so surprising to me how accurate he is with how fast his sensitivity is on that mouse and keyboard.
Slight lead here for Luminon Gaming. On board now with King Nick, and with his teammates coming up off a spawn on the green side, you see him address the sandbags right away. Double kill out of Ryan with that camouflage, and Wu-Tum ends up being the triple. Ryan doesn't just nerds, he slays as well.
So you see big time that's really necessary for Complexity. That their backs are against the wall. They need this game 3 to go their way, and so far, I mean, they look dominant. The multi-kills are starting to funnel in, and that's when Complexity is really dangerous, is when some of these hyper-aggressive plays start working into multi-kills. Like, that's really the crux of their style of play, is to overwhelm these players through a hyper-aggressive play in their lanes. If they're able to do so, Luminon will be staggered and split for most of the game.
Complexity go 3 down. The final player in Cherish ends up hitting the black screen as well. Snipe Drone feels comfortable enough to advance this ball back over towards the A side of the map. We see King Nick immediately address the green side of the map because his teammates are spawned. But look at Wutum and SOG. They're on a complete flank and maybe even setting up a rotation.
The Glory does have Sniper into his hands, but with him going down, you can see the hammer of Complexity swinging through on the backside. But that's okay for Luminon, right? They're going to give up a little bit of time, but the reality is they're okay with that because Snipe Drone was able to get away with camo, and they have a pretty quick entry to get back into these attacks. Oh, huge trade by Cherish. I love how he closes down that space, Tony. Does it? He knows that he's disadvantageous in that gunfight, so it says, hey, let me close the space down, trade out at minimum, and make this much harder for this team to deal with.
Trades going down left and right. Bodies are hitting the floor here. Johnny Poole would be proud, and Cherish making all the Complexity fans proud as well. Huge double kill out of him, and Complexity hold on to the ball.
Shout out to all the late 90s and early 2000s rockheads in the chat, dude. Like, what is that genre? Do you know?
Is it alternative rock? I don't know. I'll be honest with you.
It feels too hardcore to be alternative.
I don't.
There we go. I'm sure someone in chat knows. Oh, the nade hit. They're all one shots. It's a double for Cherish. Man, Cherish is making plays. One more to go. Sniper does connect, but can't save his life. SLG's punch comes out just in time, but Complexity's scoring, and they're just 30 points away to taking a clean 2-0 game of Oddball.
Complexity ain't trying to get swept here. Meanwhile, Wutum trying to do as much damage as possible onto multiple targets. Wutum is the black screen. SLG might end up being the same as Cherish, going left and right with the QT. A triple push now for Luminon Gaming. Complexity have not ended this round just yet. Luminon are on the hunt.
That Ryan Noob, last alive, will try to get very aggressive because he has that sniper in the back pocket, but Red by Snipe Drone, the nade lands perfectly. And another, oh no, the nade, oh, that's 3 kills now. That Complexity all go down, and they're all in the same way. The nades, well placed by Luminon there, is gonna cause Complexity some soreness here as they'll have to figure out a solution quicker than later. I mean, the reality is it's only 2 probably good holds of Luminon, and if they get away with camouflage, they can definitely steal away this round.
Glory's putting down some damage here. Ryan who tries to send them back, but what a nade. Somehow Glory's avoids that and even covers his teammates back perfectly. Now that turns into a camouflage. Everything going right here for Luminon, who apparently won all the glory.
Oh, but I believe it was Snipe Drone that tried to get onto that ball. He got caught on rotation. They didn't read the spawns correctly, and Complexity had much quicker access than they anticipated. Ryan Noob from the corner takes down the camouflage. He says, you can't see me. Waits for the music to come in. He's 10 seconds away from getting the round. A heads-up play by Ryan Noob.
Ball in the hands of Ryan Noob. Snipe Drone and Luminon trying to get it out, but it's too little too late. The final seconds are in, and they take their first game of the series.
Yeah, see the Complexity having second life in this series, and honestly, it's a big change for them because it was a relatively dominant position. I want knocking down the opponents and getting himself ready, but I mean that was very strong from Complexity, and they'll earn themselves a second chance in the series.
That they will. And now Luminon Gaming, 1 game away from ultimately taking the series, but you lose momentum to Complexity. That's gonna be tough to deal with. Complexity right now looking decent, and so I mean look at Cherish, 26 and 18, a 10.0 KDA. But what stands out to me is K-Nick and Mental, 20 plus kills, but double-digit assist as well. You know I love my assist.
Yeah, no, I mean it's just that's being involved, right? And it's always great to see a player that's like doing it all. That is a definition of like doing it all, getting the kills, getting the assists, keeping those deaths low, and grabbing that ball time when it's available. We love a player that's just involved in every facet of the game.
Capture the flag.
Switch things over towards Fortress here. It's gonna be Fortress capture the flag. And whenever I think of Fortress, I think of Luminon. I think of this one specific play. It was so crazy to me. Yeah, I watched Wutum run out the base, pick up a flag, throw it out the front base, and then on mouse and keyboard, he like swung left, swung right. He was able to run the flag and also gain so much intel. I was like, wow, I'll never be able to do that on controller. Like, mouse and keyboard is just, it's special, man, and it looks fun, to be honest with you.
You get away with a little bit more. Udom tries to get aggressive on the Ryanu, but will go down. You see Ryanu not wasting any time. He's trying to get through. Snipe Drone knows that that where that flank is coming from. He's just hunting it down. And Cherish, his flank was flanked, so outflanked by Snipe Drone there, and the sniper for Luminon will stay relatively safe.
Snipe in the hands of Snipe Drone. We see him over on the tower side. SLG took a lot of space there, but King Nick ends up catching him. Snipe Drone going to slow things down just a bit, able to take down the opposing sniper. That's going to be huge for him, and he's not done. A weakened Ryanu can't quite escape. 3 down for Complexity.
They made all that slow play to get to this point, right, where they get the clean 3-4 down. Now they can start pushing aggressively into the base. And so far, Snipe Drone living up to his name. I mean, those sniper shots look true so far. Able to hit some big ones, but oftentimes it just comes down to the last player. They got the kill. Now the sniper Luminons is out, and Complexity has their sniper back in the hands, and they're finding themselves the pressure on the other side.
Mentor going to try to find his way over to where the flag starts it and runs it over towards the perimeter, but it's ended up being right exactly where SLG is. SLG with the kill, 3 down once again. Go Complexity, and that an overshield coming up in about 20 seconds.
I gotta say, I love the way Snipe Drone's playing, right? They got that first kill. He was the first kill on the Cherish. He just kept pushing through. Said, no, I'm going to try to counter. I trust my teammates to get the kill. And when they do, that's a flag capture, right? And it's relatively low risk. Because they got that first kill, it's okay to try to accelerate your timing a little bit, to trust your teammates to get kills, because the reward is so great, right? Getting that flag back in just a flash. I mean, really heads up plays by him, and 8-2 to start this game. Snipe Drone been clearly the impactful player for Luminon early on.
But as Luminon go 3 down, Complexity take advantage of that overshield that they had and cherished right through the mid-map he goes. Doesn't know that SLG baiting out that angle, a textbook kill there. Now that flag out in no man's land. This is exactly what SLG and Luminon want.
And the big concern is they need the return quicker than later. And say Snipe Drone once again on top of that, right? Because when the flag gets to the other side, you can't afford to play slow on the returns, because the spawns are initially going to favor the side that you're on, right? That team that's spawning closer will win the battle of attrition. So really heads up by Luminon. Get on that return, get that flag back, and now that attrition battle favors you. That flag's way further back onto your side. Work together to get these kills and just chip away at this. This flag will be going back into Luminon's base, and they will go up 2-0 in this game. A little wide to the right.
I don't know how Luminon were able to clear out both players from the snipe side without trading out any of their lives there, but that got them their second flag cap. Meanwhile, Complexity on the attack once again. We could see a counter pull opportunity for them. We've seen pulls, but we haven't seen caps coming out of Complexity just yet.
And it could be because of the quality of flag pull so far from Complexity. I think it's been a little bit lackluster. They've been pulling the flag before they get the first kill, which can work really effectively if you find those kills quickly after. But those kills aren't untraded, and a lot of times it's Luminon that's able to scrap away a kill here, a kill there, or a player that gets a little bit further into the base than they'd like. Just right now, the positional battle, I think, is just being won by Luminon outright. And it's going to be a lot tougher for this team if they aren't able to get that under control. Very rare, 6 bullets in the back pocket right there for Wudum. Very, very rare to see that one.
Snipe in the hands of Wutum right now, and tower side being controlled here. You start to see Glories over on the opposing tower trying to be sneaky, but he's caught out and trades out his life. Wutum still looking for his next target, maybe his next victim. It's gonna be Ryan who snaps onto King Nick. Body shot connects everybody from Complexity weakened on the map of Fortress.
That's scary. Wutum's just playing smart, not giving up his life and trusting that he's going to hit the shots when he needs to. Finally takes down Ryan Noob, and that's one sniper shot that remains by the time Complexity's able to take him down. But Wutum's basically held them at bay and forcing them to wait for their next attack. Cherish did get through. You can see how slow and patient he's playing this. He wants to get lost in the weeds.
Cherish finds himself over towards the flag base of Luminon with 2 players on the map here. Cherish wants to move this flag and slay at the same time, but Wutum not only with 1 but a 5 shot to get the double kill shuts down any possibility of that flag run. Great little no scope by Ryan.
And once again, the kill is just not falling for Complexity when they need them to on those flag runs. A huge double by Wutum, and they talk about hitting 5 perfect shots when you need it the most there. Cherish purposely went out of his way to take that gunfight, and Wutum shut it right down now.
Trade up is good for King Nick over on the perimeter here, and just being a nuisance at the moment. You're already taken down 1. Now you're just putting shots onto everybody else from Luminon here. Snipe drone, though, he finds the angle he was looking for, gets the pick onto King Nick. A stick goes down. Overshield still being fought for, and I believe it was Ryan Dude that might have won that one out.
Some chaotic elements in this game thus far, but things might just be favoring Complexity. They have 2 snipers on the map now. They're pressuring in the base, and this is the best opportunity they've had yet. SLG, the only player that can potentially stop this right now, and shot him in the tippy toe. But oh, the spawns. Look at where those spawns are. It's because Cherish is standing in the elbow there. They don't open up that spawn because he wants this clear sniping angle, but the kill happened before the flag could get to the 50-yard line. So this is becoming much more difficult than they anticipated, but oh, they still get the touch. Oh man, that was a tough flag run, but that one should go home now.
3 toe shots in a row for King Nick, going for the little piggies of Luminon Gaming, and it's going to be Complexity putting in their first flag cap. Still down by 1 at the moment, but what, just about 5 minutes on the clock. Still doable, clearly, for Complexity.
See, Ryan Noob's gotten into that elbow, just trying to create a situation in which Luminon has to wrap back to find him. I mean, that forward on the map is always going to be a problem for the other side, and Ryan even has the sniper as he's over there, so there really isn't any clear routes for Luminon to take without feeling the danger that Ryan is providing. And this is just heads up, like, push through the slays. Ryan is playing this really well right now. They just need to find the last kill to keep that flag moving.
Ryan doing a bit of multitasking right now. Great damage, great job staying alive, but Wutum and Snipe Drone have already come up on the map, so another round of slays is what's needed for Complexity. They go 3 down. Luminon shutting down every flagpole of Complexity, and now we're on one of their own.
Ryan tried to insta-split off the stick on his body, but not quite working out. I like the play by Ryan, but they didn't find the kill on Glory quick enough. And because of that, the spawners of Luminon got into the play too early. They got their 3 down, and you know, sometimes what could be a good play on paper, the execution isn't quite there, and the punishment will be severe. Luminon with an early with an early counter and a 3-1 win in this series end game. They'll be able to take it.
Beautifully played by Luminon there. Complexity had a whole lot of fights in them, but they have to fight down in the lower bracket. Luminon Gaming going to be joining the likes of OpTic, Cloud9, and Envy in the winners semifinals. And mind you, a win here against Envy could put them in the winners finals, where they match up against OpTic Gaming.
You can see OpTic Gaming able to win 3-0. Unfortunately, guys, our observer didn't load it in. A very rare issue, but it happens every once in a while in Halo Infinite, and you can see we weren't quite able to see that series, so apologies for that. But 3-0 win by OpTic. That'll drop Cloud9 into the lower side, and we're gonna watch Envy versus Luminon. I don't know if we got to see that matchup at Charlotte. Do you recall, Tony? Do we see that at all?
Envy versus Luminon? No, not to my knowledge,
Oh,
no.
so-
But it could be an exciting one.
Yeah, I'm very interested because I feel like Envy's kind of been like a gatekeeper squad to like the top 6 these last few events, whereas Luminon has been like pretty consistently getting top 6 earlier in the year, but have been having some struggles these last few tournaments. Like, I feel like this is the battle to see like who's like actually where when it comes to the Worlds, because Luminon, they finished top 12, but I talk about having the hardest possible top 12 bracket. Right? They played FaZe, TSM, and who else was in their pool? It was like Cloud9 or Complexity. It's something crazy, right? So they get pushed down low, and then they get down low. It's like, who's their first round matchup in the lower side? Their only chance in the bracket? Oh, it's OpTic Gaming, right? It's like, so yeah, you feel for the team. Like I think it's a top 12 placement that is probably deserved a higher placement than that.
Yeah, we're gonna find out exactly what happens here, because I mean, hey, Luminon, they had winnable matches. You know, they had FaZe on the ropes for a bit. They allowed Cloud9 to pull off the upset in that pool play, like you mentioned before. You know, you put yourself into situations, but this is what you practice. This is what you scrim, and they're here boot camping. This is what you boot camp for. It's for moments like this. It's leading up into Worlds. That's what these tournaments are for, along with $5,000. It's your 5K open domination number 2. Guys, don't get too comfortable in those secret labs here. Don't go napping, because we're going to go on a very short break. When we come back, we have Envy and Luminon going at it.
run. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Killing spree.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Triple kill. Enemy has double kill. Enemy has the ball. Double kill.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done.
Snipe. Snipe. Killing spree.
God that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC talking ISO. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Facts, lot of haters. Tell me where they at, though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap, though. Yeah. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo. Everybody wanna do the same thing. Yup. That's why we ain't on the same page. No. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Woo. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. Your 5K Open domination number 2. And man, the tournament has been absolutely fantastic so far, and it's going to continue to be so. We already know that Luminon got a huge win against Complexity, but what you might have not seen earlier is that Envy also got a huge win against FaZe Clan, putting them in a position to go at it, and the winner gets into the winners finals to play against OpTic Gaming. Lots on the line in your winners bracket semifinals matchup, which is exactly what we're diving into.
Envy continues to be a team that just gives others problems. I'd love to see them put it all together. By the way, this is an 8 down. It took about 5 seconds for the first one to come. That doesn't happen every day, but see an 8 down like that. But they always seem to be giving these top teams problems, like FaZe, SSG, even OpTic sometimes. But we haven't seen them do it at LAN and get that high placing that this team can play up to. Like, we know that this team is good enough. They have one last chance at the World Championships, but we're gonna see them playing fantastic to start this tournament, taking down FaZe like that.
Yeah, it feels like Charlotte was a good opportunity for them, especially because I had them as the favorites up against SSG with the way that they constantly played them tough. But one more chance, one more opportunity. That's for everybody, including Luminon. We have on screen right now. Shock in the hands of Wutum. Couple nades going down, but Glories hits the black screen. The save for Descendant turns that into a double, but Envy still with gold control.
Good job closing down that space, making these kills hard, but Jackson not going to be able to finish off anything that was left behind. Instead, Luminon's just staying strong, able to get themselves back into their hill, and Envy having a bit of a problem early in this game. And SLG going to guarantee his kill as well on the perimeter. I don't know if Envy can get here in time. They won't. They're going to hit a rotation. First hill goes to Luminon.
Envy elected to punt that hill and get ready for the next one. Meanwhile, Luminon quick on the attack. Descendants back here holding the line. Luminon Gaming know their beat. They slowed down just a bit. Envy score. Wutum does damage, and looks like that's the opening kill they're looking for.
Trading out perfect kills there, as neither missed a shot, but it's going to be Envy that seemingly have the better position on this backside hill with 2 players deep into that C side. They should be able to clean this up, but it is an all-out fight that eventually does favor Envy, as they are able to stagger out the spawns of Luminon. This is what they wanted, right? This should be a good opportunity for them to rack up some time, and Descendant getting creative with it. I like this play. They'll be able to keep eyes on everything around him and that camo, but SLG, the perfect counter.
Yeah, getting a bit of a read on that one. It seems like SLG gets the kill, and now it's Luminon Gaming not only attacking the hill, but attacking Camouflage at the same time. 3 go down for Envy. Luminon with the setup.
Descendant immediately spotted that camo of Glory, though, so Glory's going to have a little bit more work ahead of him, and essentially only gives 1 kill with that Camouflage. So Envy, at the end of the day, able to neutralize camo relatively early and have multiple players attacking hill at once. A fast break from them, really well played.
Great play by Precision, staying alive, dropping the shroud, and those nades shred the shields of SLG, enough for Jackson to come in for the cleanups. This should be Envy's hill here, as nobody's getting there in time. We're tied up in 1 apiece.
Luminon focusing on the rotation instead. And you see Snipe Drone gonna try to hold off those A spawns. Glory gets the shock rifle during this chaos and goes down. Oh no! That could have been huge for Luminon, but with that sniper moving over to Envy, you see how things have quickly shifted. The spawns, the power weapons, the hill, now all favor Envy.
Descendant and Precision find the spawning players from Luminon, and you see that damage go down from across the map from Descendant, and you see Shock now in the hands of Precision. Looks like Glory's trying to make the cross, but it's a dangerous one. Envy have their reticles trained on him, and there's the first one, SOG to the black screen, and Precision does not know he was right behind Wutum.
Just lurking, trying to find these players from behind. Will be able to get the next, and I mean, Precision hitting shots with that shock rifle. He's 12-8 to start this game, and Envy have a considerable lead onto this hill. Luminon, it's going to be so important for them to find this break early and to make up some of this time.
A little more than halfway done with the hill right now, Envy. We see trades going down. We see Luminon in the hill. Jackson trying to get involved in the top A side, using the shroud to conceal his presence. Sniper Drone goes into the shadows and not able to get the backsmack is Jackson. Sniper Drone survives, and Luminon hold on to the setup.
Yeah, best not getting a duel in the Shadow Realm. One player is going to lose their soul. This time it was Jackson. A Sniper Drone remains the victor, and with that, the hill time continues to go to Luminon. I mean, just well positioned. But who was that? Was that Piggy? Piggy broke through like it was nothing, and Jackson should be able to get the camouflage. I'm honestly shocked at how easy of a break that was for Envy, considering the positioning of Luminon.
Max Damn Ham doing his thing in order to get the entry frag, and because of that, Envy steal their second hill in a row. 2-1 lead by Envy, and Jackson is taking so much space. Glory almost gets that one.
Yeah, look at that, able to get away with this camouflage as well. You're not going to be able to chase down that hill. Instead, Sniper Drone going to have to go back and try to secure something at home.
Jackson surviving with the camo. He has two players in front of him, and now you have Glories and Wuta from behind. Right now, Jackson feels surrounded, but you just gotta fight your way out of it. That's exactly what he does. One kill turns to two. One more to deal with. Jackson playing the environment. SLG able to get that kill, but they know exactly where he is.
He's almost able to get away with his life, which would have been absurd there, but you see Luminon able to recover nicely as Wutum gets his double kill. The spawn should be secured here now, but we've seen this a few times where Luminon gets the break, but Envy have been pretty efficient at getting off a spawn, finding their kills, and getting themselves back into scoring positions.
It looked like he wanted to get aggressive toward the tower side. Something stops him. Might be the two kills that start to go the way of Envy. Piggy finds a direct route right through the long haul side. All three players from Luminon over towards the back blue side. There's an off spawner behind them now. They want to be quick. Descendant so close to touching that water, but grapples his way forward. Action, and Jackson rips a double kill. Sniper Drone by himself, and now a 1v1, and Sniper Drone wants no part of that. Jackson chases him down.
It's like a surprisingly human type of play from the Spartan there, right? He like goes in and you get close to the water, you dip their toes in. It's a little bit too cold, says no, I'm not doing that, and gets his way back out. I think that's the lowest I think I've ever seen someone get to the water and not die to it, man.
Descendant master the movement, man. He's just too smooth with it. Luminon so close to taking their second hill. Jackson flies up with the grapple, but right to beat his maker, SOG introduced him to the respawn screen. Descendant now has to do damage onto three different players on Luminon to stop them from getting that hill, but that's a little bit too tall of a task there. Luminon get the hill, they're able to burn the camouflage, and now we're tied up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, but I think they didn't want to burn there from that position. I think they were hoping to get away with that camouflage as well, but Envy wrapped the corner, get 2 big kills, and then notice how they wasted no time trying to get to C plat. Jackson trying to anchor out these spawns and make things a little bit more difficult for Luminon, and you see that the attack for Luminon isn't focused on the hill. Instead, they had to wrap back towards Jackson and deal with that. In the meantime, Envy just tries to get as much time as they can in that spot, whereas Luminon having to waste a little bit more time. Envy, with that, we're able to get a few seconds, but it's back to a neutral game and one that favors Luminon as they were able to break those C spawns.
A collapse from Envy earns them the hill, also earns them now winning progression time as far as this hill, but it doesn't matter who's leading, it's about who finishes it, and Precision finishing his kills. A double now courtesy of the melees. He's one shot, but as his teammates with the roots of tried to get the clean up, and he's only gonna catch Jackson's hands on that one. Envy scoring once again, Precision once again in the action, and right now Envy seemingly have control.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they decide to play for hill or for spawns. It looks like Glory's going to go for spawns, and Mutum will go for the hill, splitting themselves off. And it's going to be up to Glory to finish off what's left behind. And a 1v3 is able to find the first, but that hill is getting closer and closer to being captured. And Jackson is clearly reading the play of Glory there. And Envy takes the lead 3-2. All right, just really well played by Jackson. He's playing well all game. He's almost double positive. 23 and 12 before that death there.
Luminon tried to divide and conquer a bit, but Envy able to hold strong, one cap advantage, and one more hill to go. Meanwhile, look at the time, just over 1 more minute on the map here, so Luminon needs to figure something out, and they end up going 3 down. Descendant does his work, Gold side is being held. Envy, they might just win it right here, right now. They just squad wipe Luminon Gaming.
I'm a bit surprised they're not playing for time. Instead, going to try to accelerate the clock by getting in the hill, but with such dominant map control, it might just favor this play. I like the idea. Camouflage coming up, Piggy's in a great spot to look at it. The shot screen will keep SLG hidden, but it's not going to keep him away from those shots. Like 3 to go in. That nade pushes him back into the fight, and Piggy finishes it. I mean, the big bad Pig got the kill and the game win.
Max damn ham with the piv there, and Envy found himself in a bit of a peculiar predicament. I want to talk to you about it real quick. 3-2. A minute and 14 seconds on the clock, but they did squad wipe the opposition. A lot of times in a centralized position with just over a minute, teams will let it go for the slays, but did that 4 down influence what they wanted to do there?
Yeah, I think so, right? Because the difference between 40 seconds and a minute and 15 seconds is big. It can really accelerate that clock. And Envy decided, hey, with such a dominant position, we could try to fly forward up on the map and play to accelerate this clock because of how dominant we are. And I really think they played it well. Like you saw Piggy playing a good isolation spot by C, Jackson holding off that back hill, and they doubled up to watch those crosses.
Looking at the slays right now, everything being watched on the map, and especially when you have Jackson flying like that. When we talked about the kills and the deaths, I mean, come on now. We got to talk about the assist and the fact that that's a 13.3 KDA. Serious work coming out of Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, just Jackson, I think, played extremely well from that back. Everywhere on the map, essentially. I was gonna talk about one play, but you go back and you look, like Jackson wasn't making bad plays the entire game, and I think that's been one of the key differences for this Envy roster as they've had more and more time, is they've just gotten better at the game altogether, and Jackson has taken that next step to become more of a main slayer for this team.
And it's funny because we got to experience the intangibles that Jackson brings to this Envy roster, because it feels like when either he or even his teammates are going off, he's loud. He has a little bit of craziness to him that I like within my roster. Like, I want somebody to hype me up, and if you're willing to yell and you're willing to hype me up, I love that as a player. So I feel like, even outside of the stats, like, it feels like what he brings to the roster is huge. Not everything can be found on the stat sheet, right?
Nah, I mean, not everything can be found on the stat sheet 100%. But I think that's what's been making Jackson so crazy these last few tournaments, is he already was doing the things that you don't see on the stat sheet. Now he's also adding like the stat sheet element to it. Like, he's becoming a main slayer. He's getting more damage. He's getting more assists. Like, as the game has gone on, he's just gotten better at every aspect of the game.
4-3 lead here for Envy. Gonna switch gears over towards Precision, who was the one who got away with that sniper here. Jackson, the first one in. looks like Glory the last one out. 7-3 lead here for Envy. And look at how one bit of defensive play now turns to offense. The moment you get the slays, you immediately apply pressure. And this is the Envy that we all scared of.
Yeah, Precision just not missing his shots there. And you see those one shots are getting cleaned up. Finally, one goes astray, but the lead 11-3 early on, and Envy just having such a dominant position to play from. You see how those flank, I mean, look at Yaxon on that flank there. It was able to get that couple kills. Piggy's keeping them distracted while Yaxon gets back into the fight. Everything that Envy's doing is so well connected.
Just about 3x the scoreline of the opposition here. Meanwhile, everybody, no more running into walls, okay? Let's get locked in. Let's get back locked. There's Descendant. Has himself a car by the back pocket. He also have Boots up right in front of him. That's a 4 down. Glory, the only player actually alive on the map. That was 7 down.
Yeah, that's a couple times we've seen that in this series where everyone's been trading out with each other, but Glory will get the initial info on where these pushes are coming from. But even with that, Descendant able to get his first, and Piggy lines up his own kill at the same time. So Envy, I think from a pretty tough position to battle out of, are winning these gunfights. And
Double kill.
Well, speaking of winning a gunfight, Precision precisely decimates his opponent. Half the members of Luminon respawning up, the other half want to slow things down just a bit, because right now Envy absolutely controlling the map, and they're at about the halfway point of this game here. At least they are.
And Glory wraps up top, gets that kill to at least get the first. But that's something that Luminon's really looking for, are the initial kills. A lot of times it's been Envy that finds that first slay out, and it makes it a lot tougher because Luminon having to battle up back down numbers, and that just hasn't been working for them thus far.
Envy with that map control that you want to see, especially when Sniper is coming up, the only power weapon here at this timing. The Snipe drone, a reposition over toward the cave side, has Piggy in front of him. Early damage, SLG with a cleanup, a double lift over toward the S2 side, but Luminon catching a couple of shots. Meanwhile, SLG catches a shot in the back, courtesy of a backsmack by Descendant. It's absolutely mayhem over towards the Snipe side. I'm not sure who was able to get away with the S7. I believe it was Envy.
A good rocket play by Woodham, but just too many players of Envy around to get those immediate trade outs, and trades just aren't going to get the job done from this spot, right? You're down double digits in this game. You'll need more than that. And Yaxon, he has been just perfect against Luminon so far. He had basically double positive in the last game. He's 10-3 to start this one.
3 shots at the Sniper for SLG, but looks like he has to drop it real quick. And trades once again going down. Descendant gets his shields back. He has Piggy with them. Looks like 2 more members of Luminon, but notice how the spawners are now starting to favor them. A spawner comes up. It looks like Luminon, they're trying to get out of here. They know that Envy are pushing up.
Keep that Sniper into that power position. One thing I think is always key in Origin is just trying to keep your positions hidden as much as you can, especially that Sniper. You want it to be just constantly flowing on the map and catching players by surprise. I would him. Given an angle where, you know, who expects a Sniper to be sitting oven looking at the across to elbow? It's just a very odd position to be, but that's what you need to do so often because of how open the sight lines are on Origin. It's just keeping yourself in these unpredictable angles.
Luminon Gaming having a tough time dealing with the unpredictability of Envy. They popping up at any given moment, and usually with power weapons, Piggy ends up taking down one to trade onto the second one, and every single trade and multi-kill that goes down favors Envy. We're up by double digits. Jeez.
Great job closing down that space on the second kill. Able to get that trade out, and with it just 6 kills to go. The power weapon's gone into the hands of Descendant. Everyone on Envy now double digits. The rocket not able, dude. I think he split 3 players with the rocket. The spotter almost went down from the rocket play.
He's like, there's 2 players in front of me and 1 spawning up behind them. There's no way this rocket misses everybody. 45-34 lead, and be looking for the final 5 kills. Glory trying to take height, catches 1 on his way down. But a triple out of Precision. Oh my gosh.
Precision could have gotten the overkill of the tournament there. That would have been an absurd one, but Three's good enough to get Envy to the finish line, and they will cross it with that 50th kill there. And I mean, it was never in question. Envy just looked really, really good.
Man, Precision is, dude, he's special, man. And I look at his gameplay, and it's like, it's not crazy flashy. And, you know, I think he plays environment really well. He simply hits his shots, but it's like, it's not like, for example, like a Bound point of view where he's just like curve sliding, flying everywhere and whatnot. It's very fundamental driven. It's like, and it's very simple. It seems like I'm gonna hit shots and I'm gonna make you miss. That's it. But it works for him, and my man is a slayer. I've really been enjoying watching this young man's career here in Halo Infinite.
As we look into game 3 on Aqua Bomb, I mean, everything has just looked relatively clean for Envy throughout this game. It's been pretty routine, and that's, I think, a good sign for Envy. Like, they are just continuing to play as expected against a team that they don't have much experience on. I don't think Luminon scrimmed Envy at all. They didn't play them at Charlotte, so like, this is a very fresh experience for both these teams against each other, and Envy seem to be establishing themselves as the higher position.
And you never know, this matchup could end up rearing its ugly head over towards Worlds too. So right now, Envy looking very comfortable, up 2-0 right now. But if there's one thing that I've learned about Luminon Gaming, it's never to count them out. A great mind for the game is SLG. I've got the chance to talk to him multiple times, and he really is a fantastic strategist. Really digs deep into the macro of the game. He's a really fun person to talk to. I'm sure you already have tools as well. He has a great mind for the macro of Halo.
Yeah, it's always fun to have like conversations with these pro players about the thought process, right? Like, at a deep level, what are you thinking about when you're playing the game? And, you know, a lot of times there's common themes for everyone, but there are tendencies where some players have different ideas on what to do in certain situations, and seeing those play out in real time and seeing which ones are more effective than others is a really fun exercise. I'd encourage everyone to kind of like think about, as you're watching a player do something, like, why? Answer the question of why are they doing this? And a lot of times you'll see different answers depending on the player that you're watching.
Yeah, oftentimes if you watch my gameplay on stream, you know, why did I challenge 3 people
behind those eyes?
Not at all. Not in the slightest. You know, why did I challenge 3 people and die immediately? Well, the reason is because I suck. But Woot's up on screen right now, and looks every way, but there's no way he just was that a 180 trade? That was kind of nasty.
I mean, it's one of the benefits of mouse and keyboard is you can do things that controller players cannot, and getting away with some of those engagements, like having that advantage in these niche spots, can oftentimes translate to the more success later on, right? Because you're earning yourself second opportunities on kills that you don't, like, no one else can get but you. Then you can turn that into like another life that gets you another kill.
We just saw another 8 down on the screen right now.
It's been interesting.
It seems like both of these teams are very comfortable with trusting their teammates to win their ones, so they just play for every trade. I don't know. They don't mind playing the trade battle,
nice.
because you know you got a player like Descendant like this who can make lemonade out of lemons.
Yeah, just catching that player off guard, able to get the drop down on them and double kill. You see Snipe Drone deep into Envy's base here. They don't know about him, but you want to see that bomb moving towards your side, right? If Envy just started moving that bomb towards Luminon's position and they left Snipe Drone behind, they're okay with that. It's very important to not overextend yourself while losing the objective, and that's what's happening, right? They're just leaving Snipe Drone. They know he's on the other side. They're gonna force him to play back while they attack the opposite base.
Snipe Drone trying to be that decoy, trying to be that diversion, but Envy ignoring him and continuing to press that bomb forward, but they are the ones that go 3 down here, and Glory wants to make sure this bomb is off the base.
Glory trying to keep them away. That bomb is still very close to Luminon's base, and Envy off of the spawn is getting into the position to fight. With Jackson getting the opening kill, they're gonna fly into this and try to get this bomb arm if they can, but they won't be able to get those kills. But I like the aggressive play because you're running out of time. That bomb's gonna reset in 5 seconds. Might as well throw your lives at it, right? It's like if you get those kills, that's great. You get a chance at a bomb arm. If you don't, well, we'll just go to respawn. That bomb will reset itself and we'll re-rack.
Nice, perfect kill coming out of Glory. Meanwhile, Wootsum on the opposite side of things. Pulls his team on the util side, and Wootsum applying pressure over toward the opposite side. 2 more members over towards util that Glory and Luminon have to deal with, but Precision just hitting shots, hitting nades as well, and being a tough kill for Luminon Gaming.
You see Jackson trying to get some early pressure. They don't know he's here. Glory finally does spot him, but the help is there from across the map as Precision with that BR is beaming into the base. Jackson has the option to be very aggressive or just to hold on this spawn until his team's ready to attack, and looks like Precision's going to double up with him. There they go. Precision wins the initial, and Jackson might just win the other. Oh no. Okay. If he would have lost that gunfight there, that would have been very, very bad for Luminon.
Just like my leftovers, Jackson spending way too much time in that fridge. Luminon want to get him out immediately. Meanwhile, actually, hold on, Snipe Drone on yet another flank, but this time it's Envy that are in the close range to a perfect shot. Not done just yet. Well, back-to-back little perfect kills for the killing spree. Snipe Drone lives here in the back base of Envy.
A second time he's been back here causing chaos. This time though, Luminon seems to have better position towards that ball, and the attack is coming. So Snipe Drone well positioned, but the player did get behind him, and that initial damage will be enough to take him down. Luminon going to be losing some numbers here, but still could find this attack to be successful if they can get those spawners up into the fight fast enough.
Boots on one shot. We're doing everything he can to stay alive here. He knows the player over toward the backside here. It's gonna be picky that he catches out with the commando right back to getting his shields back. And notice how they were also able to get away with camouflage. SLG sees that bomb over toward the mid-map, but I'm not sure he can go for it, especially with Descendant right in his face.
Yeah, he must have the Zennies on right there, bro, because he saw that clear as day. I don't think he even hesitated on that shot against camouflage. The only way you could do that is by getting 50% off your Zenny glasses, right, Tony?
This pops up on the bottom right hand corner. 15% off, and let me tell you, I mean, they're already great. They're already affordable. I mean, lightweight, comfortable. Make sure you get your hands on them. Meanwhile, Jackson and Envy want to get their hands on that bomb. As much gameplay as we've seen so far, we haven't seen a bomb plant from either one of these squads.
And that's not unusual in this game type, right? Because it takes multiple steps. You have to have not just one thing or 2 things go right. Oftentimes you need 3, 4 things to go right for a bomb arm to happen for your team. And there's step 1. They got the 4 down, bombs moving up. Now step 2, take position in utility. Try to break through into the base from util side. Step 3 is getting another round of slaves and moving that bomb into position. And then step 4 is taking care of the initial spawners and making sure those nades don't take you down, right? It's so many levels that need to be done to get these bomb arms.
Step 5, stop letting Precision rat in those corners. It'll make you pay every single time. Bomb still in the base of Envy though, so Luminon still here, still putting down that damage. Snipe Drone keeps the bomb alive here long enough for his teammates to try to get activated on the map, but Envy successfully defend their base, and now that bomb is safely away from him.
And he will get it right back up into the mid line. That's what we're talking about, right? Like 80% of that, Luminon played it right. They got what was necessary, but the last 20%, the hardest part, didn't quite go their way because of a player staying alive just a little bit too long, ratting in a corner, finding an early kill. There's a lot of things that need to align for you to get a bomb arm on Aqua.
Another camouflage coming up over toward the top mid side. Jackson finds himself over on the low ground, but an angle that Luminon may not be expecting here. Snipe Drone wants to make the play to the car 3 side, and Jackson from that low ground takes height and deals with both Snipe Drone and Glories. Now Luminon Gaming in a bit of trouble here. Envy have the slays. They also have the positioning.
You see Luminon into that fridge. Jackson does catch SLG, and with that bomb could start moving forward. It's just Snipe Drone and Glory that's alive. Envy gonna try to move this up while they have the chance, but the problem for Envy is that the remaining 2 players of Luminon are where they want to be, right? They're in the util, they're in the base. Those are usually the 2 spawns you want to block and then force the fridge spawns to get those bomb arms.
Snipe Drone and Descendant are gonna go at each other here. Both players go down to 1 shot. The problem is Descendant is gonna back himself up right into Wootsum. Wootsum on the back smack. Envy continue to keep that bomb alive here, but Snipe Drone on this flank, the collapse, beautifully played by Luminon.
Now that you see 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the neutral clock, there is a 3-minute overtime period that will happen immediately after triple zeros if the score is still tied. But as the game dwindles down, the potency of a bomb arm becomes that much more, right? It's so hard to get these bomb arms. If you're able to get it done before the overtime period, like, there really isn't that much time for the other side to find a response. This game likely will end 1-0 with the pace that we've been seeing.
3 down go Luminon. Precision able to get his shields up. It looks like the moment he does, he's gonna get right towards the fridge side here. Sees that Luminon are trying to break out of util, so a little bit of a direct route taken from him. And Snipe Drone, Wootsum, and all of Luminon favoring the utility side.
Going down, they lost their position on bomb. This is Envy that's going to be able to start pushing this thing forward. I like how the first 2 go. Leave the last player to pick up that bomb. You want to have your first 2 ready to attack and win these initial fights.
Precision, patience. Not just key, not just a virtue, but a weapon that Precision wields masterfully. Turns that into a double kill, gets some extra damage onto Snipe Drone. Snipe Drone wants this bomb as far away as possible, but also has to deal with the camouflage over towards the mid-map. Looks like he's able to do it. Snipe Drone might just get away safely.
Precision, I mean, doing what he could there, but there's not enough help. Need more players in the position, and Luminon, I feel like they've been getting away with a lot more of these power-ups throughout the game. This will be the last one of regulation. Snipe Drone got through into the base. It's probably one of the better chances Luminon's had yet.
Precision gets flanked. Snipe Drone awarded the kill for that one. Wants to go in for the bomb, but realizes that Descendant was there as well. Prioritized the kill, which is exactly what he wanted, but it was a trade. Luminon Gaming still doesn't plans.
They're gonna bring this into the back of his base. They're gonna opt to try to fight through the P side. A couple times we've seen Envy do this. They haven't been successful at it yet, but they clearly have an idea of how they want to play this a few times now, where that bomb has tried to traverse through this lane.
1 minute remaining.
Looks like Piggy wants to take height here over toward the B2 side. Wow. SLG have no idea Piggy was there, but a trade goes down. Not the end of the world. Wootsum on the bomb. Team is 3 down, and Envy know exactly where he's at. 43 seconds just left in regulation. Almost guaranteed to see an overtime at this point.
Precision gonna try to wrap this over to the util side. Next bomb arm gonna win in this situation.
30 seconds remaining.
And here we go. Just 2 players alive for Luminon. They're both stuck in the middle of the map. Precision now goes into play. Drops at the perfect time to get the first. But Glories is making this tough. SLG joins the fray. They will be able to clear out 2 of the players of Envy, and that will probably be enough to stop that bomb opportunity.
Back-to-back kills here for Luminon Gaming. Bomb sits close to where the car 1 side. You see Luminon continue to put down damage. That's until Snipe Drone gets cleaned up. 3 down go Luminon. Overtime started, and that means just under 3 minutes on the clock, and Luminon find that bomb in their base in a bit of an uncomfortable predicament here.
Next bomb arm's gonna win this game. And if we do not see a bomb arm in the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds, we will have a full reset in which we will put the time back on the clock, and it'll be the first bomb arm to win the game. So that's not an unusual thing to see an aqua bomb, as it takes, like I said, a ton of resources.
But it only takes one play to flip the script here, so you never know. One good 3 down, and things can turn immediately the ways of one of these two squads. So we'll see what happens here. Camouflage might just be the catalyst, might be exactly what either one of these two squads needs. Yaxin gets the kill, trying to stay alive. He loses his shield. Snipe drone chasing him down, but Yaxin with the movement. 3 down go Luminon, but the final player alive is Glory, and he's the one to get away with camo. Yaxin on it quick. Not only gets the kill, gets the bomb as well.
Oh, they got the first kill, but the bomb player goes down, and oftentimes the thing that stops successful plays is the bomb carrier being that first player that goes down. And because you might get all the kills in the base, right? But if that bomb is not moving forward in the process, oftentimes you're not going to be able to execute. Ooh, yo, Udom, a very long overextend. They're in the base. The bomb's here. They're able to skip a couple steps to get to this point. They've won the first gunfight. Luminon is very much pressuring a good bomb opportunity here.
The tides turn and momentum swings back to favor of Luminon Gaming. Glories with a huge cleanup kill onto Precision, but Piggy right back at him. And Envy alleviate that pressure. Bomb moving now the other way.
Look at where Descendant was deep into enemy lines. He wraps back to get the first kill on the SLG. If Descendant can find another without going down here. Oh no. Oh no. Luminon, they're going 3 down. They didn't get any trades. That's 4 players still alive for Envy. They're going to be able to pressure with full numbers into the base. That bomb's going to follow up shortly. It's into the arm zone. They're still getting the kills. There hasn't been a trade out. Luminon's nades get 1, but they still need to find more. They go 4 down with 40 seconds left on the clock. Envy sweep Luminon.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought with about 1 minute and 4 seconds on the clock and that bomb in the base of Envy's, I thought we were almost guaranteed to see a reset. But Envy with textbook execution not only get the slays, get the timing, continue that pressure, and are able to win it out right before time winds down. Envy with a well-deserved sweep on their way to the winners finals.
Unanswered kills, that's the way of the game there. Descendant was deep into enemy lines, right? He wraps back to get the first. That staggers out the spawn points of Luminon. Then they're aggressive onto the remaining 2 players at the util, and it's a hard fight, but it's one that's completely won by Envy with no trade outs. So now you're looking at the next 3 spawns of Luminon, and they're all staggered on different timings, and they are going to have pressure in their base right away. This combination of things makes it so hard for teams to bounce back, and Envy 3-0 their way into a winners finals match against OpTic Gaming.
Beautifully played by Envy, and now your reward is get to go up against OpTic Gaming. Doesn't sound like much of a reward when I put it like that, but you're in the winners bracket finals. 1 series away from advancing to the grand finals are both OpTic and Envy. Meanwhile, on the lower side of things, we know Cloud9 are the first ones to stamp their ticket into the elimination bracket quarterfinals, and we're waiting for some of the outcome of your lower elimination bracket matches to fill out a little bit here. Ladies and gentlemen, we come back from our break. We know your 5K Open domination number 2 ain't slowing down whatsoever. We'll see you soon.
Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Killing spree.
It is time for your winners bracket finals, your $5,000 open domination number 2. A Cloud9 LVT coming together, and that's a beautiful match made in heaven. And so is this matchup we're about to see. OpTic Gaming, Envy. How excited are you, Garrett?
This is a great matchup because Envy gets a chance to go up against OpTic Gaming once again and to see if they can consistently take these guys to task. Look, we're seeing OpTic Gaming play some of their best Halo here today, and we get to start off on an interesting map, right? Lattice, I think, has been a very strong map for Envy, but Oddball, obviously OpTic Gaming's strongest game type in the HCS.
HCS Charlotte didn't exactly go the way of OpTic Gaming, but I feel like one thing that we have learned extremely quickly is that you can knock them down, but you can't knock OpTic out. If anything, just make them hungry here. That's what might be exactly what we see here in this tournament. We see a couple of slays go the way of OpTic Gaming in the early game, and Renegade just doing what Renegade does.
Yeah, with that's Envy going 4 down. OpTic Gaming gonna opt to move this ball up to the blue side. They have high side control, and Formal, I love the idea from him. He's gonna try to move that sniper away. In fact, unique positioning from him might allow him to cut through the middle of the map and find some unique angles. Oh, just taken down, but I don't know, these players of Envy are going to be on the map much longer. I think OpTic's well situated here to handle this.
Jackson on the cleanup and also gets a sniper for his troubles. Can't exactly find the no-scope that he's looking for, but Bound and Legend gonna double push the red side. 3 down, go Envy and Piggy by himself.
Oh, Jackson's spawn is just out in the open, but Bound's gonna just miss that sniper shot. Jackson's gonna punish them for it. Gets the assist on the one, the kill onto the next, and a double to finish off that fight. Jackson basically turning a really tough situation into probably the best possible reward for Envy there after that sniper shot just missed.
Envy with the ball, Piggy with the space here. Over to where the cargo side looks like Formal is going to be right behind him, but as Bound with distraction, he somehow gets the damage onto Bound and a little extra onto Formal. Doesn't exactly get the kill he was looking for, but everybody weakened. Nobody goes down. 3 down for Envy, and OpTic survived that engagement.
See more and more time heading over to OpTic Gaming as well. They love to just chunk away at time when given the opportunity. I mean, they'll even go into gunfights holding that ball and not dropping it because of how confident they are. But with Envy getting that first kill, it forces out an early play. And with it, I mean, Envy, they've been able to find some of these quick answers to prevent OpTic Gaming from getting any big leads thus far.
Descended with the interesting repulse play to find that grenade, but not able to get the win on a Renegade, and Bound with the double clears things out for Legend to rotate that ball. Goes in for the challenge onto Piggy, as confident as ever is Bound, taking every fight he possibly can.
Yeah, very aggressive reach out on the Piggy there as well. And, you know, good job by Bound reading the map, catching Piggy before he could do any damage there, giving OpTic Gaming a few seconds. Even now, right? OpTic Gaming down to just 2 players. One's holding the ball, the other one's in the mid-map. Not only do they get the kill, but right now, Legend seems to be expertly rotating that ball out into the open so that OpTic Gaming has a chance to fight Envy even after they've broken this setup.
Ball in a baitable position, Jackson and Piggy have to fight for, and they're able to do literally just that. Momentary 3 down for OpTic Gaming means Jackson and Envy get a setup of their own.
Not the end of the world for OpTic Gaming here. They did have quick access to that sniper. I believe it's Legend. I was able to get that into his hands, so with sniper into play, they'll be able to get into the action pretty quickly and stop Envy from getting too much time here.
Legend with the quick scope, not able to finish the 2-tap just yet. The head of Jackson just barely escaping him, but still aggressive is Legend and OpTic Gaming, and he trusts his teammates to do the work as he grabs the ball and wants to trade that out with Snipe in his hands here. But look at how many members of Envy have them surrounded and still are applying pressure. He's down to 1 shot, and even the exit route that he tries to take is blocked off. Piggy and Envy now at once on the attack.
Envy just really being in the most frustrating positions for OpTic Gaming to deal with there. It was like a series of unfortunate events where OpTic Gaming, it wasn't like they lost that setup outright, but 1,000 different paper cuts that kind of add up to create that lead and allow that ball to go back into the hands of Envy.
Once Envy sends blood, ready to strike here like sharks. You see Jackson and the rest of this Envy roster right back to the mid-map. He goes. Love this positioning here by Jackson. A lot of angles you could create onto everybody on the map. Formal down to one shot, but somehow he survives. And you see Bound and Legend sneak through. And by the time Formal shows himself again, it's for the back smack and for the break of Envy setup.
Still 2-on-2 on the map. Formal not able to get that kill on the Piggy. The help of Descendant was there quick enough. And although OpTic Gaming is getting time, you can see the players of Envy starting to hone in and get ready to collapse in on these OpTic Gaming players. This gunfight going to be a crucial one for the round.
77-64 lead here for Envy, but as Envy has the lead, they also get wiped off of the face of Lattice. OpTic Gaming have an opportunity to take control. And we see Formal
back into the lead, and that 4 down allows them to get well established onto this next rotation. And you're seeing Envy having much more of a struggle to get up on this map because of OpTic Gaming being able to take that much space for free. 3-4 downs can be back-breaking in these positions.
Enemy has the ball.
14 points needed here for OpTic Gaming. Envy, though, have the numbers advantage, and Jackson is hitting shots right now. Serious at that. OpTic did take control, but now Envy have the ball. Legend aggressive, and another trade goes down, courtesy of Precision. Jackson back on the ball. OpTic with a man disadvantage. This could be Envy holding on. This is about to go down to the wire.
Just 2-on-2 on the map. Jackson reading that, trying to get this ball out to the open, but the cargo spawns came for OpTic Gaming. He tried to get one step ahead of those spawns, but OpTic Gaming getting favorable position.
3-point lead here. Envy have the advantage, but you see OpTic aggressive. Both Piggy and Precision get stripped away of their life. Formal hops on the ball without any hesitation whatsoever. Descendant emerges through the chaos with the sniper, and they're gonna have to have him hit some shots. Quick scope, 2-tap. Formal could be next, but Formal survives, and ball sits on the mid-map.
Still, I mean, it's just chaos out here. Renegade, the only player alive for OpTic Gaming, but quick into the front lines. Oh, they pushed through him. The spawns came in through the back rank, and that was to Renegade's demise. There was no way for him to stay alive. It's up to Bound. Bound wins the fight. Renegade gets the spawn. They're not out of this yet.
94-91 at the moment here, and Bound gets cleaned up once again. Switching gears over towards Jackson. He's weakened, but still wants to provide some cover fire for his teammate. A one-shot Renegade being a nuisance. Long enough for Legend to get the flank off, but somehow Jackson gets the kill. Legend's down to one shot. Descended right back at him. 3 down, and could this be the final seconds they need?
Oh, Jackson just guaranteed that round. He's stuck in the 1v2. Players to both sides of him. He acts as if he's leaving the gunfight, but doubles back. When Renegade goes for the challenge, he wins that gunfight. And that was just enough for them to take the round. Envy, looks like they lost a player during the round swap. We'll go back out and get ourselves back in, but they'll have a 1-0 lead when we get back into this game.
Thank goodness, because that round going down to the wire right there, I know I'm out of breath, but something tells me even some of our audience members are out of breath as well. That was absolutely insane. Envy gonna be up 1-0, and I wonder, when did that game start giving him problems? Like, did they somehow win that round while having the game issues? Because that would be kind of crazy.
Looks like Precision says that the end game or the end round trigger is like what crashed the game, which that does happen
okay.
occasionally. But I was thinking the same thing. I was like, did he have like a bad glitch somewhere that like forced him to like wait till the round was over? But looks like it was just the end round glitch. But I'll say at the end of the game, man, it gets so chaotic between these two teams on this rotation. And what looks surefire for Envy when they get that kill onto Renegade at Cargos to move that ball back into blue becomes not sure at all when Bound wins his gunfight and Renegade wins the spawn. And then you're like, oh, this is OpTic Gaming. So then Envy battles back. It was like left hook after right hook. It was blow after blow in that last 45 seconds.
Definitely felt like a situation where you just have two boxers meet in the middle and say, you know what? Let's just have a nice brawl. Let's have some fun on this one. And man, we're the real winners. Really feels like us. We got the chance to watch that again go down to the absolute wire. Want to remind you guys that Envy did take that round number 1 here as we wait for our final player Descendant to enter the lobby and get right back to it. Your winners bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of this goes into the grand finals and has a huge advantage going into that. And I know some of y'all thinking like these replays are sick, man. These no scopes, these multi-kills, how are these players able to do it? And yes, practice is important, and just having some, God-given talent is as well, but also making sure you have the right equipment here. I assure you, if you guys do yourself a favor and get you a pair of Zennies, which by the way, C9 Halo gets you 15% off, already at affordable pricing and the highest of qualities, but on top of that, you can get 15% off right here, right now, and get your head in the freaking game.
Yeah, this is the play I was talking about, by the way. The way Yaxon doubles back there, I think that's game winning for them. If Renegade gets his shields back, then it's a 2-on-1 in this play. But like, look at the way Yaxon plays this, right? He has a 1 shot ahead of him, and Renegade's been frustrating. He finally has to go deal with Legend. He says, nope, I'm not actually dealing with you. I'm coming back for Renegade. And it's such a tough spot for Renegade there, because you see the player leave, you're like, okay, let me challenge in with my teammate, like get this kill real fast. But it ends up being the demise of them in that game. And here we go into the reset. We got everything racked back up. Envy just need 1 more round.
You saw a bit of the mind of a professional player, the counterplay to a player's decision to counterplay, always thinking 1 or 2, if not 3 steps ahead. And OpTic Gaming thinking about getting slays. That's 4 down.
Big outs work, but the sniper going into the hands of Formal here, and with it, I mean, OpTic Gaming have an established setup early on. Piggy, the only player that can really throw a wrench into this, and I mean, throwing a wrench into it, he is. The amount of damage he's gotten has really slowed OpTic Gaming down, and here comes the rest of Envy. They should find the break and sniper, and that really comes from Piggy just maximizing his life in a tough situation.
3 eliminations gives Descendant the ball, gonna pass that over towards a teammate. 6 bullets and a sniper and some heads to take off right now. You see Piggy fairly up forward. Looks like OpTic able to predict that. They deal with him, and the no-scopes aren't exactly gonna connect here for Descendant until Bound decides to get involved there. Teammate takes him out. He goes after Legend, and a couple of fortunate events go the way of Envy, but they should be taking advantage.
They're really just not missing shots in a crucial spot there. And even now, Descendant's gonna find the weak player that was left behind. Envy, every time it felt like OpTic Gaming should get away with something, Envy just has had an answer. One of the more frustrating games probably for OpTic Gaming to deal with here, as they keep getting caught by surprise, and Descendant, perfectly well timed on this flank, is gonna find another.
Enemy has the ball.
Tight game here in the early rounds. It looks like OpTic Gaming with a slight advantage. No time wasted as they hop right on the ball. Quantum Translocator coming up real soon here. You see Formal pinging that cargo side. He knows there's gonna be a player coming up the ramp. And that's precision with the nades and the pressure to try to get closer to this ball.
See, right now, I mean, this is a pretty unusual setup. You do not see this oddball hold all the time. I mean, pretty rare to have it by the crystal here, and so far OpTic Gaming's been able to get a good chunk of time, and Envy, their breakthroughs haven't been quite as effective from this position as we've seen before. Descendant gonna try to go in once again, but caught out, taken down. OpTic Gaming, it's been pretty smooth sailing from them having this unorthodox hold.
12 lead, 3 down go Envy. The final player is absolutely hunted down courtesy of Legend. Now we get to see how OpTic play this out. Spawn over towards the wide side. Looks like Legend tries to rotate that ball away from the Envy spawners, but gets caught out.
And Legend was heads up there to try to get that out. Just didn't quite have the timing to do so, but he's reading the map well there. He understood that those spawns were going to favor Envy on that spot and try to get it out in time. But even then, right, OpTic Gaming able to recover. Renegade goes back to anchor out some blue spawns with Sniper coming up. That should be Renegade's to take away. I mean, so far, OpTic's just playing a very clean game of oddball. This has been a dominant round 2 thus far.
double kill by Legend and finds the escape route to get out through the mid side. Renegade takes advantage of the decoy that Legend is, and Legend just hopping around all over the place. He's still alive and kicking and continuing to do damage onto Yax, and Renegade ends up with the sniper, and Descendant feels the pain. That's just unfair.
Just 30 more seconds for OpTic Gaming on this, and I mean, with how back and forth and in the battle that we saw in round one, this has been a complete opposite situation where OpTic Gaming has had no problems whatsoever. In fact, you know, Renegade has the least kills for OpTic Gaming. That's the second most for Envy as a on their team. So see that the slaying disparity has just been so pronounced in this game thus far.
Ball dropped.
All the action was going down on the map. I didn't even realize that OpTic were this close to ultimately taking it. A play ball forced, but only 4 more seconds needed here for OpTic Gaming. Descendant has the QT right now. Envy do have the ball momentarily, but they need a whole lot if they want to come back in this round.
Nice sprint straight to get that kill, but Legend able to get up on this map in time makes it a lot harder for them to get that ball around the corner. OpTic Gaming gonna have pressure up to Envy to win fights, and they're gonna have to do that for the rest of this round, right? You cannot let OpTic Gaming even sneak away with this ball. Val was thinking about it there for a second. He was doing the calculation and said, can I grab this ball, get around the corner, and buy it 4 seconds? And he decided no, and Envy said, yeah, no, that's not happening. Gets the kill, and with that, getting more time.
Envy not going to allow OpTic Gaming to cheat away with that one. If OpTic Gaming want to finish out this round, they're going to have to earn it and have to do it through the slays. But that's exactly what they're going to do. 3 down, Yaxon by himself, just waiting in the corner right now for what's inevitably going to be coming. It's Formal and the Legend double push, and with that, the final seconds go down. OpTic Gaming tie rounds up at 1 apiece.
Say that stick was surprisingly close from Envy. I don't know who threw it. That one was like maybe a half inch away from Formal. They would have got that. It would have been a little bit more prolonged, but I think the result would have been inevitable with the way that OpTic Gaming was playing in that round. And you know, talk about 2 very different rounds. The first one where Envy was just being so frustrating to take down, we're resilient and able to capture away better time than OpTic Gaming. Whereas the second round, it was just never in question. That was OpTic Gaming from start to finish. There really wasn't much for Envy to play around with there.
Descendant, one of the better game-changing snipers in the league. I mean, he'll just hit a crazy shot that can turn the tides around, but maybe something like that. Quick skill from across the map. Double kill by Descendant means 3 down for OpTic Gaming, and Envy just manipulating the spawns. They know exactly where OpTic are spawning up, and Descendant might find himself a couple of flank shots on OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, Descendant was playing for a black screen there, but just didn't have the timing, and while he was doing that, Renegade took advantage of him being off that cross, was able to win the one-on-one fight there, and OpTic Gaming, I mean, I think minimized the hurt that Envy could do there pretty significantly because of that kill from Renegade. But at the end of the day, they never actually broke the control that Envy had, and Descendant just wraps back into the fight. And what do you think? I'm trying to, like, we don't see the crash yet. I don't know who's host.
Not sure exactly what was happening there, but that's really unfortunate. Descendant with the sniper was really starting to heat up here. Meanwhile, if you're looking at Formal's stat line, I actually really like that. 11 kills, 7 assists, and also about a minute in objective time as well. Formal was literally doing everything for OpTic, but Descendant with the sniper, this was getting a little bad for OG.
Yeah, that was definitely a really strong spot for Envy. They just got a 4 down too there, so a little bit of an unfortunate spot, but and they can't reset it with the did they put a start score on? I wonder if they did or didn't. I don't think they did. Either way, this game's not going to start up. We're missing a player from Envy.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure
we all lagged and died. That's why they ended it.
Not sure exactly what happened there. Probably need some clarification on that one. But man, so far, great start to the winners bracket finals here. At least as far as the gameplay goes, obviously technical difficulties aside, the gameplay itself has been really exciting for between Envy and OpTic Gaming, which, by the way, I think about the long-standing history of these like two orgs going back and forth, the rivalry that they've had, Envy and OpTic Gaming. It's kind of brought me back a little bit saying that out loud.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great to have Envy back, right? It was a shame that we missed them. Obviously, Envy was supposed to be in the HCS when year one started, but there was the OpTic Gaming Envy acquisition that happened during that time, where Hastro bought OpTic Gaming, and then they folded themselves into the organizations together, so they retired the Envy brand. Earlier this year, Envy or Hastro left that OpTic Gaming partnership group, was able to get the Envy branding back, relaunched it, and in fact is collaborating, or I should say is partners with the Native gaming brand, with Deranged Native, who's been part of the Halo scene for a long time. So I mean, just two fantastic esports owners like teaming up to create this brand back into the game. And so far, I think Envy has been one of the interesting teams, or I'd say most interesting stories throughout the year. I mean, their games have been so entertaining to watch on LAN.
Yeah, they really have been excited to see Envy and also this roster as well. Like, you look at Precision, Descendant, Jackson, and Piggy, and a lot of people, maybe the casual viewers, aren't exactly entirely familiar with those names, but that's what kind of makes them that dark horse squad to root for, because mind you may not be as familiar with them as, say, like a Formal or even like a Renegade, but they definitely do not lack any talent whatsoever. They are exciting to watch, and they will push many of the top teams to their absolute to game fives, and sometimes even come out with huge wins. Think about how many crazy wins they've got against SSG. They've got even upset against OpTic, even FaZe. Like, Envy really are the real deal, and they're demanding respect from, I guess, the casual viewer.
Yeah, it's been so interesting this last year to see how teams have like radically changed. If you would have been like, yeah, Envy's like this team that's fighting for top 4, and you looked at this roster, you'd be like, I don't know about that, right? Because it was like a lot of unestablished players in Jackson and Piggy who hadn't quite been there before. Descendant has been on some good teams, but didn't quite like have those great placings. And Precision was also like on the outside. It's like crazy that this team came together and like meshed the way that it has, and they've become such a strong team.
Right now, we're gonna see what they're really made of here. OpTic Gaming going up against Envy, and a important round number 3. OpTic with the early control and a slight lead here, but notice how they dropped the ball in order to prioritize Slays. Legend ends up taking down Jackson. A double kill for him leads to a 3 down for Envy.
Yeah, the spawns are heavily favoring OpTic Gaming here, though. They should have quicker access to that ball. You see them getting that, and they'll be able to wrap that back towards their T-bound. Able to get around that corner as well. Now for Envy, if they go down early in these gunfights, it would be doubly bad for them, because not only are they going to give up a ton of time to OpTic, but that sniper is going to go in their hands as well. So important gunfights there that they won, and then able to pull away with that sniper. So I think Envy stabilizing that position from a relatively bad spot.
Precision gonna get away with this sniper, but Legend in that so tough spot in order to clear a player out of the crystal. He just played the environment well, and then Legend hits the curb slide on him. Oh my gosh.
And that part of the map is so frustrating when you have a player one shot, because as time goes on, they can basically guarantee they get their shields back. Like, they don't have to give you the challenge until they're ready for it. Legend did that perfectly, and by the time he's ready to reach out, he wins the gunfight, gets the sniper back in their possession, and OpTic Gaming, I mean, you blink, look, they already got 70 seconds on board. Obviously, we started this game with score in place, but they came out hot.
Ball drop.
Just when you think you have a guaranteed kill on a Legend, think again, because many have made that mistake before. Piggy thought he was safe with his back against the wall, but somehow Legend finds the back smack, finds yet another kill, and OpTic Gaming are ready to run away with it.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is Legend's played just about perfect so far. It feels like he's getting great timing on everyone, and you can see the collapse from these players on OpTic Gaming. They are just isolating gunfights really well. They're teaming up on all these gunfights, and the challenge isn't going to come in time. Dominant round by OpTic Gaming, as Formal guarantees it by jumping off the map.
Wow. Legend with the 8 and 1, 5 assists to go along with it. Nice little 9 and 4, I believe that was out of out of Renegade 4 mode that we saw. On the other side of things, I mean, that round ended so quickly. OpTic was so dominant. I don't think Piggy had enough time to even get a kill there. Obviously, we started off, like you said, with already some points on the board. But man, OpTic Gaming, I don't even know if they even needed that advantage. That round was dominant. That was domination.
Yeah, you know that that's a bit unfortunate for Envy when you think about it from their perspective, because obviously a dominant round one, they have to reset the game because of a crash that happens on their side. And, you know, that's unfortunate because you had that momentum, you reset. OpTic Gaming seemingly is able to come out the gate hot and get that next round win, and then even then there's another reset that happens right when they had momentum. So for Envy, I don't think they're too cut up about it. They're probably going to be like, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that we had those resets, but we're playing our game. You know, when OpTic Gaming gets into their spots on oddball, we know how dominant they are. I wouldn't read too much into that. I think this Envy team probably still has pretty high hopes for themselves into this series. I don't think they're too down on themselves after that game.
Highly unfortunate for Envy in that game number 1, but as a professional player, you have to be able to hit that mental reset button and just keep pushing forward. The moment you start lingering on different things like that, different excuses, different things, it can really just carry on and weigh down on you. So Envy going to be resetting on this one, and some of the unfortunate, I guess, issues when we talk about online gameplay. That's why we can't wait to get back on LAN, right? You see less of that when we get to LAN. LAN is king. And we're going to find out if OpTic are going to be kings of your 5K open domination, or does Envy have something to say about that? They have plenty in the tank and plenty of games potentially to play.
Take a look over at our series that's happening at the same time. Pretty rare one, you know, Luminon versus Mindfreak. These guys had a scrim the other day where it was 10-9. They seem to be very neck and neck. It was Luminon that came out the victor in that scrim, but scrims are scrim. You know, victor in a scrim is always a quote unquote. This is where it matters in tournament play. Mindfreak seem to be hitting their next level. Luminon, they still look great, but we haven't seen those placings that we're used to seeing from them. I think this is going to be a really important match for both the sides, and I think for Mindfreak, they really want that confidence of being able to take down another top team in the HCS.
I think it's so important that we have a Worlds event. My gosh, you know, Barry from down south from Bryce. Very important that we have a Worlds event. You have the best teams in the world coming out. And as far as global competition, it feels like it hasn't been this competitive in any time that I can remember. We have Australia and Latin America getting their best placings back at HCS Charlotte, and Luminon Gaming, who, you know, arguably the best team outside of NA. Maybe they were a bit disappointing over the last couple of tournaments, but we know what they're made of. Global competition is real, and one of the many reasons I can't wait for Worlds.
See that flag out into the bridge. They're going to bring that one back home, but at the end of the day, still a stand off between the two sides. Flag will be touched from SLG. It's only SLG at home for Luminon. They are sending everyone up on the map to try to get this return, just leaving SLG by his lonesome, and Rice gonna feel this pressure. Glory's gonna be the first one in.
Glory with some damage onto Rice. Rice trying to return some of that, buys enough time for his teammate to come off a spawn, and Glory, active listening, gets involved with the fight from across the map. 2 players overextend toward the elbow side to clear them out, but they end up going 3 down. Do Mindfreak and SLG with a beautiful snipe, make it 2 as SLG guarantees that flag cap for Luminon Gaming.
Really well played by SLG, because think about what he did from his perspective, right? The whole team pushed up into that fight. He was the player that was at flag. As those fights are happening and the first player goes down, because they're winning those gunfights, right? They're not losing position. He leaves the base and tells the next spawner, hey, it's your job now. Pushes up through that snipe side, gets the sniper into play, and swings it at the right time. A lot of players, like, they feel like, hey, I'm holding the flag standoff. My job is to be here. But the reality is, like, if your team's winning position on the map, go up, leave it. let your spawners take care of it. Try to keep that acceleration going, right? Keep your timing on the map. That was really well played by SLG.
5 minutes remaining.
Multitasking looking really good here for Luminon Gaming, up 1-0 in your top left-hand corner. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at the bottom right-hand corner. A featured matchup between OpTic Gaming and Envy. Looks like it's going to be getting started here real soon. There's so much action, we can't even keep up with it. And as I say that, Luminon go 4 down.
Yeah, look at that. Mindfreak going to have their counter here, so should be 1-1. We'll keep an eye on that match as it goes on, as game 2 between OpTic Gaming and Envy has started. Barco, it's the snipe shot. I want to see that. I think that flag got guaranteed to come home, but OpTic Gaming versus Envy Star. I did see one person in chat say Australia versus Europe should have some crazy ping. It's actually both teams boot camping in America right now. The Luminon squad's in Los Angeles, and the Mindfreak team is in Washington, D.C. So still probably not a great connection between the two, but everyone's in North America.
And if I remember correctly, Luminon Gaming in the same venue as Shopify and Riot, right? The HQ. That's a beautiful venue. Me and Tools were there not too long ago.
I'm waiting
They
for
being
the
treated
land
real
scrim, bro.
nice.
I want to see a land scrim between them.
I'm down. I'm ready. let's go over there and cast it. Let's head over there.
That's it. I'm close enough. It's like a 3-hour drive for me. Let's go.
Yes, same.
Yeah. Go. OpTic Gaming up 9-6 to start this game, but more importantly, have the power weapon in their hands. And it seems like this has been where they've been dominant, is when they have power weapons, when those things are going their way. Really, to me, for OpTic Gaming, just make sure Descendant doesn't get the power weapons. And usually this game's gonna be a lot easier. It's like, as long as you keep Descendant away from them, I think you can really minimize their impact. Oh my, that was express delivery, precision. Didn't know what he was lining up into.
Formal says that's the closest you're getting to this power weapon right there. Plants it to the head of a grappled out Precision, and a 14-8 lead. And Precision gets caught standing still, and you know you're gonna pay for that one. Formal going at it, ends up getting that grapple delivered to him, but not able to get out with his life. 15-9 for OpTic Gaming.
Send it. Wanting to play aggressively into the tower. I like the low-high concept. They'll get the opening damage, and then you'll see Yaxon try to act upon it, but I think Formal pushed Yaxon back before that play could happen, and you feel the tension. Look, there are fights happening in all 3 lanes, but Piggy wins his over at the long haul. He might just win 2. Legend in the fight. Oh, Piggy! In the 1v2, there was no help to be found in that. He won them both against the OpTic Gaming squad.
16-12 lead here for OpTic Gaming. Another trade goes down. Jackson inbound getting reset here. With camouflage coming up, Piggy has some great positioning on it, but with his team 3 down, you have to imagine OpTic are going to be on the collapse. Curve slides his way towards the opposite direction of OpTic Gaming, but still not able to get away with camo.
That bound. Able to get that damage on the Descendant, but no trades right away, and that's where Envy's going to find their way back into this game, is if they're able to go and win some of those gritty one-on-ones and then solidify their position after. As long as they do not trade out, they'll find their way back into this game. And look at OpTic, they're basically contained. It's only Formal that has some spacing over onto that pipe side.
Descendant was waiting over toward the back blue, but as he noticed 2 players actually going through the blue pipe side, thought he wanted to take the 1v1, but ended up in a 1v2. 3 down, going Envy. The final player is being chased. It's Yaxon.
Yeah, that is 7 kill difference now, as OpTic Gaming have been able to basically swing themselves out of that position. Very interesting how that worked out, but it was very well played by OpTic. They sent 2 players underneath where Envy wasn't looking to gain space, right? The concept of that is literally to get themselves out of that condensed spot, and then they take advantage. Formal hits the shots with the shock rifle. He's 10-5 to start this game, and okay, what is Formal doing to Envy right now?
Double-digit lead here, and as Formal goes down, it looks like Renegade and the rest of OpTic are here to pick up the pieces. A one-shot Renegade breaking ankles left and right, breaking ankles and breaking hearts, as Precision wanted that shock rifle, but Renegade gets away. OpTic looking dominant here in the game 2.
That's just Piggy. That's a lie. Wow, this game has just opened up, and Formal is the reason why. Nothing can seemingly stop this man. Even when they stick him, he's still getting his trade outs here. This 10 kill deficit is so tough to come back from at this stage of the game, but it's not impossible. We have seen it done before. Dude, Tony, did you see that nade from Precision? That thing was like, I had like a heat-seeking property to it, bro.
Hey, Precision does what Precision does, okay?
Ooh, I think he lagged out.
He's precise with the grenades, and meanwhile, OpTic precise on the attack there. 3 down, go Envy, and Camouflage should belong to OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, we see Formal get away with it. I mean, Formal getting everything this game. This OpTic Gaming squad is scary when Formal's playing like this. He's 15-7 thus far, and it's whatever he thinks about, he's getting away with at the moment. Just perfectly playing through Envy's weak points, and the damage he's been doing has been next level. This guy is just not missing anything this game, but finally taken out. And with that Envy, that's a 3 down with no trade outs there. That's exactly what they need to start clawing their way back into this game. They'll come back improbable, but not impossible, especially if they keep getting kills like that.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more of those, and we really have something on our hands here. Meanwhile, Formal ends up opening up with at least 1 of those kills, bringing OpTic just 5 kills away from taking this game number 2. Another one goes the way of Legend, and a Renegade, despite being 1 shot, looks like he still wants to push up.
Yeah, you see the staggered spawns are really brutal in this spot. Envy not going to be able to really move much off their spawns. Precision gonna go down, and that'll do it. 17 kills for Formal as OpTic Gaming take game 2, 50-39. Pretty dominant display from start to finish.
Yeah, quite the performance there. We talk about if you're able to get 15 plus kills in a Slayer, you are clearly doing your job and then some, especially in a game 2 important Slayer like that. Envy must be kicking themselves. You know, that game number 1 looked like it was about to go their way. They end up losing out that game 1. Game 2 goes the way of OpTic as well, and despite all of that good work that this Envy roster was doing, they're staring down the barrel of being down 0-2 against OpTic Gaming.
But I mean, with that, I mean, Envy's done it before, right? When they're down 0-2 in a series, they have this tendency to not go out quietly, but OpTic Gaming are just winning some of these close, like they're winning the close battles, and then when those close battles are the ones that you have to take against OpTic Gaming, because they're always good to like blow you out 1 or 2 games in a series, right? It's just, that's OpTic Gaming. You got 4 superstars on this team. You give them a chance, they will dominate you. So we saw that in the last layer. You had a close one that slipped away for Envy in the game 1, and now you're going on to live fire, which is, I mean, OpTic Gaming, if they could play a best of 5 and choose every map, somehow there'd be 5 best like 5 live fires in that game time. They'd make it happen because they love playing on live fire.
The only thing is that is King of the Hill a game type that at least that Charlotte played OpTic Gaming a bit, and one that Envy did have an advantage on. So if there's anything to lean on if you're a fan of Envy, it's the fact that King of the Hill, a favorite for you, and maybe not so much of OpTic in the recent matches.
See Descendant working his way into that back hill. They'll have to try to find him on their way towards this, but so far OpTic Gaming is winning all of the gunfights. And I like that the sniper can now be pretty confident on leaving because they got that 3 down. They're not too concerned about what's happening on hill. Instead, try to get everything you can. Sniper, camo, Renegade. Man just reacted and just instantly hit the shot.
Beautiful shot by Renegade, who now has camo and snipe combination here. Formal gonna battle it out with Jackson. Meanwhile, a couple grenades gonna force Descendant into a bit of an awkward position. Piggy gets lined up. My gosh, not done just yet. Precision gets it as well. Triple kill for Renegade, and Jackson, you better watch out. Renegade clearly has his Zenny glasses on.
Oh man, don't even try, Descendant. Just stay down. Keep that head tucked. Yeah, just run away. I wouldn't even want to come close to Renegade right now. The way he was lining up shots there, I don't think he's gonna miss anything here.
Done. Killing spree, Renegade. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is out of this world. The demon strikes.
Renegade low-key, like, after last event, what we're seeing, he might be the best sniper in the game right now. You know, we always talk about Stellar, Frosty. No, I mean, Renegade been hitting some crazy shots. He'll go just about perfect with the sniper as he makes another backflip, but Envy not out of this hill yet. One last player they need to take care of, and all of OpTic Gaming pushing back to take care of him. Did anyone anchor out these spawns? They did. I mean, this is so well played by OpTic Gaming. This is why you don't want to play them on live fire. They just play perfect.
Renegade still flirting around with a killing frenzy, and man, he's got the Riz. 2 more kills and tower control by Renegade, and more importantly, his teammates even spawning up over on the tower side as well. Legend duking it out over toward the back green side. Renegade wants to get involved with that and every other fight, because anything this man does is seemingly going his way.
So I just want Renegade to stay alive for another minute so he can get that next sniper. You see it's coming up in 30 seconds here. The push coming, but Renegade will have Formal's help, and Formal didn't even need it. He just won that camo. Oh, he spotted. Oh, he gets the first, and he's out. Jackson, the only player alive. They know his position. Renegade just takes a reposition. That's going to be his next. Oh, come on. Give him the frenzy, Legend. Ah. Stole it away.
And you're telling me you don't think this man got his Zenny glasses on? Spots out the camouflage like it's nothing. Doesn't miss a single shot to send it. You can get it too. Killing frenzy by the main slayer. Renegade is shutting down Envy at this point, seemingly by himself.
Yeah, I know Callus is sitting there on the buttons like, yo, Renegade, die. I want to do my job. Like, right now, we're just staying on Renegade because the man's not going to die this game at this rate. He is winning gunfights. Even when he goes down to 1, he has his quick escapes. He is flowing on the map. New combo in hand. 2 players to his right. They have no idea about him.
Well, Precision's weakened and ends up getting taken down. Renegade gets out of that situation. Piggy trying to survive over towards the small window side. Some well-placed grenades and a flanking descendant. Mind you, he's no shields right now. And Renegade knows it. Both players just dancing around a little bit. And eventually, it's Bound with the cleanup and a Renegade staying alive.
Okay, Renegade's blatantly playing for the Ready Riot, right? I have never seen a man play for a spree so hard before, but I love it. They give it to me. You know, I want to see the Riot. This is incredible from Renegade. 12-0 to start this game.
And that in itself, there was a strategy. The running right shows up in the
he shows up in the feed.
If you're on the opposite side of things, you see a running riot. That hits the mental. He's playing mental warfare with that V.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way he's taking his routes. Like he's on the perimeter, doesn't want to like get caught. There we go. He gets
like
caught.
A Call of Duty player playing for a nuke.
It really was. I mean, it's like I don't blame him though. You're so close. Oh, he finally goes down. But I mean, by the time he goes down, the damage is done. Imagine like your first death of the game, your team's up 3-0. It's like you're like, yeah, I'll take that.
3-0 lead here, just one more hill needed for OpTic, but maybe that heat check is exactly what they needed to kick things up just a bit. Slow down Renegade, but get caught out by Formal, who just got himself a camo.
Yeah, I'm curious whether they try to contest on this or not. They could try to throw their numbers here, but it's probably better just to stay alive and have that tower side positioning for the next rotation.
First hill goes to Envy. Could be the first of many if they continue to play like this.
They won those initial fights, Tony. Renegade's a big fight here. If he goes down, this is going to be a great hold for Envy.
3 down, go OpTic Gaming. Envy already in the hill. Piggy has that tower control. They got everything going their way.
I mean, look at OpTic Gaming spawns. They're trapped over at green, so they have to fight through up the map, and they won't have any good angles to contest. So it's important for these first fights to go their way so that they can eventually get them out of hill. And you know, when they need them to go their way, they do. OpTic Gaming, they're just built that way.
Jackson somehow avoids getting taken down by Formal just long enough for Precision to get himself a cleanup. Jackson aggressive finds Renegade. Renegade may have found him instead. Double out of Renegade. Precision on the chase. The stick connects, and that's another triple. Oh, baby, a triple. Renegade 17-2.
Yeah, Renegade might be working on another frenzy here soon.
No, stop. Stop.
No, double back, bro. Go for it again. Oh. Looks like Bao is going to find that kill before it comes into play. Renegade's still alive as Legend has his back. Headshots through. They just need about 15 more seconds on this hill, and Envy are going to have a struggle to get to this contest. One last push from them.
So much different between this game number 2 and game 3 than we saw in that game number 1, which could have went Envy's way. OpTic Gaming since then have been on a roll, called them butter. But as I say that, Ledger gets cleaned up, sniper down over toward the tower side, Descendant gets away with camo. Hold on.
Yeah, you know, oh, big fight by Renegade. Another one. Oh my God, Renegade 19-3 this game. That might just be enough to win it. Can they contest in time? No, Renegade. Oh my word, what he just did in this game. 19-3, and he just won the game at the very end there. That could have been very mixy if Envy gets that hill.
When you talk about some of the best players in the world right now, you mention the names. You mention the names like the Legends, the Stellars, the Frosties, even the Young Guns, and the Last Shots and the Cycles. But the best player in the game is Renegade, specifically when he's angry. And an angry Renegade is absolutely unstoppable. And you saw it right then and there. Sheesh.
Yeah, I want to point out he had 6 bullets in the sniper when we got on him. Every bullet of this sniper connects into a body or a head of the opponents on Envy, and that's when you knew that. That's so like when Renegade's hitting shots like that, there's no chance, and he'll make one last backflip here as Piggy tries to get out. Boom, on to Piggy there, and from here, you know, we get to see the little killing frenzy. That was just so well played by OpTic Gaming. It's like really was just Renegade taking over the game for one, right? But then the first 3 hills, like, they didn't waste any time on any of it. It was just so efficiently played. And then Renegade was winning fights like that, like these double kills into this triple. That's how OpTic Gaming gets themselves into this hill and ready to capture, right? If Renegade doesn't do that, then Envy gets their answer back there. There's a lot of time on the clock, but this is the most important fight, right? Because Envy, they can get in and secure the capture there. No, Renegade off spawn gets 2 of them, perfect shots. That stops the door shut on Envy and that potential comeback.
And what's crazy to me is that, like, I feel like, you know, throughout multiple players' careers, we've seen them have like these crazy standout performances, and even when the lights aren't brightest, like you see in a Renegade do. But what's crazy to me is how consistent he is with it. Like, think about the back-to-back lands that ultimately they won. That was Renegade put out performances like this every game. Same thing in Charlotte. When you saw Charlotte down, when you saw Renegade and OpTic down in the lower bracket, you saw games consistently like that. I'm telling you, man, an angry Renegade. Best player in the game, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Renegade where it's like, to me, they're gonna award an MVP at the Halo World Championships in just a couple weeks here. And I'm gonna say it, like, if Renegade doesn't get it, bro, we're storming the stage. Like, there's just no way, right? Like, it's not even a conversation in my mind. It's like, it's Renegade and no one else that could be MVP of this game. I think it's only him, Frosty, and Royal 2 that have won a LAN every year that Halo Infinite's been in rotation, right? It's like, it's just those 3, and Renegade has done it with more teams than I mean, Frosty and Royal 2 obviously I've done it together each time, but like, Renegade just like goes to roster, wins lands. It's crazy to watch.
It's beautiful to watch as well. And so is this Mind Freak and Luminon Gaming matchup that we've seen tied up 1 apiece right now between Luminon and Mind Freak. And a swing game number 3. One that Mind Freak have the advantage, the half mouse and keyboard and half controller roster, all badasses, are Mind Freak. They're 18 seconds away, from taking this round 1.
Yeah, but I wouldn't count Luminon out of this yet. They have really good positioning here. They just got a 4 down that is staggering the spawns of Mind Freak, and if they can hold off the next couple of rotations, they're gonna be fine. Oh, dude, really well played by Rice and Scoop there. I mean, just beautifully collapsing in on those angles. And you know, when teams are able to run and hit those complementary angles with that sort of timing, it feels like there's more players on the map than there are. Like, when you're playing against a team that's that well coordinated.
Mind Freak already had that man advantage ball in hands, and Sniper was trying to get involved here, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to make it in time, especially when you just went to the respawn screen. Mind Freak taking round number 1 in our swing game 3.
Yeah, we take a look at the 2 players for Mind Freak and Scoob and Sway is just leading the charge with 25 kills between the two of them. It's really this Mind Freak team, you think about what they have to do to be prepared for these lands. Like, these guys don't get to practice 80% of the year, right? Like, they only get to practice a couple weeks at a time when they come to boot camp in North America. So a lot of their practice, when I talk to them, is it's watching gameplay. And what I found really interesting is because they don't have any of their own film to watch, what they did is they pull up the Shopify Rebellion films, they pull up the OpTic gaming films, and they're like, okay, what are these guys good at? What are they doing? And so much of their practice, Tony, is theory crafting and being like, oh, like, see what they're doing there? And then they just have to talk about it. And when they get in that situation, and they're like, we talked about this, right? We theory crafted all of it. Time to execute.
Well, as long as they're studying together and end up on the same page, I mean, hey, it's a dangerous Mind Freak, and they've proven it at Charlotte. And even today, I mean, I think Mind Freak have been fantastic, and the work clearly not done just yet. Going toe-to-toe with Luminon, who are up by 20 seconds at the moment. Glory ends up losing that sniper, and now SLG by himself. Sway says, thanks for the ball.
To drop down and find that player Luminon before they can react either. So that's a one more down for Luminon that they'll have to wait a pretty considerable amount of time before they can get to this challenge. Woodham and Glory got to be careful here. And there they go. The spawn comes in. Now they'll have the numbers to take on this challenge, but still they'll need to win the gunfights, and Sway is just one step ahead. Sway's going to hit a full rotation here if you wanted to. Looks like they're going to opt to try to win this fights instead. I don't know if I necessarily favor that. Too many players of Luminon there for me to be comfortable with that play.
Barcode is able to get the 5-shot onto Wootsum, but Glory's quick there with the cleanup forward down, go Mind Freak, and that ball never ends up off the map.
Yeah, the reason I bring that up, right, is because red side was completely cleared, and Sway's probably could have read that based on his teammates' positioning and where he saw that push coming from. And you have sniper in your hands, right? So to me, like, keeping distance isn't a bad idea, especially if you be one step ahead on those rotations. I think that was a really good opportunity there for that, but instead they go for those slays, and, you know, Mind Freak right now, it's been a bit of a struggle for them to get those clean 3-4 downs in order to get ball time on the board. It's been very scrappy whenever Mind Freak has touched this ball. You can see that reflected in the scoreline. Only 1 second of ball time. Despite them, you know, being around that ball, they haven't been able to get much time out of it.
32-1 lead here for Luminon at the moment. Wootsum, the third mouse and keyboard player in this lobby right now. Love to say that. Love to see the different representation and inputs here as we download Mind Freak. We're going to switch over to Sway. Sway has his eyes set on this sniper, but something tells me Luminon does as well.
Yeah, imagine like the end of year 1, beginning of year 2, where like the controller scene was just so dominant. Like, there was no mouse and keyboard players doing anything in the scene. To be like, yeah, in a couple years, we're gonna have 4 mouse and keyboard players calling themselves professionals, like at Worlds. It's a pretty cool achievement, and even then, like, we've had, you know, Woodham make it very far, like top 6 finishes at tournaments. We saw the top placing for Rice and Scoopmeister in Australia based on those 2 players on those inputs. Very, very cool to see. And I think right now, if the next game were to come out, I firmly believe that mouse and keyboard could be like a 50-50 split if given the chance, if there was enough players on mouse and keyboard to make it happen.
Buzz right now, SLG, he's on controller right now, but he's hitting snipes like he is on the keys and loving that. Couple no scopes to the body. Teammates are cleaning up kills left and right. Luminon Gaming not only with the lead, but also with the setup.
Yeah, this is the difference. I mean, Mind Freak got that ball there. It was very hard for them to get ball time. In fact, they weren't able to get any. Luminon, they get their break. They get the setup. They're immediately getting time. You can see Mind Freak, their pushes are a little bit more delayed. They aren't as quick as they were in that first round when we came and watched them for the first time in this series. Instead, Luminon's been able to just chunk away easy time.
A little bit of patience from Mind Freak just about pays off there. They weren't able to momentarily put Luminon 3 down, but Luminon come off a spawn, answer right back. That was a double out of Wootsum and Glory's right on the ball.
And once again, just maximizing time. You see the situation's been the same, where they have that ball into blue, they're spawning them as far away as possible, and red forcing them to play through the map. And oftentimes Mind Freak, the way they get through is through that ice side. And then once they get in, just throw a ball off the map, right? You have that easy play, get yourself back in a position, try to fight for it once again.
ball gets pushed over from the mid side. Luminon takes a couple shots in the back here. Turns to put down the extra damage, and Barcode down to one shot and SLG on the cleanup here. Damage continues to go down. A one shot. Sways can't escape here. Luminon may not be on the ball just yet, but the Slays battle is heavily favoring them.
And they don't have any pressure to get on ball right away because of the lead that they have, right? With only 50 seconds left in neutral time, they need 35 seconds to win the game. I mean, to win this round. To me, like, the math sort of adds out to just playing time from here on out. I think it's worth having your 4 bandits up because of how much time Mindfreak has to make up, and how little time there is left on the neutral clock.
Luminon going forward down. That might change things up just a bit here. Mindfreak have an opportunity to make a nice run, but they need the Slays on top of that. Scoopmeister understands that, wins his 1v1 against Wutum, but the cleanup comes up real quick. But does anybody account for Glory on the flank from one side of the perimeter all the way to behind enemy lines? Barcode escapes from one fight, but ends up right in the hands of Glory, and 3 down. Go Mindfreak.
And Glory might be one of the more under talked about Slayers just because he's from a different region. He doesn't get as much, time on broadcast compared to other players, but the way he got into the HCS was being so dominant in the FFAs. He would go to these tournaments and just run house on the FFAs. I remember Arlington, he got first place in every single one of his fights until grand finals where Goober was able to take that win. But he is scary in one-on-ones. Like, he just doesn't miss many shots. And I think he plays so quick into gunfights. Like, he's always searching for what's to come next. You see that in his stat sheet, right? 25 kills, 17 assists. The most kills and most assists in the lobby.
It feels like Luminon Gaming is kind of exactly what they need. You think of like SLG being a power weapon specialist, and you think of Wutum being that main damage dealer. Snipe Drone, he's taking the 1v1s, and any damage that doesn't get cleaned up by a Snipe Drone in a Wutum, well, Glory's in his way of thinking as far as FFA player, he's taking all the kills. He's hopping on all of that. It feels like it's exactly what Luminon want, and on paper, at least to me, it makes sense.
Ooh, Sway's big nade that came in. It got 2 players from Luminon one shot. And because of that, the break becomes much easier than Luminon had anticipated. With that 3-4 down, they're going to be able to get a lot of spacing here. You see how Rice and Scoob are pressuring over on that cargo side pretty heavily. If Sways wins this fight while that flank comes in, you're going to see another 3-4 down for Luminon.
Snipe in the hands of Sways. Luminon only have SLGs alive on the map at the moment here, and Sways understands that he's probably hiding over toward the mid side. Hears him rotating away, but SLG doing a fantastic job of not only living but thriving. He takes down Scoopmeister, and that's an opening now that Luminon are gonna want to play through.
Oh, the stick from SLG. When did he throw that one? Yeah, SLG just made himself the hardest kill on the planet. Sways goes down, but unfortunately for SLG, the rest of his team met their demise during the process. Wutum, though, very close to this ball, is going to at least force some funky spawns here. And you can see the fights, though, still favoring Mindfreak. They're just playing really well together. The team shot coordination is really pulling them through on this round thus far.
Multiple go down here for Luminon. Snipe Drone sees a weakened player in front of him, but there's 2. He's not able to take down either one of them. Wutum on the follow-up, but he's going to join Snipe Drone and the rest of the crew. 3 down. Go Luminon.
They're just halfway to the end goal here, and they're still just winning gunfights. Luminon having a very tough time breaking this spawn trade. I mean, they're not trading out kills. Look, that's 4 that go down, not 1 trade out. So then Mindfreak in response can then take a lot of spacing up on the map. I mean, look at where Sways is at. Look at this position. They have themselves a very clear L on the map where Scuba's the top side. They go down. They get a ton of spacing. And it forces Luminon to fight through these cross angles that are just so well watched at the moment. There really isn't many options for them to get through, and they're running out of time. There's 22 seconds left for Mindfreak to hold this ball to take game 3.
78-2 lead here for Mindfreak, but looks like Luminon finally able to find some of the kills they've been looking for. Aggressive Glory will trade out his life every day of the week if it means Mindfreak go 3 down finally. Luminon on a setup of their own.
Snipe Drone was, he had his scoreboard up there. You could tell he was standing still, and the second the spawn came up, you saw him move up into position to try to take that gunfight. Read that spawn perfectly, but still a lot more that needs to be done for Luminon here. Even then, Mindfreak were able to get up and stabilize some slays pretty early on, and Barcode might have just won the spawns back for his team. Snipe Drone needs to find a quick answer here. You see that fight going down, and Barcode and Snipe Drone, that fight finally resolves with Snipe Drone winning those back spawns.
Mindfreak have clearly brought their A game in this matchup here. A huge lead going towards them. Scoopmeister taking an interesting route over toward the top side of the map. Gonna get rewarded for that with a kill. Wootsum on the chase, and a Scoopmeister watching his back. Sways goes down, but the cleanup is there. 3 down for Luminon, and Scoopmeister not wasting any time.
So they're going to be able to get this ball back towards safety as well. One last push for Luminon to make the play here. And they have every angle basically watched. They just need to win tough fights here.
8 more seconds. SLG on the chase. It's a double push for Luminon. They see the ball in their sights. The nades are going down, but Rice stays alive here. Glory just a second too late. Can't find the backsmack. Can't find the shots. And Mindfreak come out with a huge swing game number 3.
And you can see, I mean, so far the story between these two teams was really the back and forth heavyweight blows that they were sending. I mean, round 2 wasn't in question. That was Luminon's all the way. Round 3 wasn't in question. It was Mindfreak's all the way. It seems as if they're able to get their momentum and play with advantage. They do a great job of maintaining those advantages.
Said it before and I'll say it again here. I mean, Mindfreak were already getting better and better every event, every year. But Barcode coming back over to ANZ and competing once again with this roster, and it just simply works. I'm looking at the score lines right now. 34 kills for Scoopmeister and 8.3 KDA. I love the assist across the board. Not even just for Mindfreak, also for Luminon as well. Obviously, everybody in this lobby super individually talented, but not just counting on the 1v1s, really counting on teamwork, I should say, to make the dream work.
And you can take a look at the bottom of your screen right there, right? Look how this series has gone leading up to this point. It was 3-2 on the flag on Origin. And then it was a 50-49 in game 2. This has been such a crazy thin margin between the two teams. And even though, you know, the oddball, the rounds themselves weren't close, you could tell that there was a clear yin and yang to it, where when one side was dominant, they were dominant. They're trading their blows there as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got to find out who's making it to the top 4. Your elimination bracket semifinals is coming up next. You see Luminon and Mindfreak duking it out. Mindfreak was able to get a huge win onto Unreal Nightmare, a very good squad that finds himself in pool play almost every time. Meanwhile, Complexity pulled off a 3-1 in the early rounds against FaZe Clan. I didn't even see that, where Complexity and Cloud9 going at it for that same spot in the elimination bracket quarterfinals. Waiting right now in the grand finals is OpTic Gaming, and whoever makes it out is going to have a tough battle if they want to become your champions here in your 5K Open domination number 2.
Take a look at Mindfreak's journey, Tony. They had a 3-0 versus Unreal Nightmare. They're up 2-1 against Luminon. I think they're really establishing themselves as a contender for further and further finishes into the lands to come. I mean, I think Mindfreak is a team that all these teams seriously have to take into account now.
Oh yeah, I mean, and you're 100% right. It feels like somebody could have said that maybe Charlotte was a bit of a fluke after, beating out, OpTic Gaming, for example, which was huge, by the way. But they finished number 1 in their pools. They then went out into championship bracket and also did extremely well in that lower bracket where they had to go down to the wire to game 5 and advance themselves into the top 8. And even coming into this tournament right now, Luminon Gaming, who are no joke whatsoever, Mindfreak have a 2-1 advantage. If you still think this is a fluke, I think you're just, watching with a blindfold on. Mindfreak are the real deal, and everybody better recognize.
Yeah, I think both these teams are going to be very scary going into Worlds just because they're going to have so much practice. I mean, Mind Freak not only is boot camping before Charlotte, they're boot camping on the lead up. Like, they'll be basically playing in North America for like a month, which is like the most time they probably ever had to be prepared for LAN. And we already saw the difference that Charlotte boot camp made for them.
But is there ever a time where playing in America hurts? Maybe you know.
No.
Don't. No, what I'm saying, like, you know, don't be eating too much of the food, Mind Freak. Don't go too much for the fast food. You know, still eat healthy. Still do what you do. Don't let America take over. Still keep your ANZ self.
I saw Legend's DoorDash orders, bro. If Legend can eat that way and be the best player in the game like he is, bro.
Well, they didn't win Charlotte.
Do you ever think the North American food is like what makes the difference for these guys? You ever think about the other way? It's the additives. Something about it that makes them better at Halo.
63-16 lead here for Mind Freak, who actually just gone 3 down. A huge lead out of them, but a response out of Luminon Gaming. Both teams boot camping and practicing for Worlds. And I mean, honestly, right now getting valuable practice are both Luminon and Mind Freak.
Luminon able to find themselves back in the scoring position, but I think that one might be at risk pretty quick here as Rice has found his way over to A. Big gunfight, snipe drone, and SLG trying to get to position, but those nades were well placed. They found their easy cleanups. A should switch hands eventually. Ooh, Barcode tried to get over to pipes. No one actually had secured those A spawns. That's still up for grabs, and Luminon, if they're quick enough, they could get the reset on that. They do. Wow, I think Barcode, if he would have just backed up there and secured that spawn, they would have been able to at least stave off this trip cap.
Luminon not only scoring, but fighting for the trip cap and defending it and earning it. Because with that triple cap, it looks like Luminon Gaming are going to take the lead. SLG once captained the best Strongholds team that we have ever seen. And Luminon Gaming ain't too bad at Strongholds either.
Yeah, I like the 7 kills apiece from Sniper and Glory, but Woodham doesn't have a kill yet, but he has 8 assists. He's just getting involved in all the gunfights. Finally gets his first there, but they lost camo in the process. It's going to be a Scoob that was able to get that into his hands. They'll try to stay one step ahead on the rotation. Luminon as they rotate into C while Scoob captures A, but I'd be worried about this camo coming back into a fight.
Shock rifle coming up right now. Scoob Meister advancing through the low ground with his camouflage, concealing his presence over and over again, only striking when he knows that he can get the kill, or his teammate can. SOG now by himself over towards top A. Scoobmeister and Mind Freak are not going to allow him to get away with that, trying to be sneaky with it, but that's a reset, and Mind Freak continue to score.
Yo, Scoob's not missing. He is heating up. 9-4 this game. Finally gets caught on his rotation. He'll go down, but some big wins there for Mind Freak that really stabilize this game for them for the time being. You see a lot of pressure being put on by Luminon to get A, but all that pressure dissipates at once as Mind Freak gets those kills that are untraded. B's going to switch hands, and now they can really start thinking about the next step and whether they want to play for a trip cap here or not.
Looks like right now Mind Freak limiting the options of Luminon. They're spawning up, but it's Mind Freak that know exactly where they're going. From the tower side, that nade does pull Barcode out of the play long enough for Glory to try to go through the front door. Barcode survives, puts down max damage. SLG somehow will survive over toward the gold side while Mind Freak score for now.
Let's see, they're going to be able to cut this lead down to just 13. Barcode with that trade out, that's going to keep them one step ahead without Luminon having that player to push out towards A. It's going to be a very fragile hold for Luminon here. That A does go through, but you can see players of Mind Freak getting ready to pressure on that side as well. Trade outs all around, and Mind Freak's into A. This fight here is going to be crucial.
Looks like about to be a 1v2 for Barcode here. You have both SLG and Glory's hunting you down, but Glory ends up getting cleaned up. I think there was a trade that happened. Rice goes airborne, and SLG's not able to connect.
Yeah, that's one of the few times where you're going to see controller just get outclassed by mouse and keyboard there. Because of how that gunfight's happening, you see a lot of vertical movement on the stick needed for SLG. Controllers don't really handle that style very well, whereas when Rice goes around that corner, he's able just to flick down, and his reticle is able to track back to where it needs to be much quicker than SLG there.
144 to 117 for Mind Freak at the moment, but they're the ones that also go 3 down. Sways with the green gun, no shields to work with. SLG always going to take advantage of that. Double out of SLG. Luminon with control. They already have 2 casts, but looks like Luminon won 3.
That if they get this trip cap, it's 2 points for every second. And the big thing is, you see, they get the trip cap, there's no counter coming in from Mind Freak yet. And by the time they do, they've already lost a player into the process. This is going to take a lot of time for them to break out of this trip cap. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Luminon at over 200 points by the time Mind Freak's able to get themselves out of this situation.
Trip cap locked in here for Luminon, and Mind Freak better be careful.
I see Glory waiting to leave. I'd be worried about splitting out these spawns too fast.
A little bit of patience there. Able to get in their damage going out. Snipe drone down to 1 shot with Barcode. Had to give up that positioning, and Glory putting max damage onto everybody on the map. Barcode and Sway's fall, and it looks like they're going right back in for the triple cap.
And like, there's just so much work that needs to be done by Mind Freak here to get out of this situation. Still, even though they have 1 to call home, they're still very much trapped on the map, and it's in the worst spot likely for them at Pipes, where all those exits are able to be watched pretty closely by the players on Luminon. And by the time this break comes in, you can see that the score, I mean, it's over 200 points now for Luminon.
Barcode converts Alpha. Scoopmeister does a great job of staying alive here towards half wall. All of Luminon know exactly where Scoopmeister is, but they can't get close enough to get the kill. Scoopmeister's shields are right back up. Ends up getting the kill onto Snipe Drone, and with that, 2 down go Luminon Gaming, and Scoopmeister aggressive towards the battery side. Sways aggressive as well, but all 4 members of Mind Freak get wiped.
SLG might have just won the game at C there. I mean, he was in isolation, won 2 critical fights to stop Mind Freak from being able to out-rotate the Luminon scoring there. And it gets them closer and closer. That should have been a pretty clean break for Mind Freak after Scoopmeister made all those plays to stay alive. Instead, you see it's Luminon that's still just 1 step ahead.
Shot Scoopmeister. Some is already here. 4 down once again. Go Mind Freak, and Alpha and Charlie ain't enough. Now going in for Bravo. Another triple cap, and Luminon know where Mind Freak is spawning.
You see SLG just working with Woodham here to make sure they don't give up anything in the middle of the map. They get another 2 down, and they're just running out of time. They have to get through, and by the time they do, you see the trip cap getting locked in again. So the scoring is just going to continue for Luminon. I don't know if Mind Freak has time to get into a contest. So that's a desperate, and yeah, there's no way to get in. I mean, that was really well played by Luminon. That second half of the game was clear and decisive for them.
Wow. Beautifully played, and game number 5s, I ain't never mad at that. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, Complexity and Cloud9 duking it out here, trying to find out who makes it into the elimination semifinals, guaranteeing top 4 in this tournament. This is gonna be a close matchup between Complexity and Cloud9. I'm excited for this one.
Ooh, Boo Boo's doing a great job here. He's gaining spacing for his team on the elbow side while they're fighting for the return on the snipe side. As they win these gunfights, Boo Boo's gonna be able to get involved with the flag sooner than later, and you can see Complexity still hasn't been able to clear out their side despite them winning slays here. It's like still favoring Cloud9 on those polls, and there's no one there from Complexity to get that return. I mean, if Cloud9 just gets a player through, they should be able to keep that flag alive.
Another sniper about to come up here. It's like Collect able to put a little bit of pressure down. Sav tries to get involved, and all the damage goes down. Collect ends up getting himself a trade. 3 down go Complexity, and King Nick, he's getting a little creepy over toward that elbow side, trying to get sneaky with the Boo Boo Doo. He catches him out.
Ooh, yeah, King Nick went out for those rockets. He did find 2 of them on the ground, so we'll have these rockets to work with, but it's not necessarily an easy position to battle out of. Collect making it very frustrating for him, and he'll go down to 1 shot, but eventually gets the kill. Here comes the flake, the rocket. I don't know if it did anything to Sab.
Ryan, who starts his flag run, half the members of Cloud9 already removed from the map. Sab tries to do as much damage as possible for Vusi to come in for the cleanups here. The nades go down. That was a 2-for-1 special. Cluster luck for Vusi, and even throws a third one down. That should have been a guaranteed flag cap for Complexity, but it's going the other way. Cloud9 has it.
And oftentimes when you lose the guaranteed flag capture, results in this counter cap opportunities. Boo Boo Doo able to work his magic there, got across the corner, pulled the flag, had great timing on his way back. Great answer by Cloud9.
One-0 lead here for Cloud9. Sab on the fight versus Cherished. Down to one shot. Damage coming out left and right here. It looks like both members of Cloud9 gonna start to favor the Rocket side of the map here. Sab doing everything he can to survive, and Ryan looking for the easy one shots. Oh wow.
Boo Boo. Boo Boo's been just so consistent on his play this game. We noticed him over on that elbow time and time again. The Complexity, they'll eventually have to deal with that constant pressure he's providing there, or else it's gonna result in another flag capture eventually. With the way that Boo Boo Doo is playing, it's clearly with the idea of like, I'm gonna get to this elbow, and if I'm given a chance, I'm pulling this flag and getting a capture.
Shots go down. Cherish does as well. Sab getting a little bit extra damage on the play over toward the Rocket side, but it's King Nick on the flank that gets the cleanup, and Ryan does a fantastic job of staying alive long enough to grab a hold of those Rockets.
And Ryan did get info on the 2 players remaining for Cloud9 when he went up for those Rockets, so give that over to his team. Okay, was risky. Didn't want to waste that other rocket, but it comes back to bite them as Vusi was able to get up to it. He got those rockets, got the kill. That's 3 down for Complexity. Just King Nick that has to hold off the rest of Cloud9.
Able to do so with the double kill, though. Might run into Sab as Sab gets the initial damage, but we're going to collect a bit of a new angle. Looks like Boo Boo Doo starts the flag run. That'll pull the attention of Complexity as he's going right towards the elbow side. No way Complexity expected that.
No, this is what I was talking about, right? Boo Boo Doo's been expanding towards the elbow over and over again. And the whole idea is like, yeah, if you don't go and check it, if you don't clear it, I'm going to go capture a flag. And that's exactly what happens. So the reason that works is because Complexity, they all spawned on the cave side. They pushed up to sniper. Which, like, on paper, you know, like, theoretically that should be fine, but a lot of the times if you spawn at cave, you need to have one player that moves horizontal towards the elbow, or else that happens, right? Because you give up that entire lane.
Killing spree.
2-0 lead here for Cloud9, and Cherish shutting the damn showdown. My gosh, Cherish putting in that work. Meanwhile, the first flag cap goes to Mental and Complexity.
Cherish got 23 kills, guys. It's like,
oh my
the next
gosh.
closest in the lobby is 14. It's like he's outslaying the rest of the lobby by 10 kills. It's insane. But it hasn't resulted in many flag opportunities yet for Complexity. They finally got their first on, but they go 4 down, and the spawn blocks are in. They did get one overextended spawn, but it looks like Boo Boo was very aware of that. He cuts it down, and yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say it right now, the Cloud9, Boo Boo Doo just, he made game-winning plays this game. Really heads up awareness on where to be, and those elbows, they were back-breaking for Complexity.
That's going to be game number 1 win here for Cloud9. We'll take a look at this matchup as it continues to go down, but it looks like Mindfreak and Luminon in a game number 5 right now, and it's just a 1-kill game.
And camo away from Mindfreak. And Barcode's just cleaning up the one-shots, lurking about with this camo. This is the opportunity for Mindfreak to take a lead as long as they don't allow Woodham to hit some big snipe shots on their way up into this base. This camo should give them the advantage necessary to break into the spawn once again.
Barcode with the camouflage. 2 members of Mindfreak just baiting out that sandbags angle. Looks like Barcode gonna make his presence known just long enough for Glory to take down the damage and get absolutely chased. But the repulse sends that grenade away from him, and it's Mindfreak the ones to go 3 down.
They played a very closed position. They were baiting Mindfreak into the push, and once they get the first kill, right, Mindfreak just never has the numbers to deal with such a well-coordinated team. in that back base. Big shout out to Ludum there. He keeps winning gunfights. He just got another with that sniper. He finally goes down, but as that first push came through, it was Ludum that got that first kill that really decimated the numbers of Mindfreak.
QT comes up over toward the green side. SLG and Luminon surrounding Sways, and SLG peeling that man's head off. He clearly didn't choose violence. Violence chose him. As SLG with the snipe, I thought I saw another one going at my man. Almost never misses those shots. Eventually gets cleaned up, but I think he wasted all of the ammo out of that sniper.
Hey, even then, he took one with him, right? Like SLG's caught dead to rights in between 3 players there. While one shot, still was able to manage to take one down with him before he went to the respawn screen. And in Slayers, those can be game changing.
Kill advantage here for Luminon at the moment. Couple shots go down for Scoopmeister, and of course Sways is there for the cleanup bait and switch. Looking extremely nice here for Mindfreak, but 2 more members of Luminon that they have to get through. Scoopmeister with the damage, and you might want to push up with Sways. Sways might be in trouble here.
They did a good job of just identifying where someone could be lurking. I don't think they knew for sure that Sways was there, but you need to play the process. What positions would be really key to making this push unsuccessful? They identify those spots, and Sway's not able to get any damage down. And the Luminon able to get this next camouflage. Mindfreak is in very big trouble as the lead has grown to 8, and Luminon just need 9 kills to finish this.
It's your lower bracket quarterfinals, guys. Only one team can advance over to the top 4, and the other one's going home. This is game 5. It's do or die. And right now, it's 6 more kills needed here for Luminon. Mindfreak, something's got to change. They got to start valuing their lives. But Snipe, Drone, and Wootsum are starting to heat up when it matters most. The double melee for Wootsum on the Scoopmeister ends up with a trade, but every trade favors Luminon Gaming.
Yeah, just 3 kills left. Luminon can really play hyper aggressive if they want. They just know as long as they get those trade outs, they'll be fine. Oh, Snipe Drone's nade finds Rice. They just need one more, and there it is. Snipe Drone cleans it up with a double. And that was a very clean game from Luminon. It was a close, tight battle when we came into that, where Mindfreak actually had the camouflage, but Ludum with the sniper made a big difference, and then they were able to clean that one up.
Snipe Drone going off so much, he didn't even need the reticle, man. Yeah. Game is over. My man was still fried. Give him 52 kills for that team with the way he was sniping. It's going to be Luminon Gaming that advance forward, but man, gotta show some love to Mindfreak and the improvement that they have made to make it this far. Meanwhile, Cloud9 and Complexity duking it out in a Slayer of their own, but this one is game 2.
Right now, Cloud9 just seems to be having their way with every play. Collect great flanking there to get a double. That nade should have connected. There's the third that comes into the assist. It has 3 down as camo's going up. It's just good things becoming better for Cloud9 right now. Anything that they want to get away with, they're getting away with.
24-13 lead here for Cloud9, and Collect. High IQ is able to get away with the camouflage. Now the damage goes down. Easy cleanup onto Wyatt Noob, as Mental and King Nick could be next. And with Cherish spawning up, the Complexity have enough bodies in order to fight over toward the strong side. Collect going sky high for that back smack, and the damage onto Cherish. Wyatt Noob getting involved as well. It looks like Cloud9 know exactly where Complexity are.
And so far, Collect have been just playing really well. Playing is step by step, not getting too ahead of himself. There, didn't check that back red room. Oh, I mean, he was doing such a great job of playing out that perimeter, but he just skipped the one last spot that he needed to check. If he would have checked that red room, they would have clearly cleaned up Ryan Noob there, and then probably been successful in the rest of that collapse. That gives the kind of Complexity an opening to at least start making up some of this deficit.
Still just about a double-digit lead for Cloud9. We do see Mental and Complexity close the distance just a bit. I'm going to switch on over towards Boo Boo Dubu. Wants to attack the strong side from multiple sides. Collect was going through the driveway. Boo Boo Dubu with the initial damage, and Collect able to clean up at least one of those kills, but not multiple like they were looking for.
Now it's just Abusi and Boo Boo Dubu working together to keep this their home, but you know Complexity wants to come in and collapse and find these untraded kills. Coordination is going to be important here. You see the entries at the same time. All these players get involved in the gunfights. But Cloud9, the benefit of having a lead, right, is you just need trades. It's okay if you don't necessarily win in every engagement. And even then, right, that's even. At the end of the day, it was a 3-kill swing that was answered with 3 kills of Cloud9. You're okay with that.
Long range shots connected for Sav, and the moment he goes down to 1 shot, he finds a way to stay alive. Tries to use the shrouds in order to conceal his presence, but eventually Cloud9 go 3 down, and Complexity bring us back within 6 kills.
Collect gonna try to make it 7, but not able to get that one. Complexity winning a couple big ones. Avusi at 14 and 7 so far this game, double positive. Every quarter but the right one, but hey, he has an answer back, leaves a stick, gets the kill, but Complexity has narrowed this down to just 3 kills.
Switching over towards King Nicky and Ryan, who are going to work together here on the purple side. Looks like Collect is wanting to rotate from C over towards his teammates as well. Actually, no, Collect is caught out. King Nick going to make him pay for that one. Huge damage leads to another assist. Complexity within 2.
Trades coming in. That 2-kill deficit remains, but you can feel the game slowing down. Cloud9 no longer having that supreme confidence from before. Must be careful about these trade outs, and Complexity, it feels, you can feel momentum starting to swell on their side.
43 to 41 still. Cloud9 taking space onto 2 different directions on the map, making sure that nobody from Complexity is able to sneak in, at least unseen, and that's Cherished trying to go for a flank play, but Cherished survives after the melee onto Sav. Eventually gets cleaned up. Collect is there as well. Both teams going at it right now, and every trade starts to favor Cloud9 more and more until Ryan, who gets himself a huge kill, gets his shields back in the middle of 2 different players, now making 3. Avusi and Boo Boo Doo take down Ryan Noob here. The stick not gonna connect. Here come Cherished. Here come Mental. Here come Complexity.
They've taken the lead. 47 to 46. They've been down this entire game until they get to the finish line. Just 3 more kills, and it's Cloud9 that's trapped. Power weapons in the hands of Cherish. The advantage is with Complexity. They can finish this comeback here now.
1 kill advantage, and Cherished with the Stalker. Something tells me it's going to become extremely important. If we can hit these shots, it's going to be troublesome for Cloud9 to try to take the space that they want. He's forced out of the fight, but look at all 4 members of Complexity now favoring the strong side of the map. Cherished recognizes the situation. He repositions. Mental goes after Boo Boo Doo Boo. Ryan Noob gets his. Back to back to back kills. Give Complexity the win and ties up the series.
Yeah, they just identified that Cloud9's flank wasn't coming quick enough. They sent 3 players at once, all through the same lane, and won every gunfight. Talk about a comeback, though. They were down about 7 kills the entire game, and then at the very end, we're able to close that gap, take a small lead, and eventually clean it up with, you know, a 4-kill win with how far they were down in that game. That's commendable.
I feel like so many times we talk about Cloud9 playing these situations so well, playing these tight series so well, but those slayers seem to get them, whether it's the game 2 or the game 5. When it goes down to the wire, Cloud9 seemingly need to find a way to finish those slayers there. I'm looking at Avusi dropping 17 kills. You know I love every last bit of that. Cherished with a big 4,500 damage. I feel like in the damage department, we saw Cherished really doing his thing, so I feel I'm not really too surprised there. And I love that damage differential by Mental, doing max damage as far as output, but also not taking so much in return, really doing smart damage, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think Ryan Noob had a big play through the bottom middle of the map, got a big kill, stayed alive, and bought time for his team to eventually take that lead. And once they got it, I mean, it just came down to execution on a singular battle, and well, it favored Complexity that time around.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a swing game number 3. We go back to Lattice here, and it looks like we're gonna make it oddball as well, so maybe a bit of a battle of attrition. I know my favorite game mode on this map personally is King of the Hill, but I feel like I need more experience with oddball. For some reason, I haven't run into it that much personally in ranked. I need a little more experience with it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because like strongholds, I feel like is very solved. You know exactly what you need to do, what you hold. There's a lot of flexibility in oddball, right? Like any of these setups can work. It's more about identifying what needs to be played, what spawns are open, collapsing in on those spawns when necessary. I think spawn awareness is basically number one on the mind of any team that's playing on Lattice, right? There are very distinct spawn patterns on this map. If you're able to identify them early enough and play around those, then you'll usually have success.
We're gonna wait for this matchup to get ready here for you. As I think Bravo called it back in Charlotte, the vegan-friendly Lattice oddball. Oddball. It really is just a battle of attrition on most maps. As far as specifically Lattice, you obviously get drawn to the sniper. Even the quantum translocator, is there anything special about this map that makes the QT maybe a little bit more powerful than it normally is? I'm loving the QT on Lattice.
I just think the QT in general is probably more powerful than people think it is. Like, it's a very interesting weapon that like gives you spacing that isn't necessarily earned, right? Like just being able to press a button and traverse very far distances. If you are very cognizant of where you're laying down your portals and how you're playing around them, it can make a big difference. Like being able to split yourself over into like I think of live fire, right? So like if you're on live fire, if you leave your portal at B and you push into A, you get those kills, and you could translate QT back to B and block out those spawns quicker than the spawners come up. So it's like being able to manipulate spawns, I think, is a big thing. Just being able to go into a fight and have a safety valve, I think, is always huge. I think as more maps have QT on them, as you get more reps with them, like players are just gonna get better.
Yeah, definitely nice to have that get out of jail free card with the QT. I'm gonna be honest with you, I was a little worried when the equipment first came to Halo Infinite because I didn't know what it was gonna be like. But once I got the chance to use it, I immediately fell in love. I'm like, dude, this thing is awesome. It's fun, and as we've seen, especially in the hands of our professional players, it is a play maker and at times a game changer. Lattice oddball is what's coming up next. We obviously been talking about the QT a bit and that sniper over towards the catwalk. If you can control those weapons and the middle of the map, you can have a whole lot of fun on Lattice.
See, as both these teams get ready to load in, I think oddball, what we've seen a lot of is a team getting a big lead and being able to establish that and close out these games. It feels a lot harder to have the back and forth that we've seen on different maps compared to Lattice, which I think is interesting, like that we've seen such dominant holds thus far.
Waiting for this matchup to come out here. If there is a player that you're watching out for, a player specifically on this, whether it's game mode or this map, who's that player to look out for on either side, Cloud9 or Complexity?
I think Cherish is like foundational for Complexity. To me, he's like their most important player when to be consistent with his slays. I feel like Complexity just doesn't do well when Cherish isn't doing well. So for me, I'd be keeping my eye on him. For Cloud9, I think Boo Boo Doo is always, he's like the most under-talked about player on this team. But if he's able to hit his routes and facilitate, plays for his slayers, that's when Cloud9 plays their best, in my opinion.
Way down, go Complexity. Sad and Cloud9 have that ball, and Avusi having a whole lot of space on the map here. Okay, Nick and Boo Boo Doo, we're gonna duke it out, but Collect is there for the cleanup as well. Teamwork making the dream work as Cloud9 want to get right back on the ball.
Boo Boo Doo just trying to maintain that tension there, but too many players to deal with. Got a couple down to weak, but those cleanups aren't quite quick enough. Cloud9 not able to capitalize off that damage. Instead, Complexity should be able to work through these kills and to get some time here, but even then, Avusi was able to get into the play quick enough. Complexity not able to capitalize on that.
Snipe in the hands of Avusi. Looks like he might run into King Nick first, and actually a bit of a change of angle gets him right over to the backside of Ryan Doom, and a one-shot Cherish can't survive. Huge double kill out of Avusi, avoiding the grenades, and puts Mental on a highlight reel. That's what I'm talking about, Avusi.
Hey, he had no other option, right? He had 1 bullet left in the bandit. That player had more than 1 bullet's worth of shields left. Has to hit the snipe shot, hits a heady on his way out. Right? Just fantastic play by Abusi. He's gonna start this game 5-3, but I felt like all 5 of those kills came like right there.
57 points and counting here for Cloud9 as King Nick gonna take height. Looks right down on Boo, gets himself an easy kill, and without taking any damage whatsoever, he gets aggressive right at Sab. Beautifully played by Complexity, and they're gonna try to hop back on this ball and play a bit of catch up.
They got a lot of 2 catch up though. I mean, look, Cloud9 was able to maximize their time really well there, and I mean, that's what we've seen a lot of on this map. If a team can get time and establish a good hold, you just get a ton of time at once, and you see Cloud9 able to find their break pretty early on. I mean, Complexity plays it relatively early, and Cloud9, oh, look at them back in position, doing exactly what they did just a little bit ago.
As Sab gets weak, he demands the ball over towards Boo. Full shield Boo. Throws an excellent grenade, catches a one-shot Ryan Noob, and as they try to get aggressive to Complexity, Cloud9 are ready for it. 3 down. The final player is Mental on the flank. It looks like everybody is going to be able to survive, thrive, and get to ball time.
Plus, just not trading out a lot of these kills. It's hurting them on the back end. After everything's said and done, it's Cloud9 that keeps getting time in this game. Boo gets the sniper, so even when Complexity gets their break, Boo got the most important piece on the map. He has a sniper in his hands, and he's not missing shots. The last one, that the ball is indicating where the overkill's at. Ryan Noob will hide, but he cannot stay alive. Unofficial over for Boo, and oh, unofficial kill tag? No, okay, Mental gonna stay alive.
Boo right now is playing so calculated. My man is playing chess. Everyone else is playing checkers at the moment. Beautifully played so far by Boo, and he's not done. Killing spree, a double kill. But he's doing everything that Cloud9 need.
And look, I mean, Boo, when he's playing like this, I don't think there's anyone that can, stop Cloud9 at this level. On the other side, right, Complexity, you need life out of Cherished. I really think that Cherished is that Slayer that opens up a lot of the map. That game, right, that round, he was shut down. Only 2 kills to his name during that rotation.
Ball drop.
3 down, go Complexity. Now Cherished by himself at the moment, going to be trying to be patient, wait for his teammates to spawn up, but feels the pressure coming. Not able to take the 1v1 versus Collect. Not able to stay alive with the ball right now, so both teams fighting for that ball. That's in a bit of a centralized position. Sab wasted a bit of snipe ammo. He knows he might be no longer for this life.
And not able to stay alive there. King Nick able to get through, and already Complexity, I mean, this is a much better start than what we saw basically all of round 1. They should be able to get a good chunk of time here, especially with Ryan finding the entry frag.
Early advantage now goes to Complexity here. Snipe in the hands of King Nick. 3 bullets to work with, and he knows that Collect is here on the cargo side and was just waiting for the right opportunity to connect with the quick scope. Boo could be next as the nades go down instead of force Boo out of that positioning. Sab ends up catching the 2-tap as well. Everybody flying with the S7 sniper.
And King Nick not having to waste that last bullet, switches over to the bandit, wants to hold it for this, and takes Collect down to 1 shot. Collect gonna be hunted, but no one takes him down. Look at all these players in Complexity having to wrap back now. They're gonna give up a lot of space to deal with Collect, and he hasn't gone down. That might be key to this break for Cloud9.
Big damage out of Collect here. Easy cleanup for him. Ryan Noob is over on the ice side, and it's a call out to go in. Collect gets aggressive, takes down Ryan Noob, and a little extra damage onto Cherished. 17 points now for Cloud9. Still find himself behind Complexity.
Yeah, but I do feel like we're seeing the wind shift a little bit, and the sails of Cloud9 in this round pick up. And things aren't as easy as they were for Complexity. I think back to Collect's play, staying alive. I think little moments like that can really add up in a game. And Complexity finally are back to the stable footing after a risky few rotations that Cloud9 was able to create there. I wouldn't say this one's safe yet for Complexity. I'd be very cautious of Collect in particular. I mean, those plays that he made, I think were top tier.
Little moments adding up can end up having some big consequences here. This complexity, 55 points and counting. Cloud9 once again finding himself 3 down. Sab on the challenge and Ryan Noob on the perfect shots.
Yeah, got great gunfights right there by Ryan Noob. He has 13 kills to his name, and this is the complexity that was needed in round 1. They are able to bounce back, and I'm really impressed with how they dealt with that moment from Cloud9, limiting them to just 17 seconds of ball time there. I thought it was going to be way more impactful than it actually turned out being, because Complexity's winning a lot of these gunfights that they weren't in the first round.
Double kill.
Including that one by Ryan Noob in a 2v2 scenario, and Ryan Noob gets himself a double kill. Means that they're scoring once again, and there's no way that sticky grenade should connect, but everything for Ryan Noob is just working at the moment. Goes after his former teammate in Avusi, who gets the headshot kill, but K-Nick and Complexity are still scoring, and that's what matters most.
Cherish hit the shot as well. He's still alive in the middle of the map. He finally goes down, and Sniper will switch over to collect, but there's a mountain would be an understatement to come back in this round. It's just one break that Complexity needs. They can steal away the ball for a couple seconds and win this round and push us to a round 3. We're really looking for excellence, perfection here for Cloud9 on this hole.
Cloud9 able to put Complexity 3 down. It means they're still scoring here, so maybe they might get it.
It's definitely not out of the picture yet, especially with Collect winning that gunfight. Ryu goes down to 1, and Ryu, big cleanup there on the Collect. If he had not traded out there, then I think the number situation would have just been overwhelming for Complexity.
Ball in the hands of Boo Dubu. I'd be setting up a bit of a rotation as he knows the Complexity are overwhelming the red side of the map. Portals right out, does K-Nick, and right into the hands of maybe Avusi and the rest of this Cloud9 roster. Right back to the mid-map we go. Mental tries to sneak away that ball time. Ryan was gonna try to do the same and ends up catching him with the ball as well. Absolutely stolen.
Yeah, the benefits of just only needing 4 seconds, right? Like, you don't have to play for the perfect setup for the clean ball grab. You get 1 kill, you find an opening, you get a little timing benefit. Just take advantage of it, and Ryan did that to a T.
Swing round number 3, and my gosh, K-Nick connecting on every shot. Loves himself a battle rifle. Does K-Nick 21 kills to his name, and even his bandit is hitting as well.
That Ryan Noob down below, able to find another. Just Sav and Boo Boo Dubu up on the map right now, and see Boo Boo Dubu slowed down significantly in that round 2. I believe he had 13 kills in round 1. Only got a couple to his name in that second round, so you can see that being a big difference maker for Cloud9 so far in this game.
Repulse sends Collect flying here. Ryan Noob able to get the kill, but 3 more members of Cloud9 wait for him. Mental joins the fight, and Mental gets a huge pick onto Sam, and now the damage forcing him out of this position. It looks like they have to fight if they want to continue to get that ball time, but Cherish with the snipe, he's never met a fight he didn't want to take.
He's ready to take on the next as well. Lucy, very aggressive on this challenge. I'd be a little careful about peeking your head against Cherish here. Boo Boo Dubu is going to be the next that joins the fray. Almost lined up for the collab, but it almost means nothing in this game. Cherish still able to find that kill, but Cloud9 not done with this push yet. Boo Boo Dubu trying to fill in those spots. He'll go down as well, and it's just Sab that remains, but an important fight to potentially get beneficial spawns. They will not go in the favor of Cloud9. A very dominant start to the round for Complexity.
Cherish is all over the place. Movement looking real good. Shot connecting as well. Large reason why Cloud9 having a hard time getting towards this ball is the pressure that Cherish is able to put down. And wait, did he just repulse over that grenade in doorway? That looks kind of sick.
See the ball rotation for Complexity. They're quick to get over to blue. You don't see this rotation every day. Usually you see like a play ball situation over at ice. Instead, they're trying to be one step ahead. Avusi going to be the pain point here if he's able to stay alive. He's able to get the first, but 3 more players to deal with. Avusi not able to get around that corner. That should be time for Complexity here, especially as Collect goes down. They just need 35 more seconds in this round.
Yeah, Cloud9 find himself way too far behind here. Cloud9 Need to do everything they can to get this ball out of Mental and Complexity's hands. The first kill goes towards Collect, able to deal with King Nick. But I look at it, Cloud9 are still 3 down, so Collect might end up just pushing it to a 1v2. But what other choice does he have? Complexity continue to score.
Yeah, they're running out of options. There's not much more for Cloud9 to do here. They are forced to fly, and as they do, the gunfights become simpler for Complexity. 3 seconds to go. Mental spotted, but plays that perfectly. Complexity respond with 2 fantastic rounds in a row.
You're definitely happy with that if you are a fan of Complexity, as they've now taken the lead here in this series and look very good on that oddball lattice. Moments for Cloud9, but to be honest with you, I'm not sure where the missing piece was for them to close that out.
I mean, I think the slays were just so heavily skewed for Complexity in those last 2 rounds. And you see Cherish come to life. I mean, Cherish was 2 and 12 in the round 1. You see,
why you gotta call him out like that?
Well, it's just, you know, they lost round 1 and he picks up those slays. They're right back into it. You know, it's like, I think he makes a big difference for this team. And I mean, Boo Boo Dubu, he had, I think, like 12, 13 kills in round 1. You see, he finishes with 16. So I think it was a situation of the yin and the yang. You know, you asked me who I think matters for these teams, like their individual performances in that game. And I think you see that when they underperformed, the team didn't do well. When they performed as anticipated, like their team did extremely well.
And we're taking a look at the rest of the stats right now. Ryan and King Nick really topping things off in the stats department. Both players looking like 8,000 plus damage coming out of them, and they're not taking that much in return. So love to see that out of both King Nick and Ryan Noob. And one thing I also noticed from Cherished was when they were in the setup and Cherished was over on the mid map, like kind of towards that top catwalk, but also like dropping down to stay alive. He was tough for Cloud9 to kill. Like, he was demanding a lot of Cloud9's attention, and Complexity were scoring largely because of it. So that was one thing that the eyeball test kind of told me throughout that game as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, ooh, game 40, I just spotted it. Recharge Strongholds. That rotational game type gonna come in. I'm very, very interested to see if momentum's going to play a factor here, right? If you get those opening kills and get early into a trip cap situation, like, this game could be over before you even know it. I think it's very important for Cloud9 to come out strong here. They want to force the game 5.
Yeah, well, after the oddball, which normally is a bit of a slower game type, usually Strongholds, you usually pick things up a bit, but Recharge is different. A lot of times you have the option to hold on to the double cap or play the triple cap, and with that option, I'm gonna be interested to see how Cloud9 and Complexity just take advantage of the advantages that are given to them. There's a lot of different ways you can play it out, and off the start, though, I feel like they gotta be thinking about camo, they gotta be thinking about shock. Meanwhile, King Nick, he's thinking about multi-kills.
Early into this camo, the rest of Cloud9 are able to be to spot him and take care of that camo early on, but the reality is those opening kills was enough for Mental to get over towards B, to get that shock rifle, and to get them back into scoring position.
She's shocking the hands of Mental right now. Both Alpha and Bravo already belong to Complexity, but everywhere that Mental tried to go to escape danger, he ran into some more of it. Complexity taking advantage of that here as Vusi gets the cleanup, and they get wiped.
A huge out of Vusi didn't get traded out there, right? He should have been dead to rights. That nade did a little bit of damage, but not enough, as he was one shot. That allows him to stay alive, maintains that spawn for his team, puts themselves into a trip cap. It's 2 points for every second they're able to maintain this. Complexity, they're taking their time trying to coordinate a fight over at C. If that fight fails, Cloud9, it can be backbreaking for Complexity if Cloud9 maintains that trip cap.
Best of 5 series here, so Cloud9 need this win in order to force a game 5. Complexity has the opportunity to close things out right now. Complexity able to slow down the bleeding a bit as they go after Bravo, but Cloud9 continue to score, holding the unorthodox ANC.
You see Ryan Noob stuck over at red, and they know exactly where he's at, so they'll keep an eye on that as they shift their focuses over to C. The remaining players of Complexity are across the map. Those players going down, and Avusi up to the one-on-one against Ryan here will come out the victor. That keeps Cloud9 in the scoring position, and they should be able to get spawns that benefit them as well. Even though they go 3 down, it's not really slowing Cloud9 down at all because of those answers that they're having in the sleighs.
Cherish trying to use the mid-bridge to block off that line of sight towards his headshot. I see him getting creative with the movement. Ain't bad at that. Less than 20 seconds. We're going to see another active camouflage. Ryan now making the play towards the battery side. And with the damage he's putting out, he might be able to steal away Bravo and maybe get away with murder and his life.
Ooh, Sab had a big kill underneath to prevent that push from C to continue on. That could have been a trip cap situation for Complexity if they had been able to stay alive there, but instead Dubu gets away, gets with camo, but not able to stay alive with that Complexity. It feels like this game has finally slowed down, and you feel as if they have the foundation to work on, but as 3 go down, this might be an opportunity for Cloud9 to find some quick access to a hill and to force them to deal with the pressure.
92 points here for Cloud9. Complexity momentarily had the double cap, but you see how Cloud9 are attacking Bravo, not able to get away with it though. And in fact, looks like Complexity momentarily pushing it for the trip cap. Avusi with a huge win over towards Alpha. Complexity still scoring.
See the push from Complexity starting to formulate at the back of A as Ryan, you've got that flank to come in. They need to take care of the rest of the players here at A, but they're not going to be able to do so. Really smart play by Ryan Noob to spawn up and now with no hesitation push through, got behind them at A before Cloud9 could realize it. That allows them to break it much easier than anticipated.
See King Nick by himself over toward the heaven side. 3 players from Complexity trying to break through long haul. Cloud9 recognize the situation to deal with King Nick. Now immediately turn their attention towards the push over on the gold side. Cloud9 identifying where the players are and dealing with them. 3 down for Complexity.
King Nick, the only one alive, and he'll star Dubu in the feed, and he'll find the next as well, even down to 1 shot, still getting kills. Avusi gets the kill, but not before the rest of his team goes down. It's a trip cap for Complexity. 2 points for every second here, and they finally have taken the lead after Cloud9 had such a strong start.
Trip cap still being locked in for Complexity. Cloud9 gonna have to settle for going after Alpha for now. They do literally just that. Collect throwing haymakers though. 2 quickly go down for Complexity. Insta-splode from Mental doesn't quite take down Sab, but the nades in return are gonna keep his shield stripped right now. Mental does everything he can to try to stay alive. Ryu now gets involved here, and Mental survives.
That's absurd. It's just absurd. Maybe we'll see it on the replays after the game, but the way that Mental knew that he had to take a challenge there because he got hit by a nade and Sab didn't, he jiggled out, hit Sab with 1 shot right before those shields came back, and that was enough to keep Sab 1 shot for his teammates to come in, finish off those kills, and that results to this play here. The 4 down. Complexity are just rolling so well together.
Yeah, they are, but let's see Collect chasing away Mental away from that Charlie base. Goes in for the attack, gets the win, does Collect. Now the Shroud in his hands to try to stay alive here. Is there a player creeping up? Actually, it's gonna be Ryan Noob. Nade goes down, able to get that shot out of his hands. That's gonna be huge for Collect and Cloud9. Collect making plays here, and he's not done just yet. Lighting up the kill feed is Collect.
Ooh, Mental versus Collect. It's gonna go to Collect this time around, but the answer nade from Ryan Noob there, but there's too many players at Cloud9 to deal with. A will switch hands. Cloud9 have tempo once again, and ooh, Avusi from the cross map wins it against King Nick. That's gonna slow Complexity down on what their follow-up can be to capturing that C hill.
We talk a lot about the teamwork and the macro, but sometimes you just got to take things into your own hands. And I feel like Collect literally did that, showing us how to clean house. And now Cloud9 not only take control, but are really starting to run away with it now. 177 points of Complexity, struggling to stay alive, let alone get their own kills.
Yeah, these complementary angles are just too much. You see it's a straight line through the middle of the map for the 3 players on Cloud9, ready to take on anyone from Complexity. And oh, look at it. Boo Boo's getting aggressive for the trip cap and Collect. Playing right alongside him. They play that so well together. With it, Trip Cap should go in for at least a second here as A gets transferred over, but they're pressuring, right? And that's the difference. Cloud9 is pressuring the spawners of Complexity. They're playing with increased tempo. They're the ones dictating how these gunfights are going to go down.
203 to 113 lead. Collect able to get away with that shock rifle. It just does the damage off the stronghold pad, which holds on to the triple cap here. Cloud9 ain't trying to go down now. They want a game 5 and they're willing to fight for it.
Yeah, right now it's like they can't do no wrong. Every play is going to help them get to the finish line, and Complexity, I think, realizes it at this point. Nothing they can do. Cloud9, I mean, what a dominant display in that last minute.
My gosh, Cloud9 putting on an absolute show for us in that game number 4. We go to a game 5, both teams fighting hard in order to make it into the semifinals, into the top 4. And man, this has been a beautiful matchup between Complexity and Cloud9.
Game 5 going to be live fire. Slayer, the snipers. I think it really is going to come down to the sniper for Complexity. I think you either give Cherish or Mental the opportunity with the weapon. For Cloud9, Abusi, Collect, they're so deadly with that weapon in their hand. And look at the two Slayers, 19 apiece in that game, coming up and playing big when they need them.
Big 19 kills. Also want to shout out the 12 assists by Collect as well. Again, I talk about it all the time. Love me the assist. My man's doing damage on the map here. And so is Abusi. 5K club. Nobody else on for example, the side of Complexity able to hit that 4,000 damage, but Abusi in the 5K club, nothing wrong with that.
Nah, I mean, hey, my teammate gets 5K damage in a stronghold. I'm like, hey, good stuff, bro. I ain't got no complaints, especially in a game like that. It felt like Abusi was just everywhere on the map.
250 to 113, your final score line here. Just 8 minutes is all that Cloud9 need in order to take that one to bring us into a game 5. And how many times have we talked about the game 5s that Cloud9s have gone with the likes of the SSGs and even the phases. I mean, they've taken teams the distance constantly. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Complexity, no stranger to pulling off upsets, no stranger to pulling off elimination games. In fact, at the LVT Pro League LAN, we saw Complexity go down 3 games to phase, and then pull off a reverse sweep in a best of 7 in our first matchup of the weekend. That was how you started things off. So Complexity and Cloud9, no strangers to predicaments like this. Who's going to be able to clutch it out? Who's going to come out on top? You have one shot, one opportunity.
Yeah, it was crazy. 4 games in a row they were able to win. And to me, it shows that Complexity very much is a momentum-based team sometimes. So I think the opening start's very important for this Complexity squad. See, they get the first, and it looks like Ryan is gonna get that sniper right into his hands. Not an unusual thing for Complexity to keep him in those back ranges with that sniper. He's very good at just landing down the shots when he needs to. Oh, so much pressure. And no shot connects there, just one that goes to the body. Oh, whoa. Wait, what?
Double
Did he get a Hail Mary because he left the grenade and then QT'd away? Is that how that works?
Yep. Yes.
So great,
It's like distance based is actually crazy. Not like distance on the actual nade travel. And speaking of hands, if Complexity wins, stay away from Cherish's hands. I promise you that's gonna call. Mental with the camouflage. Over on the low side, over towards tower, having both Boo Boo Doo and Abusi right in front of him, and the stick right on the posterior of Boo Boo Doo.
Yeah, that stick is so frustrating because it's probably tough for Boo Boo Doo to figure out exactly how that happened, right? It's games from underneath. It's like maybe they hit me cross map. He's not sure. The callouts don't come out in time, and the camo is able to find another, and eventually that sniper goes back into the hands of Complexity. A big play by Mental with the camo.
2-kill advantage here for Complexity. Mental with the sniper. Collect aggressive onto the mid-map here. Mental expecting the chase. Throws a bit of the denial grenades down as multiple go down for Complexity. Mental sees it as an opportunity to take height.
That there's not that much ammo left in that sniper, really just one shot. So for Mental, I think just try to find a unique angle, guarantee one kill, then get yourself back into the team fight.
We also will not be mad at the Quigley either.
No, we'll take him.
I was saying, Lucy Boo Boo Doob almost lined up for him. Mental gets the snipe. Great nade by Ryan, who's surprised he didn't get the kill, but not surprised that King Dick is there for the bait and switch. 14-9 for Complexity.
That, it's a 4-kill difference off that sniper of Cloud9 of Complexity. For Cloud9, I think just try to make up that difference until that next sniper comes up. When that power weapon goes into your hands, make the most of it.
Great damage by Vusi. Can't say the same for that melee, but the second one connects and ends up trading out. 3-kill advantage for Complexity. Booba and Collect still here, but where did Cherish just come from?
Collect able to call. Oh, what? I thought you had 3 shots in. Apparently not. It's down to 1 shot. It's Cherish. No cleanups there. A massive kill that keeps their lead the same. The camo's back into the fight. Complexity. That could be a huge swing off the kill that Collect was not able to get.
King Day wants to survive, but also wants to cover his teammates back here. Ends up over towards sandbags. And Vusi Zennied out with the glasses, able to spot him across the map. King Dick returns the fire. Goes right at Vusi. There's one more player to deal with over toward the back way, and Sab somehow gets out of green and through the A side.
Yeah, they're very quick on getting out of there and getting back to a team, right? And you need the team shot, but the big thing is just getting the first kill. It's so often in this game, Complexity has found the initial frag in these neutral situations.
They never have some level which is cherished. 11-4 right now. Meanwhile, Ryan with the sniper in hands. 5 shots to work with. 2 of his teammates do go down. Tries to find the angle on cuts. It looks like eventually it's there. Bandit shots look good onto Avusi. Anticipates Sab pushing on the opposite side. Fantastic work by Ryan, just anticipating his opponent's movements.
I mean, it really is just anticipation. He is playing well at the moment. Just can't miss, right, Tony?
I mean, hey, when your teammate got the hot hand, sometimes you got to stay out of his way.
Yeah, his hands ready to eat, bro. They're for everyone.
Jeez. 2 shots to work with here from Ryan Noob. Again, he has been playing extremely well, even with the snipe on his teammate. Sandbag side, he goes here. Little skill jump action. A 1-shot Boo Boo Doobu, and Sab does escape, but doesn't forget that Boo Boo Doobu was still being chased down right back at him, holding on to a 9-kill and make an 8-kill advantage.
Yeah, Ryan Noob still that sniper ammo, can play Overwatch to that camouflage that's coming up soon. So with that, Cloud9 has to be a little bit cautious about how they approach that camouflage. Looks like I really like that from Avusi. Avusi basically pressured that sniper. Once he did, I think he told his team, like, hey, sniper's looking at me, go. And they took advantage of it. Collect able to get that camo into their hands. They're only down 4. Like, this game is more than in the realm of possibility for Cloud9 right now.
Cloud9 have been slowly starting to eat away at this lead, find himself now within striking distance of Complexity, and there's still plenty of time on the board. Collect with this camouflage, does initial damage onto Ryan Noob, but doesn't look both ways before crossing the street. Mental was waiting for him.
You gotta remember those basic lessons as a child, right? Can't cross those dangerous areas without looking left and right. Gotta make sure there's no oncoming traffic.
37-34 here. Collect now attacking from the low side. Mental having no idea. The initial damage goes down, but has to settle for a trade there. Cloud9 wants some cleaner kills than that. Maybe the sniper might be what the doctor ordered.
Ryan a little too aggressive there, goes down. He tried to grab that snipe and he got it down below where Cherish picked it up next. And I guess the risk pays off if you get that sniper away. It's just a 1-kill difference, but they're trusting Cherish to hit some big shots here.
No scope's not gonna connect. Maybe they roll for Avusi. 40-38 lead. Cloud9 take back control. Can they hold on to it as a spawner might end up right in the reticle of Avusi here? He spots Mental. Does he know Cherish is there as well?
He definitely knows that one's trapped back there, and they're just going to keep that in the back of their minds. Ryan Noob able to force the sniper down to 1 shot, 2-kill lead for Cloud9. Oh, whoa, Ryan Noob goes down to 1. What a shot by Avusi. Maintains their lead at 2, and he still has 2 more shots left in the sniper to work with. Camo gonna be up and play in about 20 seconds here.
Vusi threads the needle with that no scope, and something tells me if Cloud9 are able to get some value out of at least one of these 2 bullets, it could be huge for C9. We see the attack coming out. It's actually 2 members over toward the A side. Collect already in the fight. He's already taken down Ryan, but Vusi is here. He's caught up. A 1-shot Cherished hunted down. The next one falls. 3 down for Complexity, and Cloud9 just 3 kills away from pulling off the upset against Complexity.
Yeah, 2-kill swing. It only cost Cloud9 2 lives there to clean all of Complexity, but the spawns all on top of each other. Complexity able to have all their reticles combined, take down the first. They answer back though. Sab, so smart with his play, didn't give up his life. He's going in for the finish. He gets them to 49. The 50th comes from Collect. Cloud9 come back in game 5 and continue their tournament run.
Collect says I'm 3 down, but no problem. Finishes off the kill, finishes off the game, and now advances forward. Does Cloud9. What an exciting matchup between C9 and Complexity here. But it is C9 that advanced forward. Meanwhile, Complexity, they must be upset with that one.
Yeah, apparently you don't want to lead in the Slayers today in this series, because both games were very reminiscent of each other, just different results, as Cloud9 was able to make the comeback happen in game 5 and win with a very similar stat line to what happened in game 2, where Complexity came back from a similar deficit to win that one.
I'm sure we're gonna have the stats for you guys real soon here. I mean, from what I saw, on the side of Complexity, I believe it was Cherished and King Nick that were really where that firepower came from. Actually, I'm looking at it right now. Cherished, 4,700 damage, and throughout the entire series, I thought he actually played phenomenally. You're pointing out the oddball lattice where he started off a little bit slow, but eventually started to catch fire, caught up with his KD, and his team ended up getting a lot of value because of that. They looked good in the Slayer, but Cloud9, how do you steal that one away?
Yeah, it was like they never quite got the distance necessary, and Cloud9 were able to get a couple successful collapses. We didn't see a lot of his POV, but I felt like Sab was just a monster at just getting in and creating openings for his team to take advantage of. You see, he finishes -1, but he had 9 assists to his name, and what I was really peaking was that damage dealt. Look at that, 4,800 damage dealt. Felt like he was doing the most he could for his team there.
Absolutely fantastic gameplay by both Cloud9 and Complexity, putting on an amazing show and really showing us what you can do when you have, again, the right equipment to your name. Shout out Zennies. Super lightweight, flexible, and also amazingly comfortable to wear, whether it's under your headset or during your everyday life. I promise you, Zenny has a product for you to make sure that you're looking good, and if you look good, you play good. Make sure you C9 Halo to get 15% off of your next order. As we take a look at the bracket, OpTic waiting in the grand finals. Luminon and Cloud9, a rematch from Charlotte. It's going to be really excited to watch. But before we get there, why don't we go on a short break and get ready for your elimination semifinals.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
Thank God that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but they see where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Damn man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Working for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo! I'm going mainstream.
Your Cloud9 $5,000 open. It's domination number 2 here, and we have a rematch from HCS Charlotte on our hands. Luminon Gaming and Cloud9 going at it for the right to make it to elimination bracket finals and guarantee yourself top 3. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Wanna Be Casting, and I got my man Tools with me. How you feeling, Tools?
I'm feeling great. Both these teams had to go through a big game 5 battle to get to this point, to have the chance at this game and to potentially get top 3 here today. And honestly, I have no idea how this one's gonna pan out. I feel like these two teams, they've been able to eke out some of these close victories thus far.
We're gonna find out if they can do it once again here, maybe a couple of times, because you still got Envy and OpTic Gaming that are waiting. Meanwhile, Wootum, he's tired of waiting. He's doing his thing. SLG has the camouflage, and Luminon Gaming moving that bomb.
And a dangerous position there for Collect. He took a lot of damage early on. It's going to slow him down significantly, and the rest of Cloud9 is also in danger. A couple down, and that bomb is very close to the arm zone. They're ready to pull that one through. Avusi caught in the mid-map. I don't think there's enough numbers for Cloud9 even to get this contest down in time. Collect desperate to try, but there's just nothing there for them. Within the first minute of gameplay, Luminon strikes first.
Despite the fact that Boo Boo Doo spawned in the line of sight towards that bomb, it was too little, too late. 1-0 lead for Luminon. Great shots out of Boo Boo Doo Boo. Wootsum comes in for the cleanup, and Avus is going to do the same to him as bomb resets over on the mid-map. Cloud9 and Luminon fight it out.
And with that, Avusi tried to close down that space. With that melee missing, that's going to be a big death there for his team to deal with as Luminon continue to win this sleigh battle. These trade-outs not favoring them at the moment. It's just Woodham that's alive, but he's got a great position there, but better shots by Avusi.
Huge shots out of Vusi, and now advances his bomb over toward the fridge side of Luminon Gaming. Luminon getting a favorable spawns on the util collect, and Cloud9 look like they're ready for it, but Snipe Drone breaks out and gets the first kill onto Zam. Collected to duke it out with Wootum with the help of Avusi. Multiple go down for Luminon Gaming. Avusi's gonna start that arm, and looks like they're gonna complete it as well. Tied up at 1 apiece, Cloud9 and Luminon Gaming.
Yeah, a little bit unorthodox on how that bomb arm starts, right? Pushing that in through the P side, forcing util spawns. Usually you see the inverse for bomb arms, but it works out well because they win those gunfights in the middle of the map. The players from Luminon try to expand through to get to that mid-map position to fight back into their base. They lost those initial gunfights, and then the rest of Cloud9 just crashes through, gets those kills, and we have an answer relatively quick from Cloud9.
Camera on the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo here over toward the mid. Snipe Drone as he's climbing up. He's gonna catch some shots that force him back down to the low ground. Glory and Wootsum back-to-back kills. Boo Boo Doo Boo gonna equalize that just a bit, advancing this bomb forward, but looks like they need another round of slays. And SLG, he wanted the backs back.
Yeah, really good, well played by SLG and Woodham working together there. Woodham's main goal was just to buy time, to let SLG get to that spot, to get that easy kill. And once they do find that kill on the camo, the rest starts to fall apart. Cloud9 not able to find these equalizing trades soon enough. That bomb moving a lot quicker than they anticipated, and Avusi has so much work ahead of him. There's too many players to deal with.
Found himself in the middle of many different players, did Avusi, and that's going to be Luminon Gaming, not only with the kills, but also advancing his bomb just that much more forward. The fact that Collect is alive is crazy, but now the reinforcements are in for Cloud9.
See them trying desperately to get out, but just a wave of players from Luminon continuing forward into these fights. But there we go, 3 players on top of each other for Cloud9, get the cleanups, but a nade comes through and captures 2 of them. SLG not able to get the third without costing his life. That was their chance to move that bomb forward. With that, time will reset it, and we're back to neutral ground.
That bomb back over towards the bottom mid side. Collect with the stick right onto Glory's. A bit unfortunate for Glory. Wrong place, wrong time. Meanwhile, Wootsum dukes it out with the Vusi on the fridge side. Wootsum takes height on the mid map. That's exactly what Luminon want.
You can see things starting to stall out for both sides here as they look for some entry to get themselves in. Whoa. Did he get the... Was that... He did have enough... Okay, so I was like, did he get his shields back in time? I guess his shields were just on its way to recharging there. Didn't quite get the full in time. That punch did take him out.
Camouflage about to come up. Wootsum gonna come right back over towards Car. Great shots as he takes down Avusi. Cloud9 going 3 down. A non-advantageous position here with Camo's coming up. Now we should see Luminon with Camo, Bomb, and Wootsum in the base of Cloud9.
And Woodham able to stay alive. There's a big swing for Luminon. It's going to allow them to have multiple players ready to attack. And you see how they enter with no fear. They are flying to this attack. They're able to get these kills without trading out. It would be a bomb arm opportunity, but huge kills from Cloud9. Clear out their base, and SLG will just have to let these players get forward on the map. Not much he can do in isolation here.
They're going to try to convert this defense into a bit of offense, but you still got to go through 2 members over on the Car side. And Avusi taking some damage from his teammates because of that, not able to escape. Snipe Drone on the hunt. Wootsum goes right at Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Cloud9 are obliterated off of the map.
Yeah, 4 down, and Luminon's not wasting any time getting into the space. They have util blocks, so that's going to be everyone in the fridge. They will have time to throw these nades, but it looks like Snipe Drone well aware of where they're coming from? They're so close, but not enough. Sab gets the bomb out, and that arm is not gonna land.
3 down for Luminon Gaming. Sab and Cloud9 survive, but yet they need another round of slays right now. Looks like Cloud9 favoring the mid-map here. Avusi with a 5-shot onto SLG, and Glory sneaking up on Sab. Sab tries to stay alive, but the nades won't allow him to get away.
See Snipedrone wrapping very far into the other side, where Cloud9's pressuring Luminon's base. Snipedrone's gonna be very removed from this fight. He needs time to get back towards it, up to the P tower, but Glory with that fridge spawn should be enough to at least have access and to move that bomb away from their own side.
Some good defense being shown by both Luminon and Cloud9 right now. No team able to get any easy arms since the first one went down for both. Glory onto the damage. Sab on the chase. Drops down to the low ground to try to get his shields back. Avusi has his back as he gets Wootsum off of his high side. And Camouflage coming up. Both teams want control of either the car or the P.
You see that bomb's about to reset by itself here. With that, Camouflage also going to be coming up at the same time. So the fight really going to be focused on the top half of the map. As Luminon is inching closer to that camo, can they get away with their life? That's the second part of this. They're going down to 1-shot. Glory trying to dodge all the damage. He does, gets his shields back. Huge camo play by Glory.
Glory's been doing some great damage in all game long and gets rewarded with the camouflage because of that. Has to drop that bomb, so you have to imagine Cloud9 know exactly where he's at. The nades and the bandit shots land right on him. Bomb on the mid-map. Cloud9 3 down. Snipedrone wins his.
Avusi, the only player there to stop this. He does get a well-placed nade for that first initial bit of damage, but here comes the rest of Luminon. Players all down to 1-shot. Avusi got 2 with his life, and that should be enough for them to clear this one out. Boo Boo Doo Boo will get the clear, and here comes the march forward for Cloud9.
Both these teams better be real careful here. The defenses look good, and they've successfully gotten the bomb out of their base multiple times, but one false move, and it could cost them a bomb cap and maybe even the game.
Yeah, quick, decisive action by Snipedrone there to get that kill and to get into the back of Cloud9's base. You'll see this a lot from Snipedrone. He likes to overextend and to play into these back rank plays. The only caution I would give to Luminon on these aggressive overextension plays is if Cloud9 is able to identify them and to move that bomb earlier than anticipated, you can oftentimes be left out of the initial of the crucial fight which that leads to like a bomb arm.
Snipedrone trying to force his way in over towards Fridge, does the damage, but not sure he was able to ever get that kill. SLG has that bomb towards the utility of Cloud9, but the nades coming to left and right. Avusi is going to be there for the cleanup. Cloud9 know exactly where Luminon are trying to attack from, and they're willing to defend.
You see that bomb thrown out once again. Boo Boo Doo Boo tracking well to the left and right, understanding that pressure is coming from all about. But Luminon, if they're able to not get traded out, and that's the big problem with these initial pushes, is they just keep trading at the last possible second, and it's unfortunate for them because they've had plenty of good attacking opportunities, but Cloud9's defense has just been so strong.
Bomb once again gets moved to the mid-map, dropped on the low ground here, prioritizing camouflage over everything else is collect. And Cloud9, 2 members of Luminon absolutely drill him from across the map. Shots down range, connect, and Boo Boo Doo Boo does everything can to stay alive and be effective at the same time. But all 4 members of Cloud9 are addressed, are wiped, and Snipedrone right back towards the util of Cloud9.
Just 2 minutes on the clock. Like, this next bomb arm is likely to be the last and decisive one in this game. You can see Luminon has it close. If they're able to get these kills untraded, they'll be their way in. But you see Cloud9 going to bring that bomb even further back into this space, trying to buy as much time for them to work with here. But 2 kills go in. Glory still has camo pressuring into this base. Cloud9 are able to clear, but they're not out of the woods yet. This is still an attack vector that Luminon can work with.
Glory once again with that bomb and camo combination. Those are players hiding towards Fridge. Make sure that he clears that out. Once again, Cloud9 getting a favorable spawn towards util, and Glory gonna cut right through the mid-map.
And Glory needs to come through the mech because they want that util side control, but Sab spotting that camo player on rotation, gets 5 perfect shots, and with it will really start to alleviate a lot of this pressure that Luminon's been providing. Even now with these 2 players, they're down to 1 shot. Cloud9 should be able to clear this with relative ease.
Just over a minute on the clock. Not too strange to say that the next bomb plant is going to take it here. Bomb gets reset in the middle of the bottom mid. Meanwhile, Glory taking a whole lot of damage towards the fridge. That day is going to be his maker as Sab not only gets the kill, but immediately takes space with that.
Yeah, look, they're not checking this at all. Sab could get some really good timing here. Glory's going to be spotted first. Gets the initial kill. Now, the big thing for Sab right here is I'd be focusing on getting your shields back. He takes a fight, I think, a little bit too early there. You want to have those shields ready so that you can win the next gunfight and not trade out. It's been a big focus point for both these teams. It's just those trade outs at the back base. It really stops a lot of pressure from being successful.
Momentary 3 down for Luminon. Bubu 21 kills and 15 assists to his name so far. Knows that bomb is there, but also knows what's more important is getting a secondary round to slay. Snipe drone, not only able to take down Bubu, but goes at Sab as well. And with camouflage up, Glory goes down. They need camo. Snipe drone wants it.
The snipe drone's gonna put out that scan. I wonder, I don't think it hit that guy, unfortunately, for Luminon, but Cloud9 anchor, getting a lot of pressure over on that P side. That's going to be enough for them to get camo. Next bomb arm will win in this game as we are in extra time now, folks.
Still tied up at 1 apiece right now. Collect has that camo on the mid map. It looks like Avusi and Cloud9 letting them know where Wutum's trying to attack from. As Collect trying to make his way in, it looks like Luminon Gaming also have their Zenny glasses on. Spot him out. 3 down. Go Cloud9. Snipe drone somehow still alive here.
Yeah, they just try to do too much with too little there. Collect gets caught out while 1 shot. That camo doesn't do anything for the team. Now Luminon has a chance on this attack. They're starting to fortify their numbers onto that util side. Luminon wants everyone involved here, and Cloud9 been patient as well. They're not necessarily trying to force anything yet.
Or somehow has more assists. He does kills right now. He's again doing as much damage as possible, whether it's he getting the kill or his teammates some way, somehow trying to put Cloud9 at a disadvantaged state. But 3 down this time. It's Luminon Gaming and Cloud9 are already starting to advance this bomb here. Bubu has it towards the fridge of Luminon.
And try to backtrack and get that thrust, but Glory able to catch that out in time. Instead, it's going to be a very scrappy fight over on the P side. The Cloud9 bomb arm we saw from earlier, though, was a P side attack. They have clearly practiced this strategy and know what needs to happen in order to get these bomb arms.
Bubu continues to advance his bomb forward toward the fridge side is what starts the attack for Cloud9. Denial grenades going down early. He's already weak and he knows Wutum wants to take advantage of that. Shots onto multiple members of Luminon. Bubu all over the place. The movement gonna get him right behind him.
Oh, Wutum tries to take care of Bubu, but he has just been alive for so long here. And here comes the attack from the P side. Bubu was last alive for his team over on the P side and has worked his life to this point to where they are now arming the bomb. They just need a couple more kills and they're starting to fall. It's just Wutum that's alive. They will not be able to get there in time. Cloud9 find their answer, and it's Bubu that cleared the way.
Bubu making the plays. We talk about it. Not every kill is created equal. Not every play is going to show its impact on the stat sheet. But Bubu making plays, clearing away, and Cloud9 take your game number 1.
When you're in this spot here, right, what do you want from your team? It usually comes down to time. You want time for them to get back, right? So how do I buy time here? Wait as patiently as I can. Force players to come deal with me. By the time Wutum's there, clamber up, get back into these fights. Just really well played by Bubu.
That was, and man, Luminon Gaming, so close, time and time again. However, It looks like it's going to be Cloud9 that take a very close game number 1. Now we go into game number 2, a Slayer, which I will say, as much as Assault is very similar to Oddball, a bit of a battle of attrition, normally going the distance, Slayers tend to be a lot more faster here, and maybe faster for Luminon to bounce back.
I believe that Slay is also heavily favoring Luminon throughout that game. We see a positive 10 from Snipe Drone, positive 7 from Ludum, so that's 17 kills in the positive. And then another 5 kills positive for SLG, and then, you know, one player that's -8. So yeah, wow, like heavily favored on the Slays was Luminon in that game. When you look at the end, I mean, Cloud9, I think only one player went even, and no one went positive. So kind of an absurd stat line where Cloud9 showing their efficiency off in that aqua bomb.
And now we're going to switch things up completely here. Slayer on a recharge is where we end up. Camouflage spawning in the middle of the map here. You have Shock on a bit of an off angle over towards that gold side. And what still is my favorite equipment is the grapple, man. It continues to get better and better. We continue to see play after play, and recharge at this point, one of the few maps that still has the grapple on it.
Yeah, it makes for such exciting gameplay. I wish we had more grapples, but it does feel like you have to build a map around the grapple, right? It's not like something you can just plug and play onto any map.
For sure, recharge, a map that can be played multiple different ways, and especially in a Slayer. Like if you feel comfortable slowing the game down and getting into an a half-court offense, you know, Slayer recharge could be the map for you. So both Luminon and Cloud9 are going to probably be tested with not only the way that they take advantage of the situation that are given to them, but what the follow-up is like, their fundamentals as well. I can definitely see both of these teams really being tested on this one.
Yeah, 100%. Man, I'm so curious as to how Luminon responds, because like they were dominant in the Slays, right? So that game probably felt better for them, but Cloud9, I think, really showed off the power of countering out throughout that P side. So both bomb arms happened the same way, Tony, where Luminon got into the base, they were pressuring, that bomb gets into the arm zone, and Cloud9 picks up that bomb, they move it out their P door, and then they extend out through P side and arm on the P side push, showing, practicing certain strategies, probably coming out clutch for them there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to be on our way here. We already know that Luminon Gaming and Cloud9 have made it to your elimination semifinals. We need to find out what's happening, what's going on to make it into the elimination finals. You know, Envy are still waiting. You know, OpTic are still waiting as well. Cloud9 struck first here, but Luminon Gaming looked to answer back. Recharge Slayer is where we end up for our game number 2. Will it be Cloud9 going up 2-0, or will it be Luminon with their response?
I'm going to play immediately into the middle of the map. Has a lot of opportunities to track down these players. One thing to know from Ludum, right, on that mouse and keyboard, very potent from those medium to long range fights.
Early lead here for Cloud9. Gonna switch things over towards Avusi. Snatches up that camouflage real quick. Gets out with his life. Now gonna try to use that movement and the intel to stay alive, but also strike on the weakened SLG.
Oh, gets the one shot as well. Someone needs to take care of him. Finally, Snipe Drone spots the camo and gets that kill, but Avusi making the most of a tough situation there. He was surrounded by players from Luminon.
1 kill advantage here for Luminon, making 2 after SOG hunts down Boo Boo Dubu and snatches up the shock rifle off of his lifeless body. We see now Luminon immediately change the direction toward the tower side. First, it's Sad that gets knocked down. Snipe Drone and SOG working perfectly together.
See SLG trying to find his reapproach here. Not gonna opt to get too aggressive with the shock rifle yet. Still just playing into the back ranks. They want to split and stagger. See how there's only 2 players alive? That's when they're going to go. They want to get these kills before the next spawners come up for Cloud9, and then try to rinse and repeat this over and over again.
close to doubling the score line of Cloud9 is Luminon Gaming. This is the response that you wanted to see if you were a fan of Luminon. Big damage going down. Collect tries to sneak up on SOG, who ain't having any part of that.
Yeah, just 2 more shots left with this shock rifle, but they could certainly get enough damage to help his team on that right lane. Looks like Glory will be able to clean up the first, and they got info on where this push is coming from for the next. Luminon still winning a lot of these initial frags, helping them deeply in this game as they have a 6-kill lead to play with.
16-11 advantage here. Snipe drone ends up running into Sab, tries to get away, but Sab with the double kill and the extra damage onto Wootsum across the map. Beautifully played. A 5-kill advantage here for Luminon. Make it 4.
Yeah, Cloud9 chipping away little by little. 3 big kills there to swing the game a little bit, but still lots to overcome here as we see trades continue on.
Stick for Sab and collect. Dude,
how nerdy is that?
I mean, we've seen the skill jump used there to stay on that ledge. We've seen grappling the camo, but how often do we see somebody grapple it from that angle? I'm gonna have to work on that, bro.
He's like, he did all that work to get the first one. Then he was like, okay, like I did it. And there's players all around him. He's like, oh, there's nowhere for me to go. And fortunately grapples into the opponent. So it didn't turn out being too beneficial of a camo there. But I really do like the thought process of Collect. It's like, how can I get this camo while minimizing my exposure on the map? And that is, you know, minimizing the exposure. The only place that someone could really see him and take advantage from the other side was if someone went bat ledge. It was just really unfortunate for him that one player happened to be at bat ledge.
Sometimes the grapple give it, and sometimes take it away. Snipe drone. Woo, clean double kill. Coming out of the baddest man in the EU, 10-4, and now a shock rifle for his troubles.
Oh, just crouched underneath the shot. Boo Boo Doo just takes a haircut there, but the reward too great. He gets that shock rifle, pulls it back towards his team. A 6-kill deficit still, but you could feel Cloud9 is right there to making this comeback. They just need to find a clean 3-4 down.
Wootsum gets the first kill, and SOG quickly replaces him. Stop anybody from able to push out and get the cleanups. But there's 3 members of Cloud9 that are in front of them, and Wootsum says, I'm tired of this angle. I'm going to find a bit of the exit route here. It's Luminon that are trying to infiltrate the blue side, and everywhere they seem to go, Cloud9 is watching. But Wootsum with the statement kill from that shock rifle.
Yeah, that's Wootsum with a mouse and keyboard. Shock rifle, not a weapon that mouse and keyboard players like to use. You know, a lot of the benefit of that shock rifle is the bullet magnetism that you get when you're playing on controller. That doesn't necessarily exist in the same way on the mouse and keyboard.
36-29 lead here for Luminon. Switch over to SOG, who's going to try to take another Blue Pipes angle. Boo Boo Doo watching it, but SOG watching him. Grapples right into the action once again. 3 down, go Cloud9, and the A-side spawn blocked.
10-kill deficit here for Cloud9 to make up. They need to go 2 for 1 essentially on every trade out for the rest of this game if they're going to have a chance, and that is a very tough task, especially when you're just running out of runway. As every kill Luminon gets, feels as if the weight is piling on this game.
Luminon looking to claim control for the gold side here. Snipe drone gets spotted out with the camouflage, and a cleanup onto Collect just inches Luminon Gaming closer and closer to that 50 kill mark.
Yeah, Woodom's gonna have no fear charging into the front lines here. With how big their lead is, you can be a little bit more risky on some of these plays, especially if you end up catching a player off guard.
Players like Wootsum love that. He's trying to get aggressive. He's trying to fly on in there and do max damage, and Snipe drone as well. A double kill for him. Make it a triple. Another player lighting up the kill feed here. Collect. Gotta give him the courtesy challenge. SOG steals that one, but Luminon Gaming are the one that steal the game.
Yeah, shout out to Collect for giving him the courtesy challenge. Snipe drone just didn't want the overkill apparently, because that was a pure courtesy challenge for sure. I mean, once again though, I mean, well timed on the flank, and that nade is just great. Gets them down to the one shot, and it's just a one-on-one. I don't think he knew that collect was one by the time he takes that challenge. I mean, that could have been an overkill for the win, 100%.
I mean, oftentimes maybe underrate or undervalue how good Snipe Drone is in the 1v1s, man. When he plants his feet and when it's just equal playing ground, Slay versus Slay, Snipe Drone is ready to put down that damage and take every single fight. 3,900 damage for him, only accepting 3,000 in return, while SLG putting up 4,300. You love to see that from the IGL.
Gonna look at how things kind of, with how things have been going this game. The reality is like Luminon is played well enough for them to be up 2-0. They outslayed significantly in game one. Like right now, it feels like they're the ones in control of the series.
Well, I know for a fact they've taken back momentum here after that game number one tough defeat for them, and now we go into, I believe it's gonna be King of the Hill here on Live Fire, and it's gonna be an exciting one. Cloud9 love themselves some King of the Hill, love themselves some Live Fire, but with all of that momentum favoring Luminon, it really feels like anybody's game in this swing game 3.
So some of these B-rolls, they just look so, they're horrifying, bro. It's like, you saw the way SLG came in right there. Like, I wouldn't want to take that man challenge. I wouldn't want to challenge that man anyway, bro.
Especially now when he has a power weapon in his hands here. And I mean, hey, this is the map we talking about, is Live Fire. They're gonna create the strategy right here, right now. Absolutely sick.
Love the Live Fire into Live Fire, 100%. I'd be keeping an eye on Budum, right? Like, Sniper obviously is going to be great whenever it's in his hands, but the other part of it is it's just his ability to find value in these close quarters battles. Like, you don't want to sneak up, like, you can't sneak up on a mouse and keyboard player. You put a bullet of damage, but 180, flipping over. You think you have a guy dead to right and you're in close quarters battle, he's going to flick his reticle down, he's going to throw a nade at his feet, and he's going to leave you with something to take home with you, right? It's just so hard to take down these mouse and keyboard players on this map in particular, because of the amount of times you're either playing very long range fights or you're in close range fights where that martyrdom style play can come to fruition.
Luminon Gaming, I like them to go really aggressive towards that green side, right towards the hill. They want first points, willing to fight forward. Meanwhile, Vusi takes advantage of grabbing a hold of that sniper. Luminon may have the early points towards hill, but they have sniper. Boo Dubu has the camo.
With that early time for Luminon, but we'll have the power weapons to get back into this hill, and there's the first one for Boo Boo Dubu.
Not done just yet here. Trying to neutralize that hill. They're able to get the kill, able to start scoring again on Cloud9. Body shot connects. Cluster luck 2 for 1 for Boo Boo Dubu.
Oh, had him off the spot too. Glory was, he saw that glint for half a second there. He thought his head was gone.
Woo! Glory may survive, but can't say the same for Snipe Drone. Boo Boo Dubu lines him up real quick and then goes in for the challenge onto SLG. 4 down for Luminon Gaming.
Boo Boo ain't missing right now, that's for sure. His camo might be dissipated, but I would be scared to take any challenge around these corners. And you can see Luminon, it looks like they're opting to punt this one away. They're not going to have any serious contest unless these Nest players can get there in time. I don't think they will, no. Luminon early on the rotation though, so Cloud9 going to have to fight through the players of Luminon in order to get to the next. What?
Enemy team took the hill.
A bit of a World Star-ish play, but I think his teammate might have also taken him out afterwards, so we had a bit of trade there, but beautifully played by Wootum and Luminon Gaming. Now we're going to find out if they can take their first hill.
See if we see having good angles onto those players, but just not enough help there for Cloud9 to finish off that damage. Instead, it'll just splinter the efforts of Luminon for a little bit, but they're right back into the hill. They're getting back into scoring position. A lot of work still need to be done by Cloud9 to get this break. Oh, that was clean by Sab, but too many players to deal with.
use the nade to force Glory out of that position, then portal right back in. But like you said, 3 members of Luminon surrounding him, and 3 down go Cloud9.
Let's see. They're trying to spot Camo. Camo is above them over at a sandbags. Whenever you see the pings come out like that, folks, it is always looking for Camo.
Initial damage goes down. Collect over toward the top mid player. Snipe drone on tower, and it looks like Collect might be able to get himself a sniper as well. Glory sees the sniper disappear, but it looks like Collect gonna make his head disappear for Glory. And now space being taken, and spawners are being addressed. Reticles trained on him immediately as Collect punishing everybody that enters the map of live fire.
Camo sniper has been a true headache for Luminon this game. Glory, even when he has that big drop advantage on him, Collect still able to hit that body shot and force Glory to have to reapproach with another teammate.
Eventually, there's a double push that overwhelms Collect over toward the green side here. Luminon so close to finish out this hill, but look how Cloud9 are on the attack. Boobo Doobo can't quite escape, but looks like a Vusi gonna replace him in that exact same positioning. Wutum with the damage. Wutum chasing this player away from the tower side, and Luminon Gaming so close to taking this hill.
You see Wutum, even while he's reloading, right, because he can just flip his reticle so fast, he can check things from behind him as he rotates into a different position. Luminon, though, looks like that was enough for them to get their first hill on board. They'll tie it up 1 apiece here as Cloud9 are early on their rotation, but so far it seems like Luminon might be getting a big swing of momentum on their side.
Super aggressive for Boo Boo Doobo, and then repulses right out of that situation. Absolutely huge. And now the sidekick is out, and you know he oftentimes make it look like the main character. Teamwork is here. The reinforcements end up driving Luminon Gaming out, and Cloud9 scoring.
Let's see. Collect gonna be patient over by Camo. He didn't see anyone, so he's telling his team, I think they're coming green, and that is affirmed by Sab's position where he goes down to 1 shot, and Luminon, they're just gonna sprint off that damage. They didn't get a kill, but you can see how they're starting to take a lot more space on the map. That damage allows them a lot more freedom to move.
Camouflage coming up. Glory not able to get away with it. SLG taking a whole lot of damage, and Collect able to pop Camouflage because of it. Luminon Gaming close to that hill, but this camo in the hands of Collect is going to be troublesome as Wutum gets caught out.
As the 3rd camo in a row for Cloud9, Luminon yet to get one in their hands.
Damage going down. 3 members, now 2 from Luminon over toward the A side. It's Glories and Snipe Drone. Gonna try to find a way to force Cloud9 out. Collect additional damage onto Glories. Boo Boo Doobo can't stay alive, and about a trade there, but ends up leading to a 3 down for Cloud9.
See the hill being just secured by Luminon. There really isn't much pressure that Cloud9 can put on it at the moment. Boo Boo Doobo, though, might have just opened up a path. That perfect kill at the bottom middle of the map. Now Cloud9's gonna be Luminon's gonna be stretching themselves a little bit thinner to check all these entry points, and looks like a Vusi and his teammate able to take advantage of that.
Just about even as far as hill progression are both Luminon and Cloud9 at the moment here. Vusi with the QT wants to get aggressive with it, especially with Sab right next to him, but can't exactly find that headshot onto Wutum. Sab does follow it up with the double kill, and Boo Boo Doobo gets first shot on SLG. 4 down for Luminon Gaming.
Luminon had a great hold there, but broken at the last second, and Cloud9, ooh, they step out. They're gonna force Luminon to come force them to step in the hill. The idea of this is just to take as much of that neutral clock off as possible, and they were able to, you know, milk out another 10 seconds there by stepping out of the hill and forcing Luminon to deal with them.
My gosh. Shots looking good here for Boo Boo Doobo. Apparently not done just yet. 3 bullets to work with. And also has Collect aggressive toward the green side. Collect does the damage enough for Boo Boo Doobo to come up with the clean up. And now this green side has been claimed by Boo Boo. And he's taking down every weakened player from Luminon. Glory tries to get sneaky on the flank, but Boo Boo Doobo not having any part of that. Boo Boo Doobo raining down hell onto Luminon Gaming.
Camo coming up in just a couple seconds as well. Early rotation here from Woodham and the rest of Luminon, and 3 that go down for Cloud9. That should be free. Oh, boo-boo, where was he? Able to get that kill, and he might just steal away Camo. At minimum, he could get a burn here on his body. Cloud9 was down to 1 player. It was just boo-boo. He stops Luminon from getting away with Camo.
There's the camouflage, one that Luminon can't get advantage of. Luminon continue to score though and are on their way to putting on their second hill. Vusi and Collect gonna attack the seaside from 2 different angles, a 2-pronged attack. But some rips Collect before Vusi's able to get involved and then somehow finds the back smack. What the heck did we just see?
A couple of melees that have gone into Woodham's advantage this time. I thought that one was a back smack, but it's going to count for 1, and that'll be enough to get them their second hill in this game. It could be coming down to this final hill. I mean, there's only 90 seconds left on the neutral clock. Depending on how long it takes these teams to get into this hill, this could be the game determinative one.
Woodham and Luminon Gaming setting up early over toward the tower side. Still notice how Boo Boo Doo confident enough to play the hill. 3 down go Luminon Gaming. You have to assume that Cloud9 were able to get away with Camo or something as Collect with the trade. And looks like Cloud9 scoring once again.
Yeah, Sniper coming up soon as well. Vusi should have first dibs onto that. Well, and I like the exit. I wish someone was there earlier to like get back into that hill, but I do like the idea of just trying to get the sniper out and into open air. Like you don't want a sniper's position to be well known.
Three members of Luminon in front of him does Vusi, tags up 2 different players, and is it enough for his teammates to take advantage of? Apparently, yes, as 2 go down for Luminon. Collect able to reposition entirely here. Sav gets a turn with the sniper as well. Everybody is flying, and we're still tied up at 2 apiece. You said it before, this next hill could determine this game.
Collect 3 bullets left in that sniper. He'll go to high ground with it. Woodham and SLG both working together in that middle lane, but this feels fragile. The push comes in. Cloud9 breaks immediately. 50 seconds on the neutral clock. Cloud9 in a strong position to finish out this hill.
Lead down for Luminon Gaming. Cloud9 scoring here. The no-scope connects onto Woodham. The 2-tap is complete. Glory somehow finds the kill and the camouflage at the same time. If there's any chance of them getting Cloud9 out of this hill, it's because of that play that Glory just made.
Glory might just try to get lost with this camouflage as well. If his team is there to get into the hill, it's much more beneficial for Glory to maybe go hunting with this camo. Did he see his teammate?
That's what I thought I saw, but it looks like Woodham got the kill anyways before that. Double kill, triple kill, 4 down, go Cloud9.
25 kills now for Woodham. That triple kill, though, might have just secured this game. They're going to play time for the rest of this. Cloud9 need to get into this hill and capture it before the 35 seconds on the clock run out. I'll talk about every bullet Woodham had, but eventually got the drop on Avis.
Looks like Sav is hiding over toward the bottom green side. That is nade heaven here for Luminon. Honestly, staying alive a lot longer than expected. And Sav even gets the kill onto SLG, which is huge for Cloud9 if they can follow it up, because it's a 3-man push for C9, and Woodham takes down 1 here. But Cloud9 still scoring.
Just SLG that's alive, and you'll see SLG. Notice how he's going wide with his movement. He wants to take a little bit longer to get to his destination. By the time he does, the rest of his team should be up and ready for this fight.
SLG trying to close the distance here. Nades are going down, trying to figure out exactly where Vusi's went. Figures that out and more as a weakened Sav ends up being addressed. And now Cloud9 3 down. Luminon successfully get him out. 20 seconds on the clock.
It's going to come down to this fight. Cloud9 will be sprinting off their spawns. 15 seconds to get into this hill. If they get a clean 3 down, this is probably enough to extend this game, but it comes down to this fight, this push. Vusi opens up with the first. Sav gets his. Here we go. It's just 1 player alive. 1v3. Cloud9 running to the hill. They get the kill. hill, and there is no one from Luminon to get them out. It's going to come down to one final hill.
Hill incoming.
Cloud9 finishing that one out, and they're also even advancing towards the tower side of the map so they can heads up, finish out one hill, and get the early positioning towards the next. That's until SLG introduces himself. 5 shots is all that he needs, and he goes after Sab just the same. A one-shot boo-boo-doo-boo, no problem. 3 down with Cloud9.
Oh no, Woodham got the camouflage as well. 31 kills so far in this game. He'll have pure freedom to work with. I saw him. He did not.
8 kills. Luminon now with the positioning. A one-shot boo-boo-doo-boo here doesn't exactly have the reinforcements that he wants, but Sab is over on the tower side with the green gun. He's taking damage though, left and right, nowhere to escape. Snipe Drone with the finish, and he turns that into 2. Goes in for the challenge onto Avusi, as Snipe Drone hasn't missed a shot in years.
See, with just one player alive, it's Sab that has to make a tough decision here, whether he's gonna wait for the rest of the spawns to come up. It looks like he's gonna have to be that first player to get through. They don't have enough time. Desperate to get into the hill. He hits the jump. They're not looking at it. He gets the first kill, but he's the only player alive, and there's just too many from Luminon that are there. Game 3 goes to Luminon Gaming. What a fantastic clutch up.
Highly unfortunate for Cloud9. Sab able to make the skill jump, able to take care of 1, but when your team is 3 down and you're the only player alive, there's only so much you can do in a situation like that. The man was in a 1v3. Meanwhile, Luminon Gaming doing what they had to do to close that out. Take a look at the stat sheet. Is that a 13.7 KDA out of Woods Hub? There is no way.
Yeah, the U is just everywhere on the map, and I want to see the damage if we could scroll on through, because he seemed to be just involved in everything he could be. 8K damage for the young kid.
Beautifully played here. And take a look at some of the accuracy as well. I mean, hey, 55% on the mouse and keys ain't bad. SLG putting up 58%, but Snipe Drone shooting above 60s, above the 60 accuracy club. Not bad here. There's Luminon come out with a huge win and really shift momentum back to their favor. One could argue that one or two plays go their way, and this could have been a 3-0 sweep. Cloud9 did eventually take that game number 1, but it was anything but easy.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, this could have been definitely a 3-0, and it does feel throughout the games that Luminon's just a step quicker to a lot of these slays, and it's really scary to me, for when I look at Cloud9 and this series, that you have Strongholds coming up next, because Luminon is famously a pretty efficient team at Strongholds. I would be a bit concerned right now, but we did see Cloud9 have a pretty dominant display on a few of their on their Stronghold matches so far.
And just to remind you guys what's on the line right now, we're in the elimination bracket semifinals, so no matter who loses this matchup, they're at least going to get top 4 in this tournament, which obviously is not bad whatsoever. Meanwhile, waiting the elimination bracket finals is Envy, and of course that grand finals is OpTic Gaming with a huge advantage. No matter who makes it from the lower side, they'll have to win 2 series in order to become your champions. OpTic right now look like the heavy favorites, but hey, anything could change. We're going here to Lattice.
Focus yourselves on in. Lattice is an interesting map. You usually want to stay on this side that you see here. The blue side of the map has much more favorable spawns to keep in control, whereas the red spawns very far away from 2 of the hills, and very much is easy to contain a team there. The big thing to keep in mind is that the blue spawns are very heavy. If you leave, even for just a couple seconds to go a little too far forward, you can absolutely force split spawns without knowing.
Ultimate Luminon targeting that Bravo early, and although they're able to start it, not able to finish it. 3 down. Go Luminon Gaming.
And with that, Cloud9 going to be able to get the first points on board. Glory trying to maintain blue spawns for his side. Notice how he's a little bit cautious about getting his way out. He wanted to wait till their help was there, but doesn't matter if everyone's going down at once. That's a 4 down as Luminon are all seeing this respawn screen. Cloud9 springing to try to get into trip cap action early in the game here.
It's momentary that Sam was the only player alive on the map here. Tried to use that to take away Alpha, but Luminon quick to attack. Luminon, Alpha, and Bravo belong to them. Wootsum with the double kill that clears the way to make it to Charlie.
And no hesitation on this trip cap pressure either. They're going to be very aware that they are blocking red out here, and you can see the spawns happening over towards that blue room. It's not the worst case scenario for Luminon because they're so aware of it. They just battle in, they trap those players of Cloud9 to lurk their way out. The trip cap's in. It's 2 points for every second that Luminon's able to maintain this.
Luminon gaming with the early lead, but a whole lot of control right now. Snipe drone, so we have on screen. Man at the top red tower side. Sam to be the first one to enter Bravo, but with no shields to fight with. Snipe drone playing SWAT out here.
Yeah, it just is a testament to how well connected these bandits of Luminon are. They aren't letting players get anywhere for free. You are taking a couple shots here, a couple shots there, and it makes the follow-up plays that much easier for Luminon. I mean, look how often these kills are coming in, and it's a player that's already half shields. That there's really not many fights that are happening where start to finish it's a one-on-one gunfight.
Over 100 points here for Luminon. Momentary triple cap and want to hold on to it. Looks like they're going to be able to do just that. Clean up onto Sad. 3 down go Cloud9. Navusi's 1 shot dealt with, and Luminon gaming dangerous on Lattice.
And they just keep trapping them over in that blue room because they have that trip cap. They can be comfortable with this trapping. As long as they watch all these exits, they're going to be able to continue scoring. I mean, right now they are on the blitzing pace. They're already halfway to their final destination, and it hasn't even looked close of Cloud9 having a breakout yet. It has been a struggle for them.
Luminon gaming consistently trying to spawn trap Cloud9 towards that back blue base, limiting their options and striking when the iron is hot. But finally Cloud9 slayed their way out of their spawn, almost convert Alpha, but the reset happens again. A and C hold for Luminon gaming.
Sab finally able to get that kill. That's actually a pretty big one. It's going to give some spacing for Cloud9 here. Should allow them to stabilize, but yeah, you have the 2 cap now. But it's quite a bit of a handicap. Within the first 3 minutes of the game, you've given up 184 points to the other side.
Cloud9 scoring here. But man, they have a whole lot of ground to make up. Oh, collect shooting like this, it could be a comeback that's on our hands. 3 down once again go Luminon gaming. Alpha Bravo being held once again here, and Cloud9 know that SLG's trying to make a play for Alpha.
Yeah, SLG didn't know that Collect was staring down at him there. Skills come out. Collect probably going to be aware that these spawns should favor the blue room. Trying to help his teammate get that trip cap in, but as they do get that kill, Collect's gonna be the one that's forced to rotate out here, and I believe Luminon should be able to get 1 step ahead on this rotation now because they have spawns that have quicker access to both A and B, and you see how that switches out. So Boo Boo Doo Boo getting traded out there is, I think, actually a bigger piece to that puzzle than anticipated. Okay, that's fun.
Collect getting a bit stylish with it there. Love that. 1 repost to work with, but I think he's actually run out of snipe ammo, sadly. So Collect only having his bandit and that equipment to work with on their way towards cargo. And Cloud9 are trying to infiltrate, but the nades just consistently keeping them out. And so is SLG. The shots right back on him.
I don't think Sav expected such an aggressive QT play there. It gets caught off guard. They're going for the trip cap, and this could be backbreaking for Cloud9 if this one is successful. You see the trades coming out. Total control is temporary here, but this fight can secure it. Here comes the damage. A stays into the hands of Luminon. Woodham's there to secure it. 10 more seconds now. Control needed, and they are winning the gunfights. Luminon with a dominant game 4 display.
Cloud9 gonna try to convert Alpha. Glory's gonna step his way and the reset goes down. They only have Bravo to Cloud9. They have to hop in the hill right here, right now. That's it. Luminon Gaming, hold on. Luminon Gaming advancing to the elimination bracket finals.
Such a dominant game 4, but the story isn't necessarily told through the stats. I think they only go +2, maybe +3 on the slays throughout that game, but it showed how pinpoint they were with their spawn control. So once they got that total control, they're spawn trapping them at blue, and they were just doing such an effective job at always being in the right spot to finish that last kill just before they could get those captures. And yeah, I'll take a look at it. Like, what, +1 for Snipe Drone, +4 for Glory, Woodham's even, SLG's -1, so that's like a +4 kill advantage. It's not like this crazy, you know, you see 250 to 40, you think, you know, they're at least slaying out by, you know, a significant margin. That's not necessarily the case here. I mean, that was just really efficient and effective trip cap play.
Yeah, objective efficiency looking absolutely lights out here for Luminon Gaming. 250 to 40 is your final score line, knocking Cloud9 out of their own tournament. It's been your 5K Open domination, and nothing says dominant quite like a 250 to 40 score line.
Yeah, it was a little bit absurd. It feels like Luminon figured out exactly how they wanted to play that, and I'm sure teams will probably be taking a couple notes if you're figuring out how you want to be as dominant as Luminon there. I'd go back, bookmark that film, take a look at exactly what they did, but it seemed to be a very effective blue side trap, and it felt like their timings were perfect. Like, there really wasn't much to criticize about how Luminon played that.
Well, Luminon Gaming go out in top 4 here. Meanwhile, Cloud9 go out in top 4, Meanwhile, Luminon advance forward to the elimination bracket finals to go up against Envy. One best-of-5 series is what's needed to advance into the grand finals here. Your 5K Open domination. I'm gonna go on a short break, and we come back. We're gonna have Envy and Luminon duking it out, finding out who makes it to the grand finals. R's are in the chat, so you know what that means. It's time for your 5K Open Domination 2. And it's the Elimination Bracket Finals here. We need to find out who's going to be advancing to the Grand Finals to go up against OpTic Gaming. It's been an exciting tournament so far. Tools, what you got to say for the fans at home?
Hey, this is going to be a good matchup. The big thing is Luminon's looking for revenge. They got knocked down to the lower side by Envy, and the series, it wasn't that close. It was a 3-0. So Luminon getting a second chance against this very strong Envy roster. We'll see if they're going to be able to find some games here and force their way through to an OpTic Gaming match in the Grand Finals.
Well, Envy looking strong to start. That's an immediate forward down here for Luminon Gaming in action. Jackson with the camouflage, but apprehensive to push. He sees the nades, and Luminon Gaming have an idea of where he's pushing from.
Right now, Jackson really thinking about how he can get his way in and force that flagpole. Looks like all that action's going to open up an opportunity, but he misses the flag. They'll have to go back for some slays. Let's see if that timing hurts them at all.
It looks like he's able to relay that flag past the 50% portion of the map here, and Descendant holding the line from the top mid side. Just one more player that you potentially have to deal with, or Jackson punching in that first flag cap. Textbook execution by Envy.
And Piggy staying alive for that long forces Luminon on their spawn to play back into their base. That's going to slow them down significantly and allow Envy to continue forward on their attacks. As Descendant's gone through, you can see how much of a struggle it's been for Luminon just to get spacing, right? To have room to breathe. It's been a lot of Envy thus far, but Woodham got through. And while his team was dealing with Envy in their side, he's pulled out a flag. We'll see how far this one can go.
Lieutenant Luminon Gaming responds back with a pull all the way towards the util on the car side right now. Precision to Envy here real quick. Both players one shot, and Snipe Drone is gonna win that one. Wootsum now provided some reinforcements here and also relay the flag forward. The nades shred his shields, but 3 down go Envy.
And look, Woodham just repositions, gets the kill, and with that, Luminon should have their answer. It's just Precision that's alive, and he is way too far out of the fight to stop this one from coming home.
Quite the response coming in for Luminon Gaming here, tied up now with 1 apiece, and the camouflage coming up about 20 seconds. Woodsum Descendant decides to duke it out over toward the P side, and Woodsum trying to get some extra damage with that nade.
Camouflage going to be coming up in about 10 seconds time. Envy was able to get their first capture off that camo that Jackson was able to grab. I'm sure Luminon this time around wants to find the camo for themselves. A flagpole out, Luminon trying to force this one down. Looks like they do get the trades into the util, but is that enough to continue that flag?
So with the initial damage and the kill onto Jackson, camouflage is snatched up by Piggy here. Descendant stays alive. Piggy watching it with the camouflage because of that. Gets a back smack. No way Wuta was ready for that one. Final 2 players from Luminon Gaming probably already spotted out. They know they're in the util side. And here comes Piggy, the Max Damn Ham.
As we just play his process, you see that player running into the wall. The reason for that SLG trying to minimize his hitbox as much as possible, but it's not really much you can do to get away from that gunfight. With 3 down, Envy have their chance to get into this base and create chaos. Piggy will be the first one in. With camo, he has a couple options. He can either go for the early pull or try to maximize his damage here, and knowing the ham, he likes to go for max dam. Not gonna work out that time. Luminon able to clear out their base.
I'll be honest, man, I thought he was just pretending to lag out when he was running into the wall right there, so I just learned something myself. Meanwhile, SLG continues off a spawn, put down the pressure here. Nice little double kill out of him before being stuck. Meanwhile, Wootsum, the final player alive for Luminon Gaming.
Yeah, and honestly, that felt like everything was falling into place for Envy to get a flag capture there. Luminon with a pretty quick answer to clear out their base, but they haven't quite cleared out the midline yet. They need a little bit more spacing to work with, and Precision ever so providing so much pressure on this util side. They're finally able to deal with them, but look at how much time it's taking for Luminon just to get off of their side. And even then, it's still Envy that's attacking. With 2 down, they're in just prime position to keep stacking up that pressure.
Once again, Luminon Gaming going 3 down. Doesn't have a spotter behind him. The sniper drone ends up trading out his life, trying to clear out the utility side as much as possible here. It's an absolute brawl of war that's going down toward the yellow util, but the one that favors Envy because Precision's still here. He's still alive.
Look at Glory on that long-ranging flank. So he's going to try to pull out a flag while Envy's working on this. If Luminon wins these gunfights, as Glory gets into the back base, this could be a quick capture on the other side, but you see Yaxon cuts down Glory before that play can happen, and now you're going to see the downside of overextending like this. Yaxon's going to get camouflaged while flag is pulled. A risky play that did not work out for Luminon, and now looks likely for Envy to come back with a second flag capture for their team.
Flag is on the move right now. Luminon Gaming have all 4 players up, but they are met with resistance everywhere they go. Yaxon with the damage and still alive with the camo. The cleanup comes in real quick onto the weakened player. SLG forces him out, but Envy still get their second flag cap.
Nice play by SLG, getting that double kill, and will work for the third, but the shot just over the head. Precision gets the answer back. And with it, things becoming a little bit more chaotic than Luminon would like. Woodham down to 1 shot, not being able to progress on the map. Things are slowing down for the time being, as Luminon not going to be able to find any sort of immediate pressure off that damage SLG did.
Luminon still have over 6 minutes right now to try to cap at least 1 flag to tie things up. So with Woodsum dropping a perfect kill, with Envy dropping 3 players, Luminon Gaming inch closer and closer towards the base of Envy.
Now, Woodham needs a teammate here to help him get into this base, and that's taking it a little bit longer than probably anticipated for that to happen, but here we go. Multiple players occupying the lanes. Woodham's going to find the first. Sniper drone gets the second. And although it took them a while to get here, they're finding the kills, and they have players in position to take advantage. Precision, last alive, is in the base of Luminon and will not be able to get that kill. I don't think there's anyone from Envy now that can realistically stop this flag unless these nades are just true and stop this flag short.
Every player that approaches the 50% portion of the map here for Envy are being met with Luminon Gaming. Watching every single angle. Sniper Joe gets his shield back. He punches another one in. We're tied up to a piece.
Yeah, so far, I mean, both teams having great answers. They've had good flag runs. It's all about getting to that point where things are going right for your team. I think that's happened to Envy a little bit more cleanly and more often throughout this game. I think as the current pace stands, I think Envy is favored for this end game, but Luminon is certainly doing enough to be within distance. See, another time, this is the second time now they've done this deep overextend flagpole. See, if the second time it works, I mean, Luminon's so far gone already. I mean, look how fast he is on these flag runs.
Yeah, the timing of the flagpole and the slay seem to work for them. And Woodsum, while running the flag 180, finishes a 1-shot. Again, those are the plays that you just can't do on a controller. And because of that, Woodsum gets the flag out of util. And that's a lead for Luminon Gaming.
That's the risk they've been taking, right? They wanted that play exactly to work. This time it does. And stealing away that flag, it puts them into the lead now. But see, Envy, they weren't necessarily going to stand by and just let you get a flag capture. They got camo in the meantime. We're able to use that to get into the base and to find a couple. It's just Glory and SLG, I believe, that can stop this. SLG goes down. Glory's halfway on the return. Is he going to try to force it? He can. Oh, no, Precision jumped up off the fridge from that angle, got the kill, and there's no one there to finish the return. Instead, it gets touched, and Envy will be able to find their answer.
Tied up at 3 apiece. Woodsum though answers right back with a triple. Piggy stuck over toward the back base. It looks like Luminon Gaming want to take advantage of that, starting the flag cap right out of the base. It goes. Snipetro doing everything he can to stay alive here. They need the follow-up slay. Snipetro understands that, but cannot find the trade. Envy just about clear out their base, and they get the return. There it is.
Ascendant feeling like, hey, he had done enough, just lets that flag do it by itself, and that you see them pressuring more and more onto this util side. But man, some close gunfights that keep going to Luminon in these tight battles. It's going to open up an opportunity. That's 4 down as SLG's going into the base. He'll pull as the first spawner comes up. He'll have a clear path home. Envy will need to be decisive off this spawn and to win a lot of these initial gunfights. He went for that crazy ninja, huh?
He really did, and somehow Piggy ends up getting the backsmack on him right there as Wuto trying to go for something a bit stylish, and Luminon Gaming find himself down. Glory gonna try to keep this flag alive, but running to every grenade and maybe even the kitchen sink as well, as everything gets thrown at him. Camouflage about to come up.
On paper, that was really good for Luminon, right? They got the 4 down, they're pulling the flag, but the timing wasn't quite right. There was just a little bit too much time for Envy to get up on the map and to pressure those players running the flag. And you can see Envy, they don't waste any time getting the flagpole of their own, and they pull the flag with all the players up, but they're winning the gunfights as the flag is going home. This one looks likely to punch in. It will. They'll take a 4-3 lead with just over 90 seconds on the clock. They have camo. They have so much to work with. This looks really strong for Envy in the end game.
They also just had Luminon Gaming 3 down. Descendant still sneaking around with this camouflage, hiding in plain sight right now as he puts down the damage onto SLG. His teammates forcing them out of the low side of the map. The height advantage looking good for Envy. They can play for one more cap, or they can play for the minute. Either way, Luminon Gaming are on their back foot.
Just 60 seconds. There is one player from Luminon that's extended into the util. I don't know if they know about Woodham, and they do find that answer back, so that play is going to be dead on that overextended push from Luminon. Instead, 50 seconds on the clock. They'll be coming off spawn, trying to make the most of this opportunity. Snipe drone going to be in that front lines. They got 2 plays left essentially as a team to get a flagpole out.
Couple kills go the way of Envy. Answered right back here for Luminon. SLG trying to stay alive, but looks like Piggy not letting him go easily somehow. It is Piggy that finds the headshot there. Snipe Joe gonna try to replace him in that exact same position, but right now, Luminon Gaming are running out of time.
15 seconds to get into the space and to get a pull. Now, if they get the pull before 000s hit, they'll have a little extra time to work with, and there is the pull. So step 1 done, but you still need more kills to keep this flag moving. And right now, it's just so easy for Envy to bait that flag out. SLG does not have the time to get there. It'll return as 000s hit the clock, and we're going to game 2 after Envy take game 1.
Beautifully played by Envy, and you see the look on their faces. They've been locked since before Charlotte even started, but they are still locked right now. Our Envy, they know they are 1 series away from potentially getting their revenge against OpTic Gaming. Right now, Luminon stands in their way.
Live-Fire going to be our next location, and with it, Envy have been very strong whenever Descendant gets those snipers in his hands. To me, I don't even care if Luminon gets sniper and uses it. You just gotta deny Descendant from getting it. I feel like he's been hitting his next level stride with those power weapons, especially that S7 sniper. So for Luminon, I think that's top priority here in game 2.
Yeah, Descendant definitely has been a game changer with that sniper, but I promise you, SLG and Wuta, no strangers with the sniper as well. And you know, if you got snipe in your name, you know you got to be able to do a thing or two with it. Is snipe drone. Live Fire Slayer is where we end up. Sniper toward the mid map, and obviously that camouflage going to be so important. Coming up in a bit of a delay, so you have to just really focus in on that sniper first, and eventually address the camo.
Load in. I'll be curious to see whether we see a quick grab from either side. You have a couple players that have this survivability. I'll be looking at Descendant. He's very quick on the map getting it. It's not unusual for him to hit this jump and try to get to the sniper. Looks like they're going to bait it out this time. I said the other side is Woodham. He can grab that sniper and immediately strong side his way out if he wants, but both sides giving each other a little bit of space to work with. It's going to come down to some long range team fights.
said they're gonna try to use that height, which were the tower side, it was to try to defend the sniper. SLG almost was able to get away with it, but Envy on the hunt. Camouflage not up just yet, but you see the positioning from Luminon Gaming.
And Sniper Drone does a good job closing down that space on Piggy, not letting him get much damage onto him either with that quick beatdown. And Luminon winning some crucial gunfights early on. It's just Piggy that's alive, and he was the first off spawn after he went down. That should be just about everything on the map heading over to Luminon's favor.
8-2 advantage here for Luminon. Envy put a third on the board, but trades out going left and right, and it is Glory the one that ends up with the camouflage and sniper combination. So although Luminon had a momentary disadvantage in the bodies, it was like Glory has tower control.
And Glory wants to find at least some quick action here. It's just Yaxon that's isolated at B. Everyone else has rotated onto the other side of the map, and Glory so far hasn't had much luck of spotting anyone. There he goes, first one on. It'll be the first that goes down for him, and Envy will have 2 down very early on into this fight, and that's dangerous because it allows the collapse to be pretty fluid for the rest of the players on the Luminon. This could be a clean 4 down with no trade outs.
If 3x the score line of Envy have Luminon Gaming looking to answer back in this game number 2. Glory deciding to get aggressive with the sniper. It moves off of the tower, but looks like that's when Envy decide to posture and position their way towards the nest side, and Yaxon and Piggy work on Glory.
Yeah, good team shot there to take Glory down, but the reality is Envy needs untraded kills, and so far Luminon's been pretty quick on their responses. Even after Envy gets the first, we've seen quick answers from Luminon, and it's tough right now because you can see how Envy, they're trying to take these fights, but they're not quite as connected as Luminon is, and they're definitely playing from, you know, a worse position than Luminon. I mean, it's just such strong play from this talented team from Europe.
And this is a serious scoreline difference right now. I mean, at this point, Snipe Drone by himself is outslaying the Envy roster. He's 10-2 right now. And Snipe Drone even has an assist to his name, and Glory gets himself another camouflage.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not trades coming in right now for Envy at all. And I mean, not only can they not afford not to trade, they need to go the inverse of what's happening right now. I mean, at 19 kills. We're almost looking at a 20 kill differential early in this game. I mean, I don't want to call it over yet, but what can you even do from this spot? Envy, there is nothing that's going right.
31-10 lead here. Glory and Luminon are going off. Snipe Drone 13-2. Glory once again with that sniper and camo combination rips a double kill. Descender may have gotten the cleanup, but they need so much more. You're down by 20 kills.
Still on stake pace, and oh no. That's a way to describe the game for Envy. I don't know what else could be. Is anytime you think you're about to make a good play, it's the perfect answer's been there for Luminon.
Read down once again, go Luminon though. Precision right at Wootum, and the action on your screen gonna try to push through this nest side. Gonna take some space as Wootum right off a spawn, and once again gonna go at Yaxon, but Wootum wins that piv, and right now Envy are in danger of not just losing the game, but a stake-tacular in that.
Yeah, you definitely want to like try to get out of that stake territory just for pride. But even like with a game like this, even if you get out of stake, it's like, you know, it's a stake. This game was never close. It was never in question. Luminon has just been dominant since the opening kill.
Camouflage up in less than 30 seconds, and man, Envy need that. Sniper, Miracle, I mean, they need so much right now in order to come back in this game. But now a couple of kills starting to get chained together here, and Envy trying to go on a bit of a run.
Yeah, it's, I mean, look, you have to ask the big questions. It's like, is a comeback possible? No. Are you going to get more momentum if you get some of these kills? No. I mean, is this game just, it didn't go your way? That's the reality of it. I mean, this is just Luminon, get yourself to the finish line. You get to celebrate however you want, but there's really nothing here that Envy can really pull away from this Slayer game. It has just been domination.
I don't know. Maybe if Envy were able to like bring it back to like, you know, if they managed to get 40 kills right now, that's some kind of momentum, right?
Hey, you still lost by double digits? You're saying you're gonna get some momentum from a double-digit loss?
Hey, I mean, it could have been a lot worse.
Well, at least it's not steak. It's an old hamburger that you're heating up in the from the fridge. You know, got the steak dinner off, where we're going with some leftovers, but still, it's dinner that's on the menu right now, and Luminon just looking for the last few kills.
And a double for Sniper Drone. Looking for just 2 more here. Sniper about to come up, but I don't even think they're going to play for that, as he knows where Envy are pushing out of. It's the green side of the map, and Sniper Drone for the challenge. Ends up running into 2 different players. Those just could be clean ups. Precision's 1 shot to save for Descendant, SLG, and Wootsum on the other side of things, working on the 49 kill.
Yeah, looks like they'll get it there. And see, 17 from SLG, 15 from Snipe Drone. Love to see those numbers come out. And I mean, just, I would even say it was a dominant display. It's so shocking to see the difference from game 1 to game 2. That one was never in question. And it'll be Lattice that'll be the swing game decider.
Yeah, I mean, not just a game, but a statement being made by Luminon. My gosh, I'm looking at the scoreline. SLG and Snipe Drone both with the 8.7 KDA. Snipe Drone, at one point, wasn't it like 13-2 or something crazy that we saw from Snipe Drone? We saw him get a lot more assists after that, still ending with a 15-8 scoreline, which is great. But I mean, man, Snipe Drone, SLG, Luminon Gaming showing what they are really made of.
Yeah, we see. Can we go back to the accuracy for a second there, Callis? Look at that, everyone within the 60s. Udom having a special. Look at that, 6s across the board from him. See, look at the shots fired for Envy. I mean, they're there, they're hitting, like they're putting down damage. It just the cleanups weren't coming through.
Highly unfortunate for Envy in that one, but again, this is what we talk about. You know, at a professional level, you got to be able to have that mental reset button. You got to be able to bounce back. Even a devastating defeat like that one cannot linger in your head. You cannot bring it onto the next map. At that point, you might as well chalk it all. Lattice, King of the Hill, gonna be our next map in game mode combination, and it's a swing one at that. The win here could swing momentum in your favor.
The swing game, man, I was curious. I wanted someone to go and track the stats of like how important is game 3, like getting that 2-1 lead, like how much does it increase your chances to win a series? That'd be so interesting.
It's actually the exact number is 84.67 Q% of the time. The team that wins,
where's the Q?
The team that wins the game 3, especially in a tied-up series, ends up winning the series.
I don't think that's how stats work. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what's the Q.
I mean, it's numbers, bro.
Quite literally not.
I don't know what to tell you, bro. I've done the math.
Or you're doing algebra equations in your percentages here. You see early on Envy getting that early time. It was Luminon that put a little bit more focus into that sniper, but that sniper down on the ground in the middle of the map. And it's like Luminon, though, able to find some quick answers, and Descendant will go out of his way to go find a sniper, something that he was not able to get his hands on in live fire.
Player drops right in front of us. It's gonna be Wootsum, actually. Descendant avoiding a whole lot of the damage. Breaks his ankles. Oh, and he's not done. Can somebody call this man out? What was that?
If he whips around right here, he could try to get someone right off spawn. Notice how he's looking at that bottom tower. Just wants to make sure no one gets that advanced spawn there, and they have him completely trapped. This should be the hill for Envy, barring some crazy push from Luminon, but you can see just such a dominant position of snipe from Descendant. Peels the head of Snipe Drone, and yeah, I think this hill's going to Envy.
Absolutely insane. Clearly, Descendant just has a better gaming chair. Make sure you guys get yourself a Secret Labs as soon as possible. Envy almost done with that hill number 1 here. It looks like Action Jackson is going to be the one to finish that off. Meanwhile, Luminon going 3 down while that happened.
See Descendant try to get aggressive out this window, and he will find Snipe Drone looking the other way. And so far, I mean, Descendants having a hell of a start, 8-1 to basically run the beginning of this game.
1-0 lead here for Envy. But this Luminon Gaming and early over towards this hill. You see the pings going down, knowing exactly where Envy are going. They're going wide over toward the cargo side, and Luminon anticipating it. But as Envy start to widen their influence, start to take space here, Snipe Drone and Luminon have to watch multiple angles, and they're not able to do that. 3 down go Luminon Gaming.
Just Glory to find, and they should have an idea of where he's at. You'll see him go down, and unfortunately for Glory, he pushed up a bit early there because of Envy being so quick to get to the hill. That's going to force Luminon into a numbers disadvantage for a bit longer than they'd probably like, and you can see the ramifications of that coming down. Look how long it's going to be until they have a fair fight. It's just 4-on-3 as no trades are coming out. Look, it's still a numbers advantage for Envy. The trades aren't coming, and Luminon have not been able to recover from that first kill that happened, 45 seconds ago.
I just watched Woodsum walk off the map on that bridge. I don't know if you saw that. Piggy and Woodsum were like in a long range fight, and Woodsum accidentally just walked right off the map. That was kind of crazy.
I'm pretty sure this is like a 12-0 run of kills for Envy. There's finally a kill that comes in for Luminon, but that was an absurd spree of dominance there from Envy.
2-0 lead here. Woodsum gets away with the sniper. 5 bullets to work with. Looks like a QT about to come up, but Envy triple push through the middle of the map. Gonna try to attack that sniper side here. Our Envy, Woodsum looking for anybody approaching the mid.
Bottom translocator gonna be up soon here. As Luminon still just a pretty dominant spot to hold this hill. You can see Woodsum not going down from those engagements. Envy wants that flank to come in time. The question is, do they get to that doorway? They do. Yaxon, the silent assassin from the back ranks, comes in just in time, breaks the setup of Luminon, and is now heading to the front lines where Precision's there to help. Brilliant piece of maneuvering there to get that break where Luminon had a very strong setup.
Envy almost done with their 3rd hill here. Luminon Gaming not too far behind them as Yaxon over toward the cargo side. He has multiple members of Luminon in front of him. Deals with Woodsum in a charge on SLG action. Yaxon with a huge double and guarantees that hill for Envy.
Now Envy's gonna have a lot of freedom on how they want to play this next one, right? Because this bridge hill, it takes a little bit longer to get. It's a little bit scrappier. So for Envy, you don't have to worry about necessarily getting in that hill and having to play it right away. It's okay for you to jump out and play a little bit of Slayer here, even though there's still a lot of time left on the clock. You want to try to win on this hill, but you don't necessarily need to win on this hill. So for me, it's more about just playing safely here and not letting Luminon get any big 4 downs.
Both players one shot, able to trade out his life. Does Glory there. Snipe Drone getting into another fight, and 3 down go Envy. But right now, Luminon Gaming need a whole lot more than that. Down 0-3, and Envy even started their 4th hill.
Yaxon trading out with Woodsum there, and Envy, it looks like they're gonna opt to put a couple of their numbers towards that mid line, whereas Descendant comes through. Oh, Descendant caught Glory completely off guard. Glory's just doing his best to survive. Descendant's on the hunt, and Glory gets the last laugh, able to stay alive and wait for that help.
3 down go Luminon. Snipe Drone going to be the final player alive. He does get Woodsum spawning next to him, and actually SOG does as well. The problem is that Envy has somehow identified those spawning players and sent them right back to the respawn screen. Snipe Drone with a double that slows Envy down just that much.
I think he's feeling that pressure. He could opt to play the sniper off the map, and he will do so. So, yeah, 2 plays there where he could either try to get away with his life and keep that sniper into play, or just deny access, right, and not let Luminon potentially grab that sniper. He opts for the later option, and because of that, Luminon's not going to have any power weapons to work with, but they did get a pretty early break onto this hill, and there's still plenty of time. 2 minutes and 23 seconds is enough to make this comeback a reality, but Luminon are going to need to start having less
Enemy
trade
about
outs
to
here.
Score.
Just about halfway done with the silver envy. Utum chasing down Descendant. Descendant not able to escape here. We still see 2 down for Luminon. Numbers start to favor Envy. Utum trying to provide some cover fire, able to do so. Put down shot, stays alive here. Beautifully played by Utum, and Snipe Drone survives as well.
Yeah, Woodham's just thinking about how he can get the most value out of his life there. I mean, talk about max damage while one shot, sneaking in a couple shots there, making life easier for his teammate. That'll be the first hill on board for Luminon. 2 minutes for them to capture 2 hills. They have just about 60 seconds that they can give up in neutral time, and Yaxin might just be shutting the door on them. He's 21 and 12 this game after that triple kill.
Not done just yet here. Luminon Gaming may have taken their first hill, but Envy have already started on their 4th. Yaxin with the early damage goes right at Snipe Drone, couple of shots over to the backside as Yaxin repositions and right into a back smack onto SLG, leaving Utsum the final player alive, and looks like Precision does just enough damage to allow Yaxin to get the cleanup.
Yeah, Yaxin's flowing right now. He's double positive in this game, 24 and 12, but he just seems to be catching Luminon at the worst times every time. Just so consistent with how deadly he's been so far this game.
2 members in front of him though. Back smack into the portal play. Action. Yaxin is feeling himself. 26 kills, 12 assists, and a large reason why Luminon Gaming just can't get anything going.
Yeah, he played that 1v2 just about perfect, right? Baited that player into coming down low, and the idea was when he dropped, he was going to QT back up to force a one-on-one, but SLG just happened to give him the back, so he got a little bit of extra for free there. And right now, that the first minute of neutral time off the clock, and that's what they could afford to give up per hill. So right now they're behind schedule. Luminon needs to have a fantastic break of this setup and then hold of this hill, and they're just rapidly running out of time to do so.
It's like Glory sneaks his way over toward the hill, but takes awfully too much damage, and Snipe Drone can't survive either. Nothing going the way of Luminon Gaming. Even Wutum falls, and eventually that's all 4 players from Luminon.
Hey, Yaxin's got 12 more kills, making 11 more kills to the next closest in the lobby. He's just getting away with everything here. He is getting in his fights, winning each one of them, and even then he still has 14 assists. He has the most assists on his team, the most kills on his team, and the second least deaths. Like, he is playing a crazy performance right now. This is just frying the other side.
33 kills, 14 assists. This is what you want to see if you're a fan of Envy. But the return to sender from Wutum, not bad, but just not enough time.
Yeah, I fear that there's just not enough time on the clock to get this done. Even if they get this hill, right, they have to be early on the rotation to next, and they only have 6 seconds to stand outside of that hill. So this is more than just a tough task. This feels closer to impossible, but we've seen crazy things happen, and they won't happen today because Envy able to get in, get their 4 down, and see Yaxin gonna finish with 34 kills to his name. A fantastic performance from Yaxin.
Precision with a bit of a celebratory melee on his teammate there, and that was absolutely fantastic out of Envy. But of course, we gotta show some love to Yaxin. I can't wait to see what that stat line looks like. It has to be ridiculous.
You want to place any bets? You think it's like over 10?
Over 10 what?
10k damage.
10k. Ooh.
I was like, what's
I
the
don't want to
over
place any
under?
bet. I don't want to place any bets, man. I'm gonna say 9,720 damage.
Okay, press
Or,
1 in chat.
9,720.
1 in chat if you think it's over, 2 in chat if you think it's under 10k. I'm gonna go over. I think he's gonna get like close to like 11. But I feel like that's a good
It
line,
did go
right?
down
10K?
all the time.
34 kills? 10k is like a lot, even in like an oddball game. So I think we're probably overshooting. I think it's probably under, but I want to believe, you know?
I'm gonna go 9,700, which would still be okay.
Wow, we were so off, dude. That's crazy. 7,800. Bro, what? Yeah, were you even shooting anyone, bro? Like, come on, dude. That's crazy.
God bless. Step it up, brother.
We're so bad. What did you say? 90 something? I said
Eyes
like
at
close to, dude,
9700.
I just saw those kills, the assists. Oh my brother, has to be. But it's like, you know, you say the 10Ks for the oddball games.
Not bad whatsoever coming out of Jackson. Not quite the 10K that we thought it was, but still 8K, especially compared to the rest of the lobby. He was shooting, and now one game away from advancing to the grand finals and potentially getting their revenge on OpTic Gaming. Envy have Luminon exactly where they want them.
That's what we should have done, is like the difference between like the next highest player in the lobby, right? Because I think he's 2K higher than anyone else in the lobby, which is pretty absurd.
Well, as of right now, Luminon, huge start. Immediate 3 down for Envy, but Descendant somehow gets the double and neutralizes that camouflage immediately as the final player alive for Envy.
Dropped.
See, Axing gonna be quick onto that ball grab, trying to get away to safety. Precision catches Snipe Drone, and although the reaction was good from Snipe Drone to get that noob combo to hit, they wasn't able to get that finish, and you can see Luminon having trouble on finishing the rest of these players from Envy. Precision, that is decisive. The way that he slid into that fight, you can see why. I mean, he took down SLG like he was on a mission.
My gosh, beautifully played by Precision, keeps the ball alive and just continues to slay. Love that out of him. Piggy eventually gets his trade, and he knows that Glory is hearing him. Despite being weak, Precision almost puts him on a stretcher.
Jackson trying to pull out that stutter step, not going to be able to get that kill. Jab strafe, not going to be effective there. See that ball reset early on, and dude, Descended very aggressive with that shock rifle. And that can be dual edged, right? If you hit those shots, right, you're getting a lot of space for your team. But the other part of it is, if you're playing too aggressive, you're also throwing that shock rifle over to the other side when you die on the front line like that.
Snipe Drone finds his way all the way toward the last side of the map. Jackson gets first shot on him, and somehow Snipe Drone hits the stick. Absolutely ridiculous, as half the members of Envy go down, make it 3.
Yeah, great job by Luminon. Woodham able to get through, crossing that map, and taking the quickest route towards his team. Ooh, Piggy. Piggy got 2. That stick got 2. And with that, that's going to move that ball to the ground. There's no one from Luminon to pick it up. That's going to really minimize the harm that could have been done. A massive stick by Piggy.
Looks like Jackson has Snipe Drone in front of him, but also has multiple members of Luminon pulling up the rear from behind. And over toward the gold side, SLG makes way towards Whirlpool, finds himself 1 Glory, and the rest of Luminon on the collapse. They were everywhere.
They got to get the ball. Yeah, right here. It's with how much they've been outslaying, you think they'd have a massive lead right now, but Envy's been able to find some crucial kills to minimize that time. And even now, you can feel that Woodham's going to feel this pressure and is going to be forced on this rotation earlier than he'd like.
Woodham finds that ball over toward the tower side. Teammate goes down to Snipe Drone. 2 more members of Envy to deal with, but navigates that fight perfectly. 3 down, go Envy.
I see right now, Luminon is winning these slays. Snipe Drone's going to be able to get the sniper before anyone from Envy can get their eyes on him.
Snipe Drone with the shot, does additional damage onto 2 different players over toward the gold side and across the map as well. Piggy eventually gets it for just a second. Back-to-back kills for Luminon Gaming. Descendant flies in momentarily, was the final player from Envy, but now has a shot.
Descendant wasn't going to wait at all, tried to close that space down on the Glory, but not able to get that kill. You see, once again, Envy 3 down, so a common theme here from Luminon, putting Envy 3 down. It's been making the second half of this round so much easier for them. As you see, Woodham's been happy just to accumulate all the time for his team. I mean, really, he hasn't been forced to throw that ball on the ground for a solid 3 rotations. Finally, a play ball might have been forced. There it goes off the map, but 75 points by the time it happened.
Sent in. Playing this masterfully, it's unreal, absolutely unreal. Descended, the fact that he's still alive right now is crazy. Oh, just decimating Luminon Gaming over towards the back blue side.
Precision gonna have a choice here to make, whether they're gonna try to solidify their hold by glass or try to hit this rotation to see. It looks like they're opting to hit the rotation as Jackson's gone. He's got through, and that setup that gave Luminon 70 seconds of time is now in place for Envy. We'll see how long they're able to hold it and send it just early on that flank.
Envy grinding forward here, but has a couple go down. You see Luminon cut right through the mid-map. They go. Glory's avoiding as many nades as possible, but eventually one lands right on him. Snipe Drone gets the kill on precision, but gets cleaned up. Jackson never played that ball. He gets the kill, continues to get ball time here. A confident Jackson and Envy, and because of that, they may just catch up. They may just tie this game up.
See right now, Descendant gets that grapple into his hands. He has camo. He has everything you could want. Jackson's gonna wait until the absolute last second, then he'll play that ball. And then Descendant has a grapple just to grab the ball off spawn. I mean, this is a very strong position, but no, Glory! Oh, he had no idea. A huge play by Glory. He gets two. And now he has the grapple to get the ball.
Double kill by Glory, multiple going down for NVSLG, finding the back smack onto Piggy. Luminon Gaming lost a lot of time over towards the back blue, but they make it up here on the gold side of the map.
See, just a very small differential at the moment between these two teams, but Luminon in a strong position. Wow, Descendant tried to skip a nade, just went too far. Descendant just threw it back up, said no, I'm trying to give it to my teammate. The ball didn't quite reach, and SLG is doing his best to just keep the damage down. They're winning the gunfights. It's just Jackson that's alive. That ball out into the open though, and Luminon hasn't been able to grab it yet.
Lead down go Envy, Descendant, the final player alive. SLG with the damage and the ping here. Gonna trust his teammates to deal with him as he's trying to rotate this ball as far as possible, but that ball swings closer and closer to Envy, avoiding the grenades. SLG forced the challenge and able to win the fight against Piggy. Luminon with the numbers.
That's not over yet though. Precision able to get that play ball out, but good job by Woodham. Just able to grab that ball right away, trying to maximize his time. Can they get to him in time? 98 seconds for Luminon. Glory will get the final two. They'll take round one.
Luminon Gaming trying to send us into a game number 5 here. And man, the plays that Glory made over toward this back gold side was real. And Luminon kind of ran away with it once that play happened.
It was massive. You think about the camo and grapple being in the hands of Envy on that play ball. They could have been such a strong spot for them to start getting that lead in the game, but shut down because Glory not only got that kill, but then followed it up with a second massive one.
Snipe Drone able to get away with the shock. I believe he also has the camouflage as well. Envy trying to find a way from tower to blue, and Piggy ends up getting caught out. Meanwhile, Snipe Drone taking a bit of an interesting route, finds himself a back smack, and Luminon continue to score.
And just to send it, and he's all the way on the other side of the map. This is going to be the tough chance for Envy to get through, and I mean, Woodham catching a perfect timing onto that player as well to force a 3v4. This is just brutal for Envy. You can see that they are really struggling on finding fights that are advantageous to them.
Slay is really starting to heavily favor Luminon, especially in this round number 2, 40-0 run, as Snipe Drone and Luminon continue to bring the pain. Killing spree for Snipe Drone. Back gold has been claimed here by Luminon, and they ain't letting go. If anything, they'll rotate away.
Snipe Drone trying to clear out some spacing on the right side. Ooh, the grapple re-approach. Not going to work out this time. Precision able to catch him, but still it's a numbers advantage for Luminon as Precision goes down. Jackson will be the first one to spawn, and he has a long time to wait until the last spawner comes in to help them on this fight. Already Luminon halfway past their goal.
63-0 run. Jackson wants to try to find a way from that glass into the gold side here. You see slays across the board on both sides. A stick ends up leading to yet another trade. Jackson goes airborne over towards gold and wipes Luminon off of recharge. Finally, we see Envy with the ball and at least 1 point to their name.
SLG got a good spawn there to be able to catch Jackson before he could get away to safety. Important to get that first kill to really weaken the setup that Envy has to hold here.
Enemy has the ball.
I really like that by Precision, right? He has the option to be preoccupied by a player that's close to him, or go down and check to see what's happening with his teammate. Got great timing onto that next player. They get an early kill, and that'll make it a lot easier to hold this ball until help can come.
Pretty good charged up here for Precision. They're anticipating a push through the gold side right now. Our Envy, but looks like Snipe Drone is still over toward the camo jump, so right back on the ball is Envy.
Down by Piggy. Just 2 alive for Luminon. And they are not wasting any time. Luminon goes right into the fray. His teammates there with camouflage to get the next. They get the break with just 2 alive, and SLG away with camouflage. That ball's rotate. This is so well played by Luminon. Envy's gonna have a struggle to catch up to this ball.
Luminon Gaming have been moving with confidence. SLG able to get away with that camouflage, and this will damage onto Precision. 5 shots, perfect. 3 down, go Envy once again. Luminon Gaming already have just about 80 seconds, and this could be it.
Yeah, it probably comes down to this play right here. You can see they already have that seaside rotation. SLG can try to get through. He will throw that ball over. Jackson on the cutoff was able to get the trade out. It's just Glory that's back here. Looks like he's going to try to get lost. I don't think Envy necessarily know about his position. Piggy goes in for the hunt. Big one-on-one. Perfect shots by Glory. Descendant does get the cleanup, but that wastes a lot of time. You can see Luminon's here and ready.
Ball played right off the map as Luminon Gaming lose their bodies. It looks like they're able to force the ball reset, but it's Luminon Gaming that's still over on the gold side. A couple team shots from Jackson and Descendant, but they're able to break through long haul. Now it's Envy on the ball. They're playing catch up in a big way, but it's not over just yet.
Yeah, right. And I mean, 13 seconds to Luminon getting this game win. That's still, you know, enough time for Envy to realistically be able to hold off, but not when you go 4 down. Woodham gonna be right back on top of that ball. He's got over 100 seconds of oddball time, and they will finish out this game here and now. What a response by Luminon after a rough game 3. They find their answer with a dominant game 4.
Luminon Gaming not trying to get knocked out just yet. Another game 5 is on our hands. Probably my 2 favorite words in esports.
We've been getting game 5 after game 5. The bracket's been working out nicely for us here today. Take a look at these ending stats. And Glory with 30 kills to his name. Woodham had 23. But I think that's especially impressive when you realize that he has like 115 seconds of ball time as well, 122 seconds. But he had that ball in his hands for 2 minutes and 9 seconds. And he's still able to put up serviceable stats.
Yeah, that is really is beautiful. It takes a full team in order to deal with a squad like Envy, and Luminon Gaming, the oddball, looked terrific. As we go to our game number 5, it is the final game of the series, do or die for both Envy and Luminon, and it's gonna be on Origin where we end up. Rockets, Sniper, gonna be an exciting one, but I guess before we get there, why don't we break down the stats of our game 4.
Some damage done. Glory almost hitting that 8K mark. Impressive in a 2-round series, but you know, I haven't brought this up because I think Luminon earned this game 5 here, but if I'm Envy, is it the worst case scenario to get a little bit more practices on the game 5? You know what I'm saying? Like, they haven't been going your way at LAN all year long. It's like, you know, you want as much of these game 5 tournament reps as you can get, I think.
I'm not sure if that was Envy's strategy going in, but hey, I guess you never. I guess you never know here.
There's a team that's known for game 5, game 7s. It's Envy. I think they have the highest concentration of them. The problem is the frequency in which heartbreak happens for Envy in these game 5s is also strikingly high.
Or they have an opportunity to maybe change the narrative in this game right here, because Luminon Gaming obviously, as everybody knows, a very capable roster, and even some might have them in there, you know, whether it's top 8, top 6, hey, they could even be a dark horse pick to sneak into a championship Sunday and make a top 4. So I think both Envy and Luminon Gaming find themselves in a very good position, very similar position when you look at the pecking order of the HCS.
AZ, I mean, so far, shout out to Luminon for being able to have a pretty good bounce back series. Last time they played against Envy, it was a 3-0 that was pretty swift. So getting these 2 games on board, forcing that game 5, showing improvement from the last time these guys went to battle.
OpTic just waiting in the grand finals here. Meanwhile, it was like Luminon waiting for Descendant to get ready, and this is gonna be a fun one here. And you see it pop up on the screen right now, guys. Get ready. If you want, I guess you don't have to get ready if you stay ready. So, you know, if you got yourself some Zenny glasses, you got them on at all times, you'll be ready no matter any time somebody hands you a controller to take that 1v1. Make sure you get yourself some Zennies. I mean, we're talking lightweight, we're talking reliable, and so comfortable. Whether it's under a headset or not, some way, somehow, Zenny not only has you looking good, but also having you feel good. I know you wear glasses yourself. You already know there's some glasses that going on the headsets just don't work. If anything, they give you a daggone headache.
No,
definitely
honestly,
not Zennies.
One of the big things is like, right, like we're gamers. We play for a long time. You've been watching tournaments like you hear, like we've been staring at our screens for 8 hours. If you get the OptiFlex frames, they come with those blocks blue lights on the lenses so that you can like not have this incredible eye strain. I feel like after, you know, like 8 hours, I like kind of tap out on how much I can look at a monitor. So that's one of the big pluses for me is the blue light lenses that you can get on those OptiFlex frames. And the big thing, right, is like the Zenny glass is so affordable, especially with the 15% off. So use code Cloud9 or C9 Halo, I should say C9 Halo at checkout. You get 15% off. And the big thing, right, you could accessorize to what you're wearing. I mean, they're so affordable that like, it's not unrealistic to, you know, get 2-3 different pairs for different outfits that you have throughout the week.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got to find out who's going to make it to the grand finals. Luminon and Envy duking it out. One team gets knocked out in 3rd place, and the other one has the opportunity to advance to that grand finals. Envy opened up with a 3-0 lead and a sniper.
Oh, he saw the spawn, but didn't have the angle to hit the head. That's going to be big information for his team. Going to let them know where to look with that precision. I think a bit frustrated that he hasn't seen anyone's head to peel with this sniper, but still alive and ready with 8 bullets to work with.
Early advantage once again for Envy, but it looks like that sniper does end up dropping as we switch over towards Utum. Here's that Jackson is going toward the low ground, snaps onto his target immediately, able to cover that exit route, but you have 2 more members of Envy you still got to deal with.
Nice play from underneath Woodham. That is his 5th in a row. A double kill for the spree. That carbide so effective for them thus far. And after an early start for Envy, the response has all been Luminon.
Snipe in the hands of Glory right now and spots Envy on the rotation. You got Snipe Drone with the rockets in hands, and Envy's position already known. Patient as Luminon prepared their attack. Jackson and Descendant back-to-back kills.
Snipe Drone ensuring that rocket was going to hit there. Jackson had no idea that those rockets were in play.
I want to find out even more that Envy, you're in trouble. Snipe Drone from one side of the map to the other ends up using both rockets, holding on to a 2-kill advantage for Luminon.
With that, you see Glory wanting to get aggressive onto that push, but those players gone before you can get into those fights. The reposition works, and it gets him too. Glory with a double kill. Could find Descendant off spawn. At least gets that knowledge to his team to play with. And so far, Luminon with complete control of the mid-map. It's been Envy that's been just struggling to get out of their bases.
Big damage going down here, courtesy of Glory. He's gonna continue to do just that. Hits him with the Kobe-like fadeaway, courtesy of that thrust. And Luminon 14-12. Snipe Drone with the continued pressure on the remaining members of Envy.
It's been a struggle for Envy because their one-shots have not been able to get away with their life. Every time a player's gone down, it feels like the finish has been right there. And Jackson down to one shot, goes down as well. The pressure is mounting and the one shots continue to fall. It's all the players falling once again. Still a 2-kill differential, but this might make the difference. Descendant has the sniper and we know exactly what he can get up to with this weapon.
A triple kill from Descendant allows him to get away with that sniper, and it's fully loaded right now, but Envy are not. They drop both Precision and Jackson, leaving Descendant and Piggy by themselves. They want to go for the rocket launcher, but you know that Luminon are using it as bait. They have to try to fight their way through it, but multiple members from Envy fall to the black screen here. They should be able to get sniper, rockets, and everything else, and that includes the head of Precision.
And SLG had one bullet in the chamber to work that. He had nothing else but that sniper to get that kill. It needs to hit the headshot. It does. Huge execution. Luminon taking a big lead into this game.
26-18, make it 27 after SLG and his snipe. Snipe drone's rocket not exactly gonna find home, but a trade onto Jackson, and trades heavily favor Luminon Gaming. SLG still a couple bullets with the sniper. Descendant shuts that down immediately.
See Woodham just running down his opponents. A double-digit lead now. He's at 11 kills for his team. Came out hot with that killing spree and so far has had the answers. And Envy, I mean, they've had the sniper a couple times now, but those shots have not been connecting.
Double-digit lead still. Wootum grinding forward. Gonna run into a weakened Descendant, and Jackson is actually still over toward the elbow side. Glory and Snipe Drone will take care of that real quick. And as you see, a rocket launcher coming up in less than 20 seconds, and Envy are gonna desperately need it. It's game 5. This is do or die.
There is really no backup here now for Envy. You really can't afford to go another 3-4 down. See, there is one split spawner, but wow, moving on. You can see the pings coming out. The communication is clearly there, and the one shots continue to get trapped upon it. That's another 4 down, and it only comes at the cost of 1 life for Luminon. It's backbreaking for Envy to be in these spots and to not get these kills.
A triple out of Snipe Drone, and Envy not only in danger of losing this game, but maybe even getting staked. As I say that though, Envy chain together 3 kills, but need a whole lot more than that.
This is the road to a comeback here is perilous. You basically have to play perfect, and nothing has been for Envy. It's just small errors that keep adding up, and the one shots keep getting away. The trades keep coming. They need answers here and now. Able to cut the lead down to 11, but this is so improbable. It borderline is impossible. Envy, they've gotten a couple of these kills now, but there's so much more work ahead of them.
Well, you know the old saying, you know, the Slayers don't start until your opponent gets 46 kills.
Yep.
So Envy could have them exactly where they want them right now. Luminon one squad wipe away from ultimately taking this series and stamping their ticket into the grand finals. Shot in the back here for Descendant, turns that into a double, still down by double digits, but Envy starting to get some semblance of momentum, some semblance of life being shown.
The problem is they lost 2 lives during the process, and Woodham, number 17, he takes down the sniper of Descendant. They get the 50th, a game 5 victory for Luminon as they head to the grand finals.
Luminon Gaming did what they had to do, and Envy, although yet we got another game 5 for them, a winnable game 5, times where Envy looked like they were favored in the matchup. Another game 5 escapes them, and Luminon Gaming going to the grand finals and also showing us at the same time what they are made of. That's a huge win by Luminon.
Big win for Woodham. See, Swooty in the chat. Yo, shout out to Swooty. They played Splitgate together, I'm pretty sure, way back in the day. Swooty, a Splitgate champion, and also a Las Vegas local. So welcome to the stream, Swooty. Always good to see you. And we see our grand finals is ready. Now, hey, we talked about Zenny and the affordable frames that they have. Once again, guys, use code C9 Halo to get your 15% off. I'll tell you, guys, it's prescription glasses. If you need backups, if you need glasses that you want to have for a specific outfit or a fit that you're wanting to debut, it really is the best option for that. So I'd say, hey, at least take a look. Go peruse, see if there's something there. I think a lot of people wear glasses. You might as well check it out. That's all I gotta say, dude. Just go check it out. I think they're 100% worth it, especially to have just a few frames that you have as backup in case you sit on your main pair, whatever it is. Breaking your glasses and not having a backup is heartbreaking. Do not do it. This is a perfect opportunity for you to get some backup frames so that you're ready and you don't have to go through the perils of life of not having your backups ready. The other thing I want to bring up, guys, Worlds is around the corner. And one of the best things about going to the Halo World Championships is going around and seeing all the things that there are to do. And one thing that is going to be there at the World Championships is a Cloud9 booth for you to go out and check out what Cloud9 has to offer. Yo, get us on frame real fast, Louis, because I want to show the people the only esports jersey that I will go out in public and be like, yeah, this is part of my fit. Because I gotta tell you, I love the Cloud9 Halo jersey, guys. Look, me and Tony, we're both rocking it. I love it. It is my favorite jersey to wear by far. I love the blue. It goes perfect with my skin tone. Like I said, get yourself the C9 jersey. It actually is like my favorite jersey to wear.
I mean, you could be looking just as good as me in tools if you make sure you got the right swag. And one way to do that is to check out that booth at Worlds. And of course, combine it with some Zenny glasses as well. Like you said, C9 Halo gets you 15% off. Ladies and gentlemen, we now know who our grand finals is. And when we come back, we're going to find out who we're crowning a champion. It is your 5K Open Domination number 2, presented by Cloud9, and I'm ready. But let's go on a short break, just a short one.
think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, your 5K Open Domination number 2, and it's time for your grand finals here on Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting, and I got my man Tools with me. Prepare us for what we're about to see here in your grand finals.
The grand final is going to be a very interesting one. There's a few things to keep in mind. You know, both these teams, all 8 players, I believe, in basically Texas and California right now. So Luminon scrimming all of them in LA, and everyone on OpTic is going to be in Texas. So, you know, with how close everyone is with each other, this could be, you know, one of the best online experiences they can have. The other thing to keep in mind is the best of 5 rotation. So Luminon's coming hot off a great win against Envy. They want to keep that momentum going forward, but Game 1 is a live fire oddball. They are going to have a tough challenge ahead of them. Hopefully that momentum is going to be good enough for them, but if they're able to steal away a couple games, I'm looking at Game 3 and Game 4 as some likely candidates for Luminon to steal away.
Yeah, live fire and oddball definitely seem to be OpTic's favorite, especially at Charlotte, but Luminon Gaming, they know what the challenge is, and I feel like they're ready to accept it here. Gonna be fun to watch. Sniper, camouflage, and a whole lot of action about to be on our way.
Well, here we go. Game 1 on its way. Bound gonna be the first one to the outside, but Wooden with that long range mouse and keyboard shot. I don't know if you want to take that challenge for too long, Bound.
Snipe drone wants to try to provide some cover fire, which with the low ground looks like Roots of an SLG already there trying to force their way in. Bound is able to take down SLG, and Snipe drone is going to do everything he can to try to get away with the sniper. Keep in mind, camouflage is coming up as well. Body shot does connect, forcing that player to portal right out.
And folks, if you didn't notice, you might have just got rated over to the Cloud9 channel. Hey, you're probably here for the first time. Make sure you guys give a quick follow to Cloud9's Twitch channel. Show them some love, as they've been throwing on these Halo tournaments year after year, and I think they deserve a little bit of love if you have the chance.
Absolutely. I have a simple rule. If you support Halo, I support you. And the Cloud9 is doing just that. Meanwhile, Formal. Camouflage type combination. Glory trying to slide into his DMs. He's getting blocked.
That was a sick shot. I thought the follow-up was going to hit too, with the way he whipped that reticle around, but that was not quite going to land. Either way, OpTic Gaming's been scoring this entire time since, and they are still winning the gunfights. This is what makes them so effective, right? Luminon's taking that fight to them. They're holding the ball. They're waiting. They're waiting. They're waiting. Once they drop it, they pounce. They get those couple kills, and they're right back to getting more time. One of the most effective teams at getting that time when they can. Their efficiency ratings are off the chart.
While OpTic is scoring, they're also taking space and also starting a rotation is Legend and OpTic Gaming. Woods on the first one to sneak in, but Legend deals with him, and the cross-map shots from the Renegade covering Formal right now. OpTic playing like a well-oiled machine.
You see the killing spree out by Legend. He's 5-1 to start this game and has won the rotation for his team with that. Renegade thinking about hitting that nest side, wants to get over towards that tower before this push comes to fruition. It does just that. It's just SLG that can stop him. Great angles to get that first, and SLG might just blow open the position. Triple from SLG. He was unaccounted for, and he spoiled the plans of OpTic Gaming.
Multiple down going OpTic Gaming. We see SLG advancing that ball over toward the tower side. Bootsum snatches up that camouflage. This could be the beginning of a comeback for Luminon Gaming.
Now Udom trying to get away with that camo, but just too many players of OpTic Gaming there to deal with him, and they are starting to win the gunfights to gain positioning on the map. Just SLG trying to hold off a couple players of OpTic, but that is too much to ask. And with that ball down on the ground, Luminon still has the ability to try to get close to it, but you're seeing the difference between OpTic and Luminon in the efficiency of Oddball. That 30 seconds right there is enough for the Oddball to reset. Luminon wasn't able to get any time despite that pressure, whereas OpTic Gaming, a lot of times they'll be able to get that ball and generate time even in those complicated spots.
51 points here for OpTic, but Luminon once again scoring as they go 3 down. An early play ball, but one that OpTic is ready for, right on the ball, and try to bring it over towards the A side. Renegade expects to push from SLG and Luminon, waiting for the spawners to take space.
Legend able to just keep that ball as far away as possible while Renegade goes to solidify the back line with Sniper. The opening slate did go to Snipe Drone. That's going to open up a window for Luminon to collapse in. They're finding the kills, and there are not really any answers here. As Legend's last alive, he'll go down. Luminon with a clean break, something they desperately needed in this game.
76 points for OpTic Gaming, but they've just been wiped off the face of live fire here, and OpTic Gaming slowly started to come off his spawn and now started to take space from multiple different angles. Renegade through the front door he goes, wins the 1v1. Luminon start the rotation, but OpTic even able to anticipate that, and they're not able to play the ball. Luminon 4 down.
See, Renegade able to track down Snipe Drone, able to get that kill, and then QT's, oh, Woodham though. Saw the portal, was very aware of what was to come, but during all that chaos, while Renegade's running at those players, Legend's got the ball, and he's just 10 seconds away from getting this first round on board.
Legend over towards tower. I don't see anybody from Luminon able to get that ball out of his hands. Snipe Joe tried to find an angle, but he ends up getting shredded, melted, and dealt with as OpTic Gaming take that round number 1. And Luminon, you may have had some points where you look like you're about to make a run, but OpTic Gaming showing why they are the best oddball team in the league.
See, all 4 players of Luminon essentially funnel into that Sniper. It's enough to get Glory away with it, but you see how he's wasting that ammo. He's going to try to minimize what OpTic Gaming can get away with. He does that because Luminon loses a lot of their numbers early on into this fight. And by the time it's done, he'll waste all 8 bullets. So no Sniper for OpTic Gaming to solidify their position with.
Couple shots at the boots up. Oh my gosh, Renegade takes the pin and wins it out. Even some extra damage onto SLG. Expect that to get cleaned up real quick. Meanwhile, Formal with this camouflage doesn't want to reveal his location just yet. Teammates are still finding kills around the map.
Glory did spot him. That's going to force Formal out of this spot, but even in the 1v2, trying to make himself a difficult kill, but maybe a little bit too much to ask of any individual player in that spot.
Way down, go OpTic Gaming. Luminon once again in control. They're going to be the first ones to score in this round number 2, down 0-1. But Formal seemingly coming out of nowhere, immediately attacks the ball player, but Glory goes right after Formal as well. 3 down, go OpTic Gaming. Luminon back in their setup.
And this is where Luminon's gotten a bulk of their time throughout this game thus far, is when they get those 3 downs. It's been rare, but when OpTic Gaming does go 3 down, Luminon's taken advantage of that, has gotten quick ball time. You see they're going to be able to scrap away 20 seconds off that single play.
Now starting to get aggressive here. Wutum expects that. Finds the angle, finds the kill. Glory making sure that he doesn't go down here, and sends 2 players packing right off the map. Watch your step, mind the gap.
So well played. They had no idea that Repulse was ready for them, and both of them go into the drink, and that's another situation where it's a 4 down that Luminon's able to grab ball right away. This seems to be where they're the most comfortable, and right now that nade takes Bound down to what? You see the kills just keep stacking up for Luminon. OpTic Gaming struggling on getting their trade outs here, but Legend forcing the play. See Snipe Drone puts that ball onto the ground, but Woodham wastes no time just grabbing it and said, no, I'll just move it the other way.
Ever since the Repulse got moved over from bottom mid to from the bottom green side of the map, it feels like we've seen less of those ever since that move, but always fun to see a bit of a mind the gap. And also, Legend, OpTic on the camouflage. Luminon may have the lead, but OpTic Gaming want to make some plays.
Basically gave himself a 50-point buffer to work with, but OpTic Gaming, what makes them so deadly at oddball is it doesn't really take them a lot of time to get back into games. They'll find windows to grab ball and to maintain in these tough positions. And even then, right, Formal's feeling that pressure. He holds that ball for as long as possible. And you're going to notice that a lot from OpTic Gaming. They aren't a fan of dropping that ball to engage in gunfights. They'd rather try to keep that ball fluid in motion and try to keep it away from those gunfights if possible.
Legend ends up dropping the snipe. Wutum gonna be awarded with that one, and Wutum right at Formal sees Renegade coming and somehow is able to turn it the reach out. Wutum is all over the place.
That's scary when Wutum gets the sniper in his hands like that. I mean, look, the sticky didn't work. It looked great, but just a little bit off. You have the sniper in the back pocket as backup, and he hits the shot like it's the smoothest thing in the world. It's so fun to watch Wutum play that mouse and keyboard setup.
50-22 lead here for Luminon Gaming. Glories, one shot in the sniper is all that he needs in order to take down Legend. But it is Bound and OpTic Gaming to try to rotate this ball away from the remaining members of Luminon, who are finding kills left and right. Now they're looking for Renegade.
And timing just a little bit off there for OpTic Gaming. They weren't able to get those spawns to be close enough to help with those gunfights, but and then their response pretty quick, able to get 2 down right away, and you can see Luminon forced to put that ball onto the ground. They aren't going to try to scrap away any time here, instead trying to find themselves a home to fight out of.
Both Legend and Renegade somehow survived despite being one shot, and once Legend gets his shield back, he's on attack mode right away. Half members down from both of the squads here. Glory just waiting for the rest to push in from OpTic. SLG and he worked on 1. It looks like 2 quickly go down for OpTic Gaming.
30 seconds on the ground. That ball once again hits that reset. One thing we notice, right, whenever that ball's reset from being on the ground, it's always been off a Luminon play. OpTic Gaming hasn't had it where they've thrown that ball on the ground and the ball's reset from there. They're usually very quick to get back onto it and try to maximize their time, whereas Luminon, unless the situation feels right, they're going to play that ball down.
Less than a minute and a half worth of neutral time right now, and it's still a 30-second advantage for Luminon, but I do say that as they go 3 down, so all of the tools end up in the hands of OpTic Gaming, and also the ball.
And look, they got halfway through their comeback the first time they grabbed this ball. This is their second chance with this. They have camouflage. They have everything they need to get a good chunk of time here. You see Renegade starting to get into play. He's not going to let players just walk away. No, he's going to hunt down all 3 of these guys. That's the second. Where did SLG go is the first question on Renegade's mind.
drop.
Renegade mowing them
Enemy
down
has the
right
ball.
from the bottom mid side through the top mid, but
Ball
not exactly
dropped.
sure where SLG can be at the moment. Doesn't end up finding himself Wootsum, and here comes SLG picking up at least one of the kills over toward the back A side. Renegade still moving around with the camo.
Oh, SLG came to help. It came to his demise, though. Renegade gets the kill, and more importantly for OpTic Gaming, he stays alive. Now, with just 50 seconds of neutral time remaining, OpTic Gaming has taken the lead in round 2.
A tight game here so far. Luminon Gaming expecting to go right through the top mid-side bound. One shot has to try to find an escape round. All of OpTic seemingly trapped in the rat tunnel as they try to rotate this ball away. Glory makes his presence known with the sniper. Renegade's gonna get that right back in his hands. And off a screen formal right at SLG, leading to Luminon going 3 down.
Just wooed him, the last alive, and he's going to get hunted by these remaining players. A quick answer back, and that's going to make it tough for Luminon to just have numbers to fight for this ball. And OpTic Gaming focusing more on the slays here, as they knew they had a big advantage. They'll get their ball right back into hands, and they're going to send that over to the other side. Whole Renegade had a chance for the black screen flip, but not able to hit that headshot.
No scope connects. Formal gets a kill onto Wootsum. It looks like the ball gets played right off the map here. Glories and Luminon get it right on. I think they have 1 second in order to grab that ball, but they're not there. And my gosh, OpTic Gaming once again showing why they're the best in the league in oddball.
Yeah, Luminon had great moments, right? But OpTic Gaming, you can see it was just a better baseline of consistency and efficiency when they get that ball in their hands. Really didn't waste time at all at scoring when they were given the chance, and they're able to take that round 2 off 2 essential holds. Able to get 25 seconds with the first, and then about another 40 seconds on the second to solidify that game. Whereas Luminon, it was multiple holds, right? They only get 87 seconds in the round, but they are scrapping. They are working so hard for each one of those seconds. Whereas OpTic Gaming, it's more of a flow on the map. That ball's rotating, trying to keep the game as easy as possible for them.
We knew how good OpTic were at that game mode, especially in that game mode and map combination, but things switch around dramatically when going into a Slayer, especially on the streets of New Mombasa. OpTic Gaming tend to struggle a bit on the Slayers, and every time a team is able to pull off an upset, including this very Luminon Gaming roster, usually started with that Game 2 Slayer win. So Luminon, you know what your win condition is. You can turn things around right away. It comes out here on Slayer Streets.
I know what the word on the streets is about this Cloud9 booth at Worlds, Stuff.
What's that?
Apparently there's some new exclusive Cloud9 Halo Infinite merch that'll be at the Worlds booth. So if you're wanting some fancy drip, Cloud9, I'm telling you guys, these guys deliver on their merch. I think they got some of the best in the game. Make sure that you prioritize getting over to that Cloud9 Worlds booth, because they'll have some exclusive Halo Infinite collaboration pieces.
Oh man, it's always the exclusive pieces that be the best ones, and they're always limited, so make sure you guys are there and get involved. World's about to be something special here. I can't wait. But we'll also, before we get there, we got to get through our Domination 2 tournament. And so far, OpTic Gaming up 1-0. Get your Zennies on. Make sure you can see clearly, because you don't want to miss a beat here in game number 2.
Use your code C9Halo and get 15% off. Like I said, guys, it's the best place to get your glasses, especially if you're looking for some backups. Like I need my backups, because I'm a fool. I'll be stepping on things. You know, I'm a little clumsy, and the Zeddies, they come in clutch. Always gotta have a pair of the backups.
You only step on things, you don't wear your glasses. Wear your glasses. You wanna
I be sending it out. I go take a nap, bro. That's, you know how I'll be.
Tired of a what a piece here at the early game. Glory's the one that gets away with the red gun stalker rifle in hands, but not for long. Formal with the double, almost gets himself one more. Snipe drone over toward the bottom seaside, gets his teammate a spawn, and Snipe drone takes down Renegade.
Formal able to track down Luminon there, gets the 3 shot to get the perfect medal. And so far, this red gun is just well positioned from Formal, keeping himself in that in those long sight lines. And it's very scary when Formal has the red gun because very rarely does he miss. One of the best pure aimers in the history of controller esports.
Down with 2 kills right now in Luminon, trying to mount a coordinated attack over towards that B street side. It looks like multiple members of OpTic are blocking that line of sight. As the pings go down, you know there's a weakened member of Luminon now too. SLG the first one to fall, but Wutum finds his courtesy of a melee. Now Stalker in his hands, and oh 360 there.
Yeah, with that Wutum is dangerous. 1 shot left, he's gonna waste that one, put the red gun, and that's the big thing is he can tell his team, right? 1 minute, that red gun's gonna be coming back up on its pad. Make sure you get to that stalker rifle. One of the big pieces of information that these guys are gonna relay to their coaches.
3 down go Luminon, Formal, and OpTic Gaming now want to try to find out where those spawners are coming from and how are they going to attack them, punishing Luminon potentially for going multiple down. Formal and OpTic from one side of the map to the other. They have a 1 kill advantage.
That's just a 1 kill difference. That Renegade will extend out. Big win onto that gunfight against Wutum. That's going to really take a lot of the teeth out of that initial push with Luminon. You can see that they're struggling on just finding where their entry is going to be, and spread across the map. Wutum off spot immediately is in trouble as Renegade doesn't miss a shot. He catches Glory in his hiding hole. That's a 4 kill lead now for OpTic Gaming.
Camouflage about to come up here. Legend down to 1 shot, can't quite get his hands on it, but multiple down for OpTic Gaming, so Luminon should be able to grab a hold of it. Wutum that gets the camo, the kill, but can he get out? Because Renegade and OpTic Gaming continue to press the issue, and eventually a stray grenade takes down the camo player.
Players that are lurking up to that purple side. It's still Glory that's been harassing on this back rank, but taking care of Bound, not going to hesitate at all to get that challenge. The rest of Luminon comes in, but it's a meat grinder that awaits them. Formal comes to join the fight. That's a 3 that go down for Luminon and a 6 kill deficit. It's just been slowly growing for OpTic Gaming, a very consistent trickle of kills that keeps going their ways.
Formal goes down for only the 3rd time so far in this game. Not a bad game coming out of him, but also Glory putting down some damage. Legend by himself towards back A. I think Luminon are able to identify literally just that. Legend down to 1 shot. He goes in for the challenge. SLG with the kill, but Renegade with the follow-up. 7 kills. The difference still OpTic Gaming in control.
Look at Renegade fly. I mean, there's no hesitation on any of these choices that he's making. He just wants to get in these gunfights, feeling confident so far in this game. And there's a big reason to it. They've had a consistent lead throughout this game. Luminon has not been able to punish any of the aggressive plays of OpTic thus far.
OpTic already up 1-0 so far in the series, and if they continue to go this way, it could be 2-0. Luminon looking for a bit of a new strategy here in order to attack OpTic Gaming with long-range shots. Formal connect with the Stalker, but a double push from Luminon. Clear out the arcade side immediately. Now Bound left by himself. Wutum puts that Stalker to work. 3 down for OpTic Gaming.
That's the first time we've seen Luminon really catch OpTic Gaming by surprise. That double push, no one saw that one coming, and by the time Formal could react to it, it was too late. It's just really well played there by Luminon. But at the end of the day, you still look at the deficit, it's still 6 kills. And this is what's been hurting them so much. Renegade once again finds another entry frag.
Couple trades go down. Trades definitely favor OpTic Gaming until the back smack from Wutum turns that into a double. Camouflage about to come up here. Only down by 4 kills. Luminon definitely out of it just yet.
Gone incognito. SLG gonna try to find his path to an early kill here. But not anything that's going to be free. And you see the trade outs favoring OpTic Gaming once again. The lead just really stagnant at this 5 to 6 kill range. Luminon, they're going to be running out of time here soon. You have probably 1 more team fight that can be even on the trades. After that, you'd have to start making up the difference.
Luminon wanted to do everything they can to stay alive with that camouflage. Highly unfortunate here. Now the one shot still pressing issue. 41 kills for OpTic Gaming. Snipe drone on full retreat. He knows OpTic, they smell blood in the water and they want to strike.
Formal lurking, knowing that he doesn't have to force anything here of how big the lead they have is. Instead, just waiting for a coordinated effort. Legend gonna give him a lot of information. Once Formal knows it's free to go, he's gonna go. And there it is, the one-on-one snipe drone goes down. That's a 10-kill lead now, as Glory gets it back to single digits. But I mean, it's just too little, too late at this point. 5 more kills for OpTic Gaming. Luminon need 14 as a team.
On that trade here, made 15 and 6 for assists to go along with it. The leading point man for OpTic Gaming. He also gets himself a stalker and perfect shots, a bit of patient ones. And that 3 more kills needed for OpTic, make it 2 and potentially, nah, not quite there.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why Formal's had such a great stat line. I mean, because that red gun's been perpetually in his hands, and he's been so effective at getting the kills with it. Just a fantastic performance from him. Formal leading the charge in that game 2 Slayer. Now they're just 1 away from being the 5K Cloud9 Domination 2 champions.
Unfortunate that game number 1 was heavily in favor of OpTic Gaming. Game number 2, though, might have been Luminon's chance to strike, but OpTic Gaming 50-40 is your final score line here. Formal ends up with a 10.7 KDA. Died only 7 times that entire game. Did Formal quite the performance out of him. Game number 3, Strongholds, which could be seen as another favorite for Luminon. We've seen it even here in this tournament. They're comfortable on Strongholds, but are you comfortable? Are you ever comfortable against OpTic Gaming?
That's really a big question. I think one of the key players that's going to dictate how this game's going to go is going to be Bound. A lot of times he's the one that's going to be accelerating the clock on these Strongholds plays, initiating those sort of trip cap pressures. If Luminon can identify his routing and start to shut him down early on, they'll have their path to get a trip cap into play. And that's where Luminon's really effective, right? We saw how deadly they are when they can get that trip cap lined up. That's their win condition this game, is looking for that, you know, big dagger blow where they can get the setup exactly how they like, force them into those long haul spawns, and just keep them perpetually on that back foot while they score 2 points for every second.
Actually, I just got a peek at the rest of the layout right now when Luminon really do have to fight an uphill battle, because, you know, you got Strongholds recharge obviously about to come up next. And even if Luminon are able to win that one, capture the flag unforbidden is one that OpTic Gaming have won in record times against many teams. Like, we're talking about, you know, sub 3 minutes, sub 2 minute games that OpTic Gaming have been able to dominate on. So Luminon Gaming are gonna have to dig deep, but if we get to a game 5, some way, somehow, it's anybody's ball game on any given, I guess, any given Friday here.
I think OpTic Gaming looking to finish their tournament perfect, by the way. They've had 3 O's on their path up to grand finals. This would be, if they are able to find this one, they'll have a perfect tournament. You know, a rare accomplishment, but always a fun one to have. It shows how dominant your team has been.
Gonna start on board now with SLG. Actually, why don't we switch over to Snipe Drone? Looks like he's trying to get out of this shrouded bottom mid with the camouflage. Sneaky plays being made by Snipe Drone, but ones that could pay big time dividends toward the end of this game.
I like the patient play. Like, Snipe Drone doesn't have to force anything here quite yet. Big thing is he wants to get away with that shock rifle. He doesn't want to reveal his position, and right now he will have to. When he goes into B, you see how OpTic Gaming immediately reacts? That's because he stepped into B. They saw that in progress. Formal able to shut that down with his teammates there, and just, that's tough, right? You need that camo to do a little bit more there.
On top of the double out of Formal, and turns into a whole lot more once Legend gets involved. 2 bases already belong to OpTic, going for a momentary trip cap, but swapping out both Alpha and Charlie. I think that's exactly what OpTic Gaming want.
Legend not going to be able to get away from that fight. Woodham getting the double kill there. Formal, the only player alive, but he is winning the rotation over at C, and they will find that secure. So Luminon going to be one step ahead right now with tempo, but not quite able to get that trip cap into effect like they would like to have.
Luminon scoring here, holding on to both Alpha and Bravo. The reset goes down on B as Luminon simultaneously looking for some slays across the board. Is the bottom tower side that goes down, but Renegade on the cleanups. Snipe drone right at bound. Bravo will officially change hands here as OpTic gaining a bit of control.
Good patient play by Snipe Drone. He has to let the hill go, but the reward is getting an easy kill on the way out and just jumping right back in. Not able to get the finish, and Renegade's going to be close by to try to stall that, but it looks like Luminon able to step in time, but comes at a steep cost. 3 players that go down. B switching hands once again. OpTic Gaming remain one step ahead.
Camo up in about 20 seconds here. Down on your screen is able to get away with 3 grapples. This could be huge. We just try to steal away that camouflage or take an entirely different route through the gold side, defending B while grabbing a hold of the shock bound, puts it to work and trades out gold.
Camo up, and SLG will take that as his prize, but can he get away with his life? That's the second part of this. Great movement from him, using that technique to jump on the side of the box, trying to minimize where grenades could hit him from, but just immediately spotted, and he is not getting away. They are tracking him down. Look at that. 3 different players of OpTic Gaming just lining up on that camo player. There was nowhere for him to run.
64 points and counting here for OpTic Gaming. Luminon stopped the triple cap by going after Alpha, but look how quick OpTic are to attack. They're pressing forward. Wootsum wants to get involved here, finds the angle onto Renegade, but it looks like Bound is actually going to join them over on the elevator.
Tracking back towards Formal, but no, goes down to Absolute. Can he actually get his shields back though? Yes, he'll have a second chance against Formal.
Wow, Wootsum turning lemons into lemonade right there. Everywhere he was going, OpTic were blocking it off, and eventually fights his way through it. Alpha changes hands, already had Bravo, but OpTic trying to steal away B right here, right now. They're gonna get it.
Oh, Renegade nicely played. Double kill from him. He'll get to 9. Oh, Bound! There was maybe a hair to shoot there. Was able to get that window to connect, and boom. You see Luminon in trouble. They do not have any spacing on the map. They're going to work on getting C as their home, but they're going to feel the pressure right away, most likely. OpTic Gaming forcing a play as you see these guys sprinting to get into a trip cap situation once again.
And OpTic not allowing the game to come to them. They're the ones setting the pace here. They're flying at Luminon Gaming. OpTic double cap at 100-point lead.
Snipe Drone trying to bait this player down into him. Whoa, that's a melt. Forward didn't even have a chance to react to anything there, and he might just get another really great shots from down low. It's really hard to shoot up like that, and he didn't miss one.
Will change once again. OpTic have their sights set on Alpha, just out rotating Luminon every given turn. Luminon have to slay and keep up with the speed of OpTic Gaming. Easier said than done as nades trade out and OpTic Gaming continue to score.
Hey, tempo plays a huge factor in the strongholds, because even if Luminon gets into the hill and scores 2 at once, if they don't have tempo on the next play, then OpTic Gaming can just get into a hill, and if they stand in while a 2 cap's in effect, like, they stop the scoring of Luminon. That's what's been happening so often, is Luminon gets their points, and then OpTic Gaming's immediately into the next hill. That might change here because they got that 3 down, but you can see once again, I mean, look how aggressive OpTic Gaming has been time and time again. They need to punish it just one time, and Wootsum with that grapple might have just done that. A killing spree for him, a 4 down, and this is what we talked about. What does Luminon want? Total control. They have it. 2 points for every second. The spawn traps over at Long Haul. This is what they've been playing for all game long.
OpTic Gaming may have a huge lead, but Luminon have a Wootsum. 19 kills, only died 12 times, leading all slays across the board. but is it enough here as OpTic Gaming chasing down Sniper Jordan and capping bases at the same time? Legend finds his, Alpha changes hands, and once again, OpTic Gaming are scoring it. Good God, the MVP doing his thing.
That was absurd from Legend. Get dived right in, gets that kill, and now finds another perfect. That's back-to-backs from him. 13 kills, 7 deaths, and 10 assists. Oh, that's 5 in a row for Legend. He gets his 14th on the board.
162 points for OpTic Gaming, triple cap once again, and it looks locked in right now and almost like a chokehold. Luminon, if they don't stop it, they may just tap or pass out. 178 points now as OpTic Gaming creep over toward the 200-point mark and get better and better with each passing second.
SLG gonna be able to have a contest here, but Bound, that's the Bound play, right? He is one shot and not backing down from the fight. In fact, he's closing the space on his opponent. He's able to get the kill and then also damage onto the second. Glory eventually gets that last lap, but you can see that hyper-aggressive play coming through.
Luminon Gaming scoring here. Glory take the 1v1 against Bound. Both players one shot, both players go down, but it's Luminon that have the numbers advantage. Because of that, you steal away Alpha and Charlie. Renegade puts down some damage trying to cover Legends back from across the map, but Luminon now starting to shoot straight and really starting to do some serious damage on the map.
I love that from Renegade, right? Use the geometry, be in a unique spot, because, you know, players aren't ever going to be pre-aiming there. You can be a little bit more aggressive and try to get damage down. He did just that. Was able to get an extra couple bullets in, then change his thought process towards A, got that kill, secures a hill. It's just a nice natural flow of trying to do maximum damage. That's like the thought process for Renegade, and it works so well there. You can see just to the final stretch. They only need 45 more points from this spot, and with it, OpTic Gaming have Luminon in a stranglehold. I just don't know where these guys can really bounce out of.
Luminon Gaming not giving up whatsoever here. They're gonna attack Bravo. Not able to convert it just yet here, so OpTic continue to score, and Renegade on the reset real quick. This really feels like the final push. Luminon Gaming now need this more than ever, and a Renegade with the green gun gets himself yet another trade. 3 down go Luminon, and I don't know where SOG's gonna go right now. He's surrounded, he's taken down, and OpTic Gaming may have just done it. OpTic Gaming have become your champions.
And they drop a map in the process. A perfect tournament from the green wall. A dominant display as they find themselves prepared for the Halo World Championships that are just coming in a couple weeks.
Wow. I mean, that's the dominance that OpTic Gaming won, and Charlotte obviously did not go their way. Will come out, make a statement in one of the last tournaments to prepare to warm up and to get ready for your worlds here. Just absolutely lights out for OpTic Gaming across the board. Obviously a 3-0 here in the grand finals, but you talked about it before. OpTic didn't drop a map.
It's incredible. I mean, obviously, like, we didn't have the Shopify Rebellion in the tournament or SSG in this tournament, but I mean, still a very clean accomplishment for OpTic Gaming, especially considering, you know, they've been having a little bit of problems with some of these teams that are in this tournament. You know, we saw them lose to FaZe at Charlotte. We saw them lose to Mindfreak at Charlotte. Being able to go through this tournament, get revenge on Mindfreak, finish first place without dropping a map, I think that's a big sign that this OpTic Gaming squad is very much locked in and ready for Worlds, and they're going to come out with everything they have.
And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, I know that Charlotte literally just happened, but Worlds is 2 weeks away here, guys. So this is the final stretch. This is the final opportunity. OpTic Gaming know what's on the line. Shoot, what, $1 million at that Worlds? That is absolutely crazy. And guys, if you're gonna be at Worlds, obviously make sure you show some love to OpTic, but on top of that, also show some love to C9. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I support people that support Halo. If you support Halo, I support you. And C9 have done these events multiple times. They're gonna have themselves a booth. They're gonna have exclusive merch at the event that you guys are gonna want to get your hands on. And if you're not gonna be at the event, it's okay. You can still show Cloud9 some love. Why don't you get yourself some Zennies? Make sure that you're prepared for every single gunfight that you get into by using C9 Halo to save 15%. Some way, somehow, you can show some love too.
Yeah, and the big thing, right? So Zenny, they kept in mind what it means to be an esports player, or just to be a big player of these esports titles. And the reality is, like, guys, like, we're locked in, we're playing for hours, right? We're not like getting up and taking breaks. No, it's like we're getting our practice in, right? So what they did is that these OpTic flex frames, they're super lightweight, they're flexible, and because of that, when you're wearing like headsets, it really doesn't put like a lot of pressure on the side of your head. I don't know, people that wear glasses, they know what I'm talking about. Like, you wear like a headset for too long, and then suddenly like the sides of your face start to hurt because the glasses are like pushing in and they're like too heavy. I know someone that doesn't wear glasses is like sitting here and is like, this is absurd to talk about, but it's actually like a huge difference maker having like those light and flexible frames. And then, hey, same idea, like, they know who we are. They got themselves those blue light lenses in them as well to help with that eye strain over time, and they come in all sorts of designs. But my favorite one, gotta be the Cloud9 ones, bro. You gotta get yourself the Cloud9 Zennies if you want to support C9 Halo. But the big thing is Zenny, they have a ton of options, a ton of selections, and they're affordable. They're the perfect option if you need something to go with a certain outfit, if you want to have you want to try something out new, even if you just want like a pair of backup glasses to have in case that your main drivers go and break. They are the best option, in my opinion. You get 15% off with C9 Halo. The best thing you guys can do, even if you just go take a look. If you wear glasses, go take a look. Use that link. It helps Cloud9 know that the Halo community is supporting, and that's the big thing, right? If someone's going to throw Halo tournaments, guys, we got to go out. We got to support those Halo tournaments. I also want to give a big shout out to the other sponsor for Cloud9, which is Secret Lab. Both me and Tony both have Secret Lab desks. Game changer. All metal. I have all these metal, these magnet accessories to go on my desk. It's my favorite desk that I've ever had, period. It's not even close. Even though it weighs like 1,000 pounds because it's all metal, I'll take that wherever I go. You know what I'm saying, Tony? It's like, no matter where I'm going, that my desk is coming with me, because I couldn't live without my Secret Lab desk.
That's the one thing we love about C9. They only really have partnerships with quality products out there. So make sure you get yourself some Zennies. Make sure you get yourself a Secret Labs and get ready for every PIV that you get into. Guys, this was your 5K Open domination number 2 here. Shout out to Cloud9 for absolutely doing their thing. Shout out to the sponsors. Shout out to you guys at home for showing love, and the competitors for putting on a show. It's been absolutely fantastic. Before we go, make sure you guys drop that follow if you're watching live on Twitch. Again, C9 support Halo, we support them. It's as simple as that, and we'll catch you next time. Peace.
proud that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but they see where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You was sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now like I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Damn it, I'm on that, yeah, I'm on that. Looking for the whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball tap. When I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best, and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Facts. Lot of haters. Tell me where they at, though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap, though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah.
Double kill.
Going mainstream.
Killing
Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo. Going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Just saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters. Tell me where they at. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap, though. Want me on your song, throw a couple steps, yo. Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
triple kill.
Going
Killing
mainstream. Flow
spree.
like